This week's episode is sponsored by Ryan at Change. If you are looking to get involved in e-commerce and build a successful online business, then check out my good friend Ryan, who I have been working with the last few years and attended many events and retreats all around the world, spending time with members who are making some serious money. I have been promoting Ryan for a while now because I believe in what he does, and not only has he helped and supported me build my own businesses, but I have seen firsthand how he helps and supports his members take their businesses to new levels and give them financial freedom. So if you are interested in getting into e-commerce and building successful online stores, then message Ryan on his Instagram at RyanJB to join his winning team. You can now follow me on all my social media platforms to find out who my latest guest will be. And don't forget to click the subscribe button and the notifications bell so you're notified for when my next podcast goes live. And boom, we're on. And today's guest, we've got Joey Barton. Joey, how are we?
I'm good, mate. Good to see you.
Yeah, really good to see you, mate. Like I say, it's a mad career, great footballer who's played with some of the world's biggest teams, a lot of controversy in your life, which we'll touch on. But all in all, man, it's good to have you on.
Well, I've been watching from a distance, watching you're growing and growing and growing, mate. You're absolutely smashing it, so I'm buzzing for you. And as I say, delighted to pop down and have a chat with you.
No, I appreciate that, taking the time. But like I say, man, great career, a phenomenal football player, very tough. I think England career, what was it, one cap?
One cap, yeah. 18 minutes worth, yeah.
It's mad to think, especially Man City, Newcastle, like a great fucking career. It's, yeah, like I say, good to have you
lucky,
on.
mate, you know what I mean? Lucky to play for some great clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Played in a great era, grew up, as I say, wanting to be a footballer, and then, my first World Cup, I can remember, is Italia 90, which was incredible. And then I've just loved football ever since. Like, get you down a bit now with the way it's gone. The money's kind of changed the game a little bit. But still remember being a kid on a council estate, dreaming about changing my life and being on the telly. And was one of the few fortunate enough to make it. And as I say, the cherry on the top of that, James, for me was to play for England, even if it was for only 18 minutes in a friendly against Spain. For those 18 minutes, I was the best centre midfielder, or one of them in England. And, as I say, you can't help but be proud of that. Like, my little lad winds me up now, says, "You've only got one cap." And I'm like, when I die, it says England International. Yeah. There's not many people who can say that.
Before we get into everything, Joey, I always like to go back to the start of my guests, where you grew up and how it all began.
Well, from a little place outside of Liverpool, about eight and a half miles outside, called Huyton, which is, kind of when the slums of Liverpool were cleared in the aftermath of kind of the Second World War. All the kind of families that were in all those kind of densely populated areas were moved out into these new council territories of kind of Knowsley, which is kind of made up of a few different boroughs, but kind of Huyton's one of them. St John's is an estate within that, and Kirby, and that's kind of, as I say, where a lot of footballers from Liverpool come out of those two areas. You've got obviously Phil Thompson and some big players who've come from Kirby, and obviously Stevie Gerrard's the biggest, probably Peter Reid, probably the biggest two have come from Huyton. So fortunate to grow up in a football household, in a hotbed of football, in a fantastic footballing city. So the die was pretty much cast for me, James, like yourself.
Mm-hmm. How was family life?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you just know what you know as a kid, don't you? We, went to the local school, loved playing footy in the street. where, when we couldn't play football, it was, 2-man and, hide and seek and all that. We lived at the end of a bus terminus, and beyond that bus terminus is an industrial estate. So there was a lot of space to get into, climbing into trees and building dens and stuff like that. And when I look back at it, we had a fantastic childhood. We were never in the house. You were either out at school, out with your mates, climbing in, trees, parks, up to no good. And as I say, because we lived at the end of a bus terminus, we'd worked out relatively early if you waited for the buses to finish the shift and go to turn around and go into the depot and you threw mud at the buses, the drivers had to clean it before they clocked off and would give you an incredible chase. So we spent a lot of time. So I was so fit and had a great engine as a kid, getting chased either by the busies or bus drivers on our estate for being up to no good. So, you don't know any difference. Only now you look back and you think, there was, mad stuff going on around you. But at the time, you thought that's how everybody lived. You thought everybody got up on a Sunday morning and you couldn't have a game of footy because there was a burnt out car on the footy pitch. You thought, this must be happening, to every kid this age because, it was happening to you and your mates.
What were you like at school?
I was always switched on. I was quite fiery in terms of. I remember getting sent home from school, or I'd run home from school. So if the teachers didn't listen to me or stuff like that, I would occasionally kick the classroom emergency exit open and just go home. To the point where I almost got expelled off the back of it because the teachers were like, "You can't just get off every time you don't agree with what's going on," because that was my thing, because I got quite emotional about stuff. It was either do something stupid, throw a chair at a teacher or stuff like that, which would happen in our school. I didn't do that, and I had to channel our anger into leaving the classroom. And obviously, it got to the point where my mum was like, "Look, they're going to expel you from the school because they can't account for your safety, because like the third time you've left the classroom." And this was before the age of, this is still in junior school, so this is before the age of kind of 10, 11. And as I say, my grandmother said, I've just always been dead headstrong, so I've always been switched on. I've always found, learning and school and stuff like really, really simple. And I've always known I wanted to be a footballer, so I'd do my work quite quick and then I'd write out my World 11 and I'd make a footy kit, and then I'd be trying to coerce a few of my mates to do it, and the teachers would come over and be like, "You've done your work, you're now distracting them." So then they'd put me in a separate table from my mates and I'd, act up a bit more, and then I'd get throughout the class, and before you know it, how easy I found school became a deterrent to me, because if you ask questions and you finish your work quite quick and you can get distracted. This was before kind of ADHD or any kind of stuff was spoken about with kids. You were just seen as being a kind of energetic kid, and their way of dealing with you was to send you out the classroom or isolate you, which I found strange. But as I say, I found school quite simple, and I just wanted to play footy, so I'm constantly looking out the window going, can't wait to get on the playground at break time to have a game of footy, can't wait to get on lunchtime, have a game of footy, can't wait for school to finish to have a game of footy. I can't really be arsed listening to these about RE and all that, because I'm going to play in the Premier League. I don't need to be aware of some of the stories in the Bible, and I came from a Roman Catholic background, and singing songs in school was part of the curriculum. And as I say, for me, there was better times. I felt I could be utilising this singing praise Hosanna. I could have an extra 5 minutes on the playground to get the winner in a game of footy between me and my mates. Do you know what I mean? Like, that didn't make sense to me. I'm like, I'm a young boy, and I think now I'm a bit older, I think to put young lads in a classroom at that young age and not let them run wild is not great for them. Like, young lads need to be outside, like, because it's just such full of energy. And I'm not sure the schooling system is quite designed, certainly on the council estates where I went to school, are quite designed to get the maximum out of the resources that the individuals have available to them. Like, my belief is, and we were talking about this on the way over, because I've been to prison, and I told you I was in the Royal Enclosure, I believe everybody's got something that they're brilliant at, that if they meet a good mentor or a parent or a grandparent or a teacher, as I say, they can encourage that and coax that out of them. You know, for you, you thought it was football, it's turned out it's podcasting, lad. You don't know what it's going to be. For me, I was lucky in terms of I knew quite early what I was good at, and had good role models around me, and people who kept me on the straight and narrow and give me good examples. And I managed to get an opportunity at a football club and got a YT, and, you know, by the skin of my teeth as well. And I was a talented kid. By the skin of my teeth, ended up to go on and have an half-decent career, lad.
Yeah, well, it was more than a half-decent career. Like I say, any footballer out there would bite your hand off to be playing in, like, for Man Cities and Newcastles and playing with the best players in the world. That's an unbelievable career. But even with the schooling system that we touch on, you're right, it's the system is there. It doesn't fulfill your maximum potential. Everybody's got a genius. I think it was Einstein that says everybody's a genius, or everybody's got so much potential. But if you're sitting at a desk and you're looking out the window and thinking about the Premier League, you're the one who's getting called crazy or not good enough or making you feel down. And eventually, if that goes into your psyche, you end up thinking that. And where did you end up getting that belief system from, though, from a young kid from Liverpool to then thinking about playing in the Premier League? Where does that come from?
I think you're a product of your environment. Nature, nurture kind of arguments. You know, do you have a certain constitution as a young person? You know, where and when is your personality formulated? I don't know. I'm not smart enough to answer those questions. But I think you know, having good people around you. So the first port of call, that's your mum and dad, isn't it? They bring you into the world. You know, siblings, family members. For me, I always remember my grandmother Julia, my dad's mum, worked like 4 jobs. She wanted better things, you know, for herself and for the kids. And she worked in silver service, so she used to do the waiting on, and she'd do, you know, all different functions, and she'd come back from all the different functions, and she'd talk about the characters that she'd met, and, you know, people who were courteous and polite and people who weren't, and the different kind of classes that were in this country. You know, she waited on the Queen a few times and always spoke about the fact that the Queen would kind of crumb up for herself and what a lovely lady she was, and how polite she was. And she said, you know, they're no better than us, lad. You know, they've been born into that world, and, you know, they are nice people, but it doesn't make them any better or worse than us. You know, I'm from a family that were kind of abattoir workers in Liverpool. You know, as I say, we're kind of moved to Huyton, which is a little bit outside the city centre, but all my kind of family are all, you know, kind of Saltney Street and the slum clearances of Liverpool. But they were, I think someone's doing a family tree or something, and I'd love to do Who Do You Think You Are? They asked me to do it when I was a player, but didn't want to do it because I thought I'll have Jack the Ripper or something in our family. Don't mind, love. That's the last thing I need to get the media already on my case. The last thing I need. I seen Danny Dyer pull out Henry VIII, and I thought, oh God, they'll pull some right Herbert out of my family line somewhere, some barn pot. But now, like, I'm interested in it. You know, since I've had kids and that, I'm like, it's actually fascinating to understand where you come from, and, you know, is the die kind of cast, or how much can the environment and the nature change, you know, the nature. And as I say, you know, my grandmother gave me that belief that greatness is for you. If you want it, you've got to work hard at it. But if you truly dedicate your life to whatever it is that you're passionate about, you're as capable as anybody else. And as I say, there wasn't a lot of people around me at that time saying that. You know, there was more people around me saying you can't do it, or there was a lot of people with more talent than me that were getting pulled in by the distractions that life can throw at you. You know, you've grown up in that space, so, you know, when you're a young kid and it's pure, football's quite easy. You become really good at it. Then you get 14, 15, and, you know, a few hairs start to sprout in different places, and it changes your focus. For me, it never. My focus always remained football, and, you know, Fanny drifted into the background. Now, some of my mates who were boss of football, you know, they got that sense, and it changed. You know, for many young men, I was skinny and small, so I didn't, like, I was in school at 14 and 15, and, like, all your mates have got hairy chests and all that, and I wasn't. I was like, God, what's happening to me? Yeah. So I didn't really have an interest in anything other than football. They all started to have a bevy for the first time, started having a joint for the first time, started taking trips for the first time, started hanging around with the wrong crowd, started trying to get into nightclubs and all that. And I was lucky in terms of, I was unlucky my mum and dad divorced, but when they divorced, I went to live with my dad because there was 3 kids. My mum kept me 2 younger brothers, and I went with my dad to my nan's, and my nan was a bit of a disciplinarian. My mum was a bit like liberal and whatever goes, and my nan weren't. So if I said I was out at 14 or 15, James, she was like, where are you? Where are you staying? Whose house are you in? Right, I need to speak to their mum. So I just had nowhere to go. I couldn't say I'm going to a party like some of my mates could. My nan would knock on the door, pull me out of parties. So, the temptation, it wasn't like I was a saint and I had no temptation. It was I had a really strong maternal presence in my life who was like, you're not getting off the beaten track. She'd take me to football and she just had this belief in me. And I thought, if she believes in me, I can do it.
Do you think that was your saving grace?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Because I never had that discipline. My dad was a bouncer, so I used to go to the nightclubs, front of the queue, tell all the birds I played for the first team. I just fucking loved that. I loved that pretending to be somebody when you were.
How old are you there?
15.
See, we're all like that though. Everyone wants to be that. Everyone wants to be that boss footballer who all the birds love, who can nick any bird, who gets in the nightclubs, who people all think are more mature than what they are. And when I think about that, I think you're forgetting to be a kid. Like, they're the best years of your life then. I say to my kids now all the time, these are the best years of your life. You don't pay a bill. You just got to get up and go to school and learn. You get your dinner fed for you. Your mum washes your clothes, makes your bed. Like, you smashed it. I'm saying, 5 years time, you're getting a job. He's like, well, I'm like, you're getting a job in 5 years. You start work. He's going, I went out to work for myself. You have to go and work on the roofs with me, half of my Uncle Peter when I was 16. I was doing a YTS as well. And in the summer, I'd have to go and get on and this was before they had bumpers. And they were all roofers, so you're having to sling the tiles on. After about a week, I thought, fuck this for the game of soldiers. Get me a footy. I'm having a game of footy. Fucking doing this in the winter. And I was doing it in the summer to supplement my YTS wages. And honestly, after 3 weeks, my hands are like silk purses. My hands were cabbaged.
This episode is sponsored by Fire Away Pizza, the fastest growing pizza company in the UK with over 150 stores. With their fresh quality ingredients and unique pizzas, they will have you coming back for more. Use code JAMES20 for 20% off. That's JAMES20 for 20% off.
I thought, fuck this, I'm not doing that in the freezing cold. And that for me, I thought, right, I'm getting in the gym, I'm doing my extras. If I need to not go out on a Friday night, if I need to stay out of nightclubs. And when I seen all the good players who I'd play against, and he was out shagging, he was out larging it, I'd just be sitting there going, I'm getting ahead. And I just seen it as incremental steps of getting ahead, because I thought, I'm not the most talented kid. I knew I was talented, but I knew I wasn't the most talented. And I thought, I've got to do everything right here. And I'd had an uncle, Tony Kelly, who'd played all the way up to Division 1 for like Stoke and Bolton Wanderers with like John McGinley when he went on a couple of good cup runs, but he'd never played in the Premier League. And he was an incredible footballer, but loved the ale. The mad bastard stopped fucking playing and went sober. I went, you've done it the fucking wrong way, you crackpot. You should have. You'd be a multi-millionaire now. You've done it the other way. But and some lads are like that. I see lads now I played with who weren't the greatest pros, who are now into all mad weightlifting and all in like ridiculous body. And I'm like, if you'd have done that when you played, you'd have earned about another 50 million quid there. But life doesn't unfold for you the way the way it's meant to go. Everybody's life is unique to them. As I said to you, for me, I always remember listening to Morrissey. Was a big influence on me as a kid. And I always remember the song, and in the song, it's Irish blood, English heart, which obviously the northwest of England is very much. I think I'm a quarter Irish, a quarter Jewish, definitely a quarter English, and some of my granddad's side, I think there's a bit of Spaniard in there, so I'm like, I'm a proper mongrel. Like, I don't no wonder you're a bit tapped in terms of that's a combination of all different people and all different belief systems. But the one thing all of those communities share is an honesty and a fairness. And I think if you have your life a different way, you might have grown up in a better house on a more affluent part of Britain, but would you have had the same principles? And, you know, when I look at it, some of the greatest people I've ever met with the, you know, who you'd stand on are off them council estates, and you know, people I've met in prison who you go, what a human being that is. Some of the biggest pricks I've ever met in my life are people who are meant to be, you know, people who are smashing life's head in with a few quid, who've got a couple of plums in the mouth and a few titles behind them, and they're the biggest ball bags you're ever likely to come across. So I just travel through life that open-minded. I think there's good and bad people everywhere. I don't see, you know, people's religion or football team or race, or I just think it's a nonsense. Like, surely with what we know about the world, you know, what we've watched in the history of, you know, what's been recorded for us, you know, the documentaries about what happens if we don't get on, you know, whether that's the troubles in Northern Ireland in my lifetime. You know, I can remember Northern Ireland, the Falklands, Bosnia, Iraq, First War, Second, Twin Towers, you know, then we're back into Afghanistan, Syria. Now, I'm like, when, you know, and I grew up reading George Orwell, I'm like, when does this ever stop?
In 1984.
You know, you're from Glasgow, you understand that, you know, that religious nonsense. Because that's what it is. You know, seeing kids being killed, and, you know, I'm going, I've won the birth lottery, being born in Ayton, which is, I think, Labour heartland, but it's got the second highest unemployment rate in the country, no sixth form provision. So once you're 16, you've got to leave the borough to get further education or a different chance in life. And these have historically voted for Labour. You know, Harold Wilson was Prime Minister of the country, and he was his local constituency was Huyton, was Knowsley, and they've been, you know, left behind. And then we get into Brexit and we leave the EU. Well, Liverpool, the city centre of Liverpool's been massively regenerated. I don't know about Glasgow, but certainly Liverpool and Marseille, where I spend time, been regenerated from the EU money, and now we're out the EU. What? You know, I'm lucky. I'm a multi-millionaire. Played footy. Life's great for me. But what chances have the other kids got? Sorry, mate. And society grows great when men plant trees of which the fruit they'll never ever get a sample. Everyone's just taking. Like this crew who are in government now, no one's voted for them. His own party didn't even vote for him. They've robbed the working man of this country, you know, of the British Isles, blind. And there's no comeuppance for it. You do that in the business you work in, or you do that in your local area, you're going to jail. You know, you know, and these are people who are pontificating about how we should live our lives, and, you know, they've been telling people, you know, what vaccinations they need to stick in the body. And, you know, it's tough for kids growing up. And I think, you know, I see the work you're doing, trying to highlight different opinions, different voices, and think it's admirable. It's admirable now to take a stance and tell the truth, you know, because if we all don't, and we all just sit in silence, like what are we going to leave for the James Englishes who are out there now growing up, or the young Joey Bartons who are out there on council estates who are looking for role models? And as I say, I think what you do is great, mate, and
yeah, I appreciate that, brother.
Raising awareness to kids and you know, all the different options and things that are out in there in life. Because, you know, for us, I think once you think everybody thinks the same way as you, you know, you start to become a little bit closed in your mind. And I think the more open-minded you remain, I think the better. And I'm lucky I came from a city of like the Beatles were big, growing up listening to the Beatles, and obviously what they got up to in terms of, you know, and then my grandmother saying to me, I could be something, and having a talent and nurturing that talent and having a bit of luck. And I think we should be out there saying to loads of kids, hey, you can be well better than me. You should be. All kids out there are capable of brilliance. Like they just are. The problem that you get is teachers and people going, you can't do this, you can't do that, you're not good enough. Who the fuck are you to tell someone you're not good enough? I remember a careers advisor in my secondary school said to me, I went in, she's like, what do you want to be? And I'm like 13 or 14. I'm like, you know, you can have a crisis of confidence at that age. I said, I'm going to be a footballer. And bear in mind, I'd been in Everton's Academy from 8, and I'm 13, I'm still in Everton's Academy. I got down to the last side for Lilleshall for the national school. And I I've said to her, I'm going to be a footballer, and she laughed in my face. And she was like, people from round here don't do that. And I just remember thinking, you cheeky cunt, like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? You're working in a fucking secondary school in the middle of fucking Highton, and you're pissing on people's dreams. And luckily, I had that mindset. But I think of how many kids who'd gone, oh, maybe I'm not good enough, like you said you did.
I thought that, yeah. But that's what people need to understand. People's opinion of you doesn't have to be a reality. Because other people are living shitty lives and they only see one dimensional, it doesn't mean you have to. And it's so important for your nan to say you are good enough, you can be anything. If people could just understand that, people can be anything.
James,
any age, any
Steve
religion,
Jobs
whatever you do.
famously said, those that are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who fucking do it. If you just think you're going to work in the 9-to-5 job, then you're probably going to be right on that. Steve Black, one of my great mentors, if you think you can or you think you can't, you'll invariably be right. So I knew I could be a footballer. Like, it's just a mindset. You know, some lads, again, you know, they need an influence around them, a coach to take them under the wing and go, you're not doing that. A parent to go, no, you're not getting off the straight and narrow. Look at Jude Bellingham. I think that this kid's going to be up there in the pantheon of footballers. You know, I would imagine he's going to be in the kind of soonest category. You know, look what he's doing at Real Madrid at his age. I mean, I've never seen a kid, you know, and he is a kid. He's 18, he's 19. I've never seen a kid, even Stevie Gerrard, who was in Liverpool's first team playing right back at 19, who was a phenomenon. Michael Owen, maybe. Ryan Giggs, maybe. But this Bellingham, to go to Dortmund, and Germany's a big physical league, and, you know, excel. Now he's gone to Real Madrid, and you can't imagine and excel. But it's no coincidence. Isn't his dad an FBI, a MI5 or a police hostage negotiator? You know, so, and his brother looks like he's a hell of a talent as well, the kid who signed for Sunderland. So these lads have had an incredible talent and then had really strong parental guidance that's developed that talent. Not lots of kids get that. And I look at certainly my sport, football, it's historically a working man's game in terms of a lot of the talent comes out of the working class of the country. And, you know, when you look at the hotbeds, you know, whether it's Newcastle, South London, the Northwest, or kind of Glasgow for players, you know, they all come with the right bit of fire and the right edge to them. And we've got to be careful that we don't try and sanitize it. You know, nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. Some of the best people I've ever met have made more mistakes than anybody. Some of the greatest, you know, psychologists, drug, alcohol counsellors are reformed maniacs and druggies and alcoholics, because there's a lot to be said for life experience. And the world we live in now, I think, with social media is trying to make, you can only do and say stuff if you're squeaky clean. Well, there's not many people like that about. Yeah, and that's why I like what you're doing. And as I say, I think Joe Rogan's been a huge influence on popular culture. But again, you're the British version of Joe Rogan, lad, aren't you? So it's enormous responsibility.
Yeah, but he's left the blueprint, and it's only to see what can be done with giving people a voice without try to fucking talk down at them, without trying to put words in people's mouth. Because I tell people, question what I say, question what you say, just question what you've been taught, what you've learnt over the years, question, can you do better? Of course you can. Everybody can be better, to keep raising the bar and be a better individual. No matter if you're stuck in a rut, addicted, or abusive relationship, whatever the fuck it is, you can make the changes to better the life than the circumstances that you're in. And if you keep telling people that enough, then they'll go, the light bulb moment will happen and people go, well, wait a minute, you can, no matter if you're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. I speak to people in their 70s and 80s who are learning new languages, playing new instruments, just constantly trying to progress, running marathons. Your life's not over. If you've got air in your lungs, you've got something to give. Yeah. What was it like for you at Everton? Did you think boyhood team, that was that your whole life? Is that you just feel?
For me, yeah. I obviously grew up in a household of Evertonians. Like my granddad Peter, huge Evertonian. Everyone. My dad, massive Evertonian, but obviously played, so didn't really go to the game. My granddad would have gone the game, and was brought up on the kind of golden vision. Obviously, you know, Harvey, Kendall, and Ball. You know, the School of Science, and you know, Everton were a big side in my granddad's era. And then, you know, they'd obviously had a bit of a spell in the 80s under Howard Kendall, but I'm born 82. Everton's kind of last great side kind of disperses in around Heysel, kind of 85, 86. So grew up with DVDs, weren't DVDs, they were fucking VHSs. I'm actually that old, lad. VHSs of, like, you know, the glory teams of Everton, you know, your Sheedys, your Linekers, you know, Andy Gray, all that kind of era, but never actually seen it. By the time I can remember Everton, kind of 87, 88, 89, it's not a fantastic version of Everton. And then, you know, you bang into it then. I remember the Italian 90 World Cup vividly, getting a sticker book. You know, obviously Toto Scalacci, Roger Miller. Baggio was more 94 for me. It was Scalacci for me, 90. Roger Miller, I remember the Argies got beat by Cameroon. And
Maradona, was he in that World Cup?
Maradona, yeah.
Was he in that World Cup?
Yeah, Maradona. He famously
Last
scored
World
the goal
Cup.
against Napoli, didn't he? Against Italy in Naples in the semi-final. And
they turned against them, didn't they?
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, it changed his life, that goal. But if you remember, they played Italy in the semi-final. England obviously lost on pens to West Germany. Chris Waddle and Stuart Pearce, Gaza.
Mad bastard.
I know, and then I didn't even watch the final. But that was like, I remember. So I can remember the struggles in terms of England not being that good, and it was only watching the Bobby Robson film about his life that you realised how much heat Bobby was getting before the tournament. Obviously, Gaza became a huge figure in English football after that tournament. But I always remember Toto Scalacci was like, he scored. He just came from nowhere. He was like a periphery figure in the Italian squad and just scored loads of goals. I think he won the Golden Boot in it. But it was Germany won the World Cup, didn't they? Lothar Matthäus beat the Argies in the final, and obviously there was a lot of anti-Argie feeling. I can't remember 86 Mexico, but obviously that was under God. So for me, you know, I don't remember 86 World Cup. I can't remember any of it. You know, I'm 4 at the time, Jay. So
I used to remember the wee Italian guy running across when there was a goal. He
was like a mad thing.
Yeah. Like a matchstick man and do somersaults and shit.
So I had the stickers and all that. I used to
love
the
collecting
book
as well. Yeah.
And my half-fellas mate,
got them.
Well, my half-fellas mate, Chrissy Dryhurst, used to do the paper deliveries. In the morning, his tranny van, he'd drop all the papers off to the news agents. That was his job. And he used to get the stickers. I used to always say, fucking rob us a box of stickers. And every 6 months or whatever, a box of stickers would fall off his wagon, and you'd go into school, and it was like you'd won the fucking lottery, because it was like
the badges were
the
silver ones
and that, lad. Honestly, you could. And the thing was to complete your.
That's what I used to carry.
As soon as you got your pocket money off your ma, we had the shop at the top of our road, Max, and it was
10
like
pence, 20 pence,
5 packs of stickers, bang, bang straight away, and you're like, go. But then that's how you build your football kind of knowledge, because you go. I had fucking Ken Moncow 38 times. He had every packet. I had Ken Moncow,
shape players you
or
had,
Steve Potts, or Ian Dowie, but obviously the shinies and all that, and then swapping them in school. And that's your first real learning how to deal in currency. When my brothers were growing up, that was all Pokemon, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
We were all stickers. Everything I can remember, James, was football. So I'm at Everton then. In around Italian 90 is about 8. I've realised 6, 7, 8. I'm decent at footy. You know, I always remember saying to Steve Black, who's a great mentor of mine, who's passed away now, God rest his soul, who was quite close with Johnny Wilkinson and loads of other sporting organisations, but renowned for the work he done with Johnny. And I said to him, "How do you become the best in the world, Blackie? Like, how the fuck does Johnny become the best fly half in like world rugby?" And he said, "It's dead easy, Joe, actually, when you think about it." And we just sat over a coffee, and he went through the 7 stages to become the best in the world. And afterwards, you were like, yeah, it actually isn't that hard. You know, all right, there's moments where you might need a load of talent here, no matter how much you train. But actually, you're still going to be really good there, because he was like, well, first you've got to be the best footballer in your street, or rugby player in your street. Then you have to be the best in your school. Then you have to be the best in your borough. Then you'd have to be the best in the side that you get selected for. Then you'll either get selected for like a representation or a regional team. Then that'll get you selected for your country. Your country then gets you to a European Championship. And then a European Championship gets you to a World Championship. You win that, you're the best in the world. Kind of like, fucking hell, yeah, he's right. And meeting people like that make you realise how capable everybody is if given the right exposure at the right time. For some people, their talent might be collecting stamps. For some people, it might be podcasting. For some people, it might be teaching. For some people, it might be sport. And I think it's the adults' responsibility to find what the young people are good at and help them on the way, not the other way round. Tell them all the stuff they can't do. You're shit at that, don't do that. Well, that's not good, is it? Tell me what I can do. Tell me what I can be good at. And I think back to the old youth clubs I went to where you played all sports and they were encouraging you to canoe and kayak on these council estates. But you realised I'm not just good at footy. I'm actually good at climbing. I'm good at navigating. I'm good at leading. I'm good at being in a canoe and getting a canoe organised. And, you know, we had the kind of, you know, that exposure, and I can build a tent and then, you know, you realise that there's more to life than just the council estates. And as I say, then these Tory governments and etc. come in and they shut down all these community stuff and just take people away from it. And then, you know, what options do the kids get? And it must be a really tough time now to be a young person, not just social media and the challenges of that and the challenges of having to be perfect. And I always say, I can't imagine if I was 15, 16, 17 and you had Instagram and Facebook. You know, I didn't get spots till I left school. And I used to laugh at everybody because I didn't hit puberty till quite late, and everyone was getting all beards and spots and all that, and I'm buzzing off them. And then they got me about 17, 18. I became like one of the world's most clumsiest beekeepers after 18. I just had this mad outbreak, and I can't imagine if that's getting recorded in a, you know, you've got to then put a filter on if you want to get a bird. It must be an incredibly pressurised situation for these young people. Yeah, you can pull birds now from Argentina, or you can meet friends from, you know, Australia in a heartbeat. But also, you know, you're in a global market and you're constantly under this pressure. Where when we were kids, we were just left to your own devices. Like you kind of had enough space to grow up and make mistakes. And I wouldn't want to live in a world now where my thoughts are being recorded from being a young person. I mean, I cringe sometimes at some of the stuff I said in the early outset of Twitter. I was like 23, 24. So I can't imagine what fucking barmy shit I'd have been saying at 15, 16. Like, you know what I mean?
What was it like getting released from Everton?
Tough, because I'd gone from, as I say, when you get to like 13 or 14, you start to get like schoolboy forms. Don't know whether you'd have that in Scotland. It's the same north of the border. So you get schoolboy forms like 12. So you're signing 1 year deals from like 8.
Yeah.
1 year, centre of excellence, 1 year extension, and you're evaluated all the time. And then about 13, they give you your first 2 years. It's called the schoolboy form in England. So they have to make a 2 year commitment to you. So I'd kind of signed schoolboy forms. So that takes you from 12 or 13 to 14, 15. Then 15, 16, they work out whether you're going to get a YTS when you leave or a pro. If you're good, you get a YT, 2 year YT. And a 2 year pro or something. That's like a Michael Owen will sign a 1 year YT. But you'd have to sign YT until you're 17. You can't sign pro, I think, until you're 18 in England. So they obviously just give you the YTS up until you're eligible. And then once you hit 18, you're right into the pro deals. That's if you're mega talented. So I get to Everton, 14. They sign this contract, I think, till like 14, and then I go to the national schools trials. So they have a Northwest trial in, I think we played at Edgeley Park, Stockport County, and I played up front in that game and scored 2 for the Northwest of England. And then I got to the North of England trials, played up front in that game. I think that was at Crewe, scored again. Then you get to the national trial, which was now at Lilleshall in Shropshire. So I think it was like 60 of us, our age group, from like Arsenal, Chelsea, like Defoe and Leon Knight. I can remember they all came in these blazers and shirt and ties and all that big purple blazer. I always remember we were in England under 21s. I always remember saying to Jermaine, I can always remember he turned up with a black shirt, black tie and this big lime green blazer. And obviously the North and South's a real big split in our country in terms of flash Southerners and obviously a little bit more humble origin kind of Northerners. And we were all in our Everton trackies or Liverpool trackies or whoever you Blackburn trackie or whoever the Northern lads was. And then all these flash Cockney cunts are coming in and these fucking big lady blazers. And you're like, right, this is on. And you're competing. You're going to go from 60 of yous down to 18 outfield and 3 goalies. So it's going to be, and it's on. And they're mixing your teams and it's like games. And the scouts are all there with the notepads evaluating. So you can imagine at the time.
Pressure.
Yeah, but I didn't even feel it. You just like, you know, for me, I was just looking for verification. Hey, am I one of the best 18 players my age group in the country? I don't know. But at that point, I'm the last one from Everton. So there was me, 2 Scousers in there, Neil Dans, who's Tony Bellew's mate, Danzy, who was at Liverpool at the time, and myself at Everton. I never got from the 60 to the 18. I got from the 60 to the 30, and then I got cut 30 to 18. So I've missed out on it. So I go back to Everton then thinking, well, I'm the best. I got the furthest out of Everton. Danzy got in the school and was at Liverpool, and he ended up leaving Liverpool and signing a 2-year YT and a 3-year pro with Blackburn, who'd given him a right few shilling to turn pro because he got to the national school. And then I think it only ran for 1 year after us, or we might have been the last year of it, and then they shut down. It was almost like France's version of Clairefontaine. I don't know whether you got it north of the border. You have like a it's like a centre of excellence for the international team. And go back to Everton, and in the midst of that, Ray Orr was running the academy, and when I was a young kid at Everton, we had an academy director who left to go with the FA. Someone else had been in his spot. In the midst of coming back from Lilleshall, the academy director had changed back to the fella who'd been with the FA for 4 or 5 years, and he'd come back. And there was a different philosophy in place. And within six months, I'd gone from the last Everton lad to get to the national trial to getting told, you're too small, you're not good enough, and we're going to release you. And I always remember the phone rang in my nan's. I was living in my nan's at the time. And at that time, there was a phone upstairs. It was the landline. No one had talking mobiles then. So there was a phone in the kitchen and a phone upstairs. But obviously, if someone picked it up in the kitchen and someone picked it up upstairs, you could listen in. You have to say, fucking put the phone down, whoever's on there. But you're there, the nosy bastard, sometimes listening to your phone calls. So the perks of living in the council house, lad. And the phone goes, and you just get that feeling in your stomach. It was like, right, we're going to have an evaluation, and we don't want any of the kids to go. It's just the parents. And you go, fucking something shady's going on here. And but never ever thinking what was coming. And anyway, me nan's gone with me dad to Everton to meet the coaches, and I've been released. But there's been, I think, 14 of us got released out of 18. I think they kept 4 lads on. So there's been a wholesale changing of the guard. So obviously my nan's phoned me. As soon as she's come out, she's gone to a payphone and thought, I need to tell this kid like right now. So she's phoned. As soon as the phone rang, my granddad's picked the phone up. And I've picked the phone up upstairs, and I've heard my nan say, is Joe there? And I've heard him stay on the line. And I've spoke to my nan, and she said, listen, lad, they've released you. And I just remember like going, that was like crushing. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm like an Evertonian. Like I had to play for Everton for nothing. I was on the terraces, junior Evertonian on the Gladys Street, trying to bunk in, trying any way I could get in games. Bunking on the trains to get to like Sunderland away with my mates from school, just to watch Everton. And then I thought, I'm going to play for Everton. Like I'm definitely, and then all of a sudden I'm not good enough. And then I just remember thinking, they're fucking wrong. Like the minute the phone went down, I just remember this, the weight of like, I'm not worthy. I'm not good enough. Like Everton have told me that. I just remember thinking, I don't know what came over me, but they're wrong. These are fucking wrong. And it was me lack of respect for the people who'd made the decision. I thought, these are fucking shit. He's shit at footy. When he does his demos, he can't kick the fucking ball. He's a fucking PE teacher. He doesn't know football. If I asked him to do keep-ups, or if I had to play him now, I'd fucking empty him, and he's a man. So why you listen to this cunt? He's nowhere near as good as you. He doesn't know his arse from his elbow, and he's fucking made a mistake. And you can either sulk here and prove that he was right to get rid of you, or you can prove this cunt wrong. And I just remember, I didn't say anything to anyone. Went downstairs, and my granddad's not he's not a man of emotion. Do you know what I mean? If he's
old school.
No emotion at all. Like, yeah, old school. And he kind of formulated differently. My granddad, he'd been smart enough to get into a grammar school at a young age, but he come from like 7 brothers, and as I said, they all worked in the abattoir. And a bell would get rung in the morning, and all the lads would have to get up and go out to work and come in and give my granddad's dad the wages. And then the house was looked after, very, very old school working class family. 2 of the youngest brothers, my granddad Peter and I think his brother Terry, were clever enough in the schools they were in. They got selected to go to grammar school by the whatever tests it was. So they went away from their siblings to this grammar school in Prescott. But obviously they were from a really poor family. So the teachers would go, right, lads, we've got cricket tomorrow and you need your cricket whites. Well, obviously my granddad and my Uncle Terry, the mum and dad haven't got a pot to piss in. There was no cricket whites. So they'd have to make an excuse to not, without getting ridiculed by the other kids. And my granddad was a clever man and grew up hating anybody lifting their head above the pulpit. He was like, keep your head down. Like, he didn't like, even when I became famous, he didn't like everything that came with it. He was very much, I'll tell a story, James. My nan's the opposite. She's like, fuck everybody, you're as good as anybody. Very proud woman, big matriarch, very like, if you work for it and you're proper and you're principled, don't take no notice of anybody. Like, she's someone you want on your side, me nan. Like, and if she sees an injustice, she takes it on. She won't, and she doesn't even have to say something. She just looks at you sometimes, or she's just got that presence, as all great matriarchs have. And my granddad was, so my nan tells a story that she wanted to learn to drive, and this is just give you some picture to my grandfather. She wants to learn to drive, and my granddad's like, why the fuck do you want to fucking learn to drive? Like, what? Just fucking be happy getting a bus. He'd walked everywhere. So she's like, shut up. She just didn't listen to him. So she starts getting lessons and all that, and he's going, fuck's sake, fucking. She's going out now doing the driving lessons, and they live in a close, Molyneux Close. And he's like, all the fucking neighbours will be looking out the window and all that. So he's giving her a tie for these driving lessons. She ends up passing a test and all that. My nan gets a little card and all that. And so she can take the kids around and all that because she's a cracker. And I won't be going in that car. Everyone will be looking at me thinking, we're selling drugs, he was saying to me, nan, because she's got this white Maestro. She bought this white Maestro, and he's saying to her, everyone will be thinking I'm selling drugs. She's just a fucking crackpot. And I won't be going in the car and all that anyway. 2 weeks after my nan passing the test, there he is, fucking couldn't get him out. For about 20 years, you couldn't get him out the bus. You see, man, he got ferried everywhere. But that was his mindset, and she was the same when he got the telly, because she got the telly, but these were the days when you couldn't afford the telly, and you had to sling a pound coin in the back of it to, remember the boxes? Yeah. To keep it going. Mm-hmm. So you'd only watch a telly for like an hour and 20 or something if you slung a knicker in the back. And obviously, Scousers being Scousers, you'd always find a few there was a few ways to get in and out of it, lad. Do you know what I mean? Where there's a will, there's a way.
It was survival mode.
My nan weren't like that though, but do you know what I mean? But like, obviously that was the mindset. And I always remember he kicked off about this telly. He was like, fucking big fucking flash telly, and fucking everyone would think we're fucking drug dealers and all that. So all he used to care about was what the neighbours thought of him. I mean, I'd say, don't care what anyone thinks. Who cares? Like, why shouldn't you want to do well? And as I say, she went out and got extra jobs. She worked for jobs, my nan, to make sure her kids had everything they wanted in their life, and then she did the same for us as a grandmother. And as I say, she just set you on that course. Grandfather was always trying to like play it down and didn't. And I was never like, me and my granddad were never overly close. Me and my nan were always mega close. And I think she's nurtured that kind of headstrong, self-determined personality in me. She's seen something in me and nurtured it. And as I say, I think, I'm very, very fortunate to have had that influence. And I think we all need that in our lives. Yeah. Certainly if you're going to go on to fulfill your potential. And I think the more of that we've got, and that doesn't always have, for me, that doesn't always have to be family members. Like I call it Facebook, but like Instagram oh yeah, I'm having a fucking great day today. Look at these fucking sick pictures of me, yeah. And then them pictures get sent in, and then they're just sitting there thinking, right, I might have to slip my wrist here. And it's just this nonsense world people live in. The good stuff is now loads of people are doing, these podcasts and people are talking like openly and honestly about the life experience. And I think the more people do that, it just brings down barriers. Everyone realises they're as troubled as anybody else. And if you don't pay the rent on it, for me, my mental health is massively intertwined with having a purpose in the morning, keeping myself active, keeping myself fit, trying to learn as much as I can, whether that's reading a book, watching a documentary, tuning into all the different various media sources that are out there, or actually getting out and just meeting people. Like Steve Black always said to me, smile at people when you're walking around and watch the world reflected back at you. So whenever I'm out running or mooching about, I just make eye contact with people and go, all right, mate, you're okay. And you can see. And then you just watch all the other people who are walking around with their heads in the phone or their heads on the ground, taking part in the rat race. And just try it next time you're out and about. Just walk around and just keep your head held high. Be proud of the person you are and just make contact with people. Don't have to say anything sometimes, just a look. And you'll get on the people who are on it. And then there's all these other people. And as I say, you know, when life gets hard, what do? We all isolate. Whether that's with a drink, whether that's with a bet, whether that's with all the other baits that are out there for all of us. And I think if you've got a circle of friends that you can rely on, that you count on one hand, I think you've smashed life's head. And if you've got a few people who'll say to you, hey, stop being a cunt. You're acting like a cunt here. Fucking behave yourself. If you've got 4 or 5 people like that in your life, you're a lottery winner for me.
Yeah.
Like.
What did you went to Liverpool after everyone?
No.
Where
This
does that come
Wikipedia
about
shite, innit? Well, because there's just...
You went to Liverpool being an Evertonian?
No, so what happened with me was when I was 13, my nan lived in Molyneux Close. I'm off St John's Estate. My nan lived just off the estate on the kind of interim between Moscroft and the Johns, called the Hag. It's kind of near Highton Village. And there's our school, Thomas Beckett's the Roman Catholic school, and there was another big senior school there, Seal Road, Knowsley Hay. And at Knowsley Hay, the secretary of the school was the wife of, remember Steve Highway, who played for Liverpool, who ended up being Liverpool's academy director, obviously brought through Fowler, McManaman, and I think Michael Owen and all that, Carragher, Stephen Gerrard crop. And their school used to play on a Saturday morning and we'd play midweek. We didn't play in a Saturday league, so I played Saturday afternoon for the team, Sunday morning for the team, Sunday afternoon for the team, and I just wanted a game of footy. Our school played during the week, either Tuesday or Thursday. That was just the Roman Catholic schools. They had a good footy team, and it was lads from our road who were really good, who were like playing for like Crewe, Liverpool. There was none at Everton with us. But in our school team, there was only me who was at a team. There was loads of other lads who played good amateur footy, but they weren't signed up by clubs. And our teacher wasn't really that bothered in the seniors, Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Lally, about football. So the other school, their teacher was bothered about footy, and they used to play like Blue Coat and all the boss, like Cardleen and all the really good footy schools, because they were in the Protestant league and they were all like more difficult leagues. So my best mate was their best player at the other school. So I'd say to him, listen, fucking ask your teacher, can I play for you on a Saturday? Because they were getting beat by these big schools. So their teacher's gone, you can play for us on a Saturday. So I used to play for our school during the week. I'd play for the opposite school, the Protestant school, Saturday morning. Then I'd play for my own Saturday team, Genoa, and Saturday afternoon. Then I'd finish that afternoon game. I'd try and get to Goodison if it was a home game. If not, I'd try and get to my half-fellas game if he was playing for Knowsley United. Sunday morning, I'd play a game for St Anne's Rovers, and then I had another team, a team of our estate that was set up by a few of the fellas from the community centre. They call themselves Milan, who were played for on a Sunday afternoon. And as I say, like when you think like lads I've met in my life, you know, Matthew Syed, who's a good writer, wrote a book called Bounce, which I think is good for people to read, certainly young formulating minds. And Matthew had taken a lot of the principle from kind of Malcolm Gladwell's books, you know, bastardised a little bit here, James, but the theory of kind of 10,000 hours of purposeful practice makes you elite or world class at your pursuit. And it was a study done on chess players by a couple of scientists who ended up having kids. And at the time, you know, the only thing they could come up with to test the intellect or the intelligence was chess, because it didn't require your physical attributes. And then he had daughters. So the experiment at that point in time, you know, women were considered not to have the same learning capacity as men, and that, you know, they could never be, at that point there'd been no chess grandmasters. And he ends up teaching his daughters, and I think they become like the third highest chess score ever. One of them's gotten multiple world level chess champions, and again it was an intellectual exercise by scientists to prove that people are capable of anything. And that 10,000 hours, when I think back to it, you know, the council estate streets and the youth club and all the football that was going on, we were just amassing hours and hours and hours and hours of practice, almost like golfers going on the range and chipping and chipping and chipping. We were just street footballers just playing on the street. I mean, you know, the prime example of, I think, Liverpool's street football culture is 16-year-old Wayne Rooney slamming it in off the crossbar against Arsenal at Goodison. You know, Wayne is from Croxteth, probably the best player, natural talent Liverpool have produced. But again, you know, you look at Glasgow, similar circumstances. As I say, South London's got similar, and the Geordies, the North East is a bit of a hotbed as well. So you look at it and you go, all right, you haven't been born with all these privileges in life, but how lucky you was if you want to be a young footballer to be 8 in 1990 when Italia 90 is the first World Cup. Then it's 92, the Premier League, and then it's Sky Sports and the big money starts coming, and then all the best foreigners come over and he teaches about diet and training and discipline. And then to grow up and play in the Premier League as an 18, 19, 20-year-old, and you're playing against, you know, my debuts against JJ Okocha, Fernando Hierro, Ivan Campo. Next week, then you know, you're playing at Spurs and it's Gus Poyet and Jamie Redknapp, and then you got to play against Roy Keane, Gerrard, Vieira, Makelele, Lampard. I mean, I could be here all day, and I go, what a lucky bastard. Do you know what I mean? In terms of just born at a great time. Yeah. And actually, you know, you weren't, but you didn't have everything give it to you in terms of the cards, and it was tough, and you had to earn your stripes and get out of it. But also, I believe you can make whatever you want to yourself. Like people always say, and especially with my rap sheet, they go, "Oh, he's done the same again. Leopard can't change his spots." I'm like, I'm not a fucking leopard. You know, do you know what I mean? Peter Kay, who's probably the biggest influence on my life, who was Sport and Chance Clinic, who was a clinical psychologist really, but became a great friend of mine. He taught me about the brain and the way it works. And, you know, when I think back to it, you know, he told me a story one time. I think he was about 33, 34, and his thing was drinking drugs, and he drank himself to the point where I think his pancreas had packed up on him. So he was on a life support machine at 33, 34. I think he had 3 kids at the time. And he says it was about the 5th or 6th time I'd been woken up in hospital. He said, but this time, like everyone's faces around me when I came round wasn't the norm. And they said, you've been in a coma here for like 2 weeks. You've been given your last rites like 4 times. Like, if you drink again, you're going to die. And he said, my first thought, he said, Joe, honestly, my first thought was, as soon as these leave the room, I'm going the off licence and I'm getting back on the scotch, like. And he said, everyone left the room, and he said, this big Nigerian nurse came in. He said she must have been about 20 stone. He said, I'd never seen her before. He said, I'd never seen this woman before. And he said, in my mind, I'm thinking, as soon as these fuck off, and I can get out, and I've got the tubes in my nose, catheter. He said, you know, what I'm thinking, I'm taking for a drink here. And they've told him, you're going to die if you drink. He said, but such is the power of the illness. It's telling him. He said, and this Nigerian nurse pulls him and she says, Peter, she says, I've worked at this hospital X amount of years, and I've seen a lot of people come in all different states. And she said, I've never seen anybody as far gone as what you was. And she said, and I don't know how you've managed to pull through, and I don't know how you're still here. She said, but somebody somewhere wants you to be alive. There's a calling for you. And it's important that you get in touch with that. And he said, that was the first time I thought, I'm not going to drink just today. He said, after she spoke that, he said, and then she left the room. He said, and then I just thought, right, I'm going to have 1 day sober. I'm just going to try for 1 day sober. I think he had 33 years sober, Peter, and became a drug and alcohol counsellor. I don't know, he definitely changed my life, like, irreconcilably. Like, I wasn't capable of like empathy at the level I now am, because you know, it just formulated my personality, survive the rough and ready council estates of Liverpool. You know, for me to think about somebody's feelings, you know, was not how I was brought up. And as I say, very, very fortunate through the chaos in my life and being a young footballer with notoriety that I met this incredible man who changed my life for the better, because he'd lived such a colourful life himself.
What was it like signing for Man City?
It was quite straightforward. As I said to you, that story there where I get released by Everton. So the guy who'd left Everton had gone to Manchester City. Barry Poyton, who was the scout, when I told you the regime had
Do you have a
changed.
good relationship with him?
Well, he'd found out within 25 minutes. He was really good scout, really good, and massively responsible with a few others. Jim Cassell, Alex Gibson, and Frankie Bunn for the success of Manchester City's academy. I think we had, from myself, Sean Wright-Phillips, Daniel Sturridge, Stevie Ireland, Glenn Whelan, etc. I think we had 26 full internationals, whether England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, who came out of that academy in about a 5 or 6 year cycle that we were there. So no doubt before the oil and the Abu Dhabi money came into City, it was the academy and the City's belief in that academy that kept the club in its existence. And as I say, give me a fantastic opportunity, but also many other talented footy players. And Barry phoned me. The phone went down, and I told you I had that resolve of the fuck are these, like. And I don't know, 25 minutes later, maybe, phone call, Barry Poynton. I've heard they've released you. What the fuck are they doing? Come up to the train at Manchester City tomorrow. Now, Everton were in the Premier League at the time. Man City at the time were in the Championship. And in my time at Man City, they went in, before I signed Whitey, they went to League One. And I remember I was starting my Whitey in the summer of the Gillingham, Nicky Weaver, Paul Dickhoff playoff final, for City. And so I was going back as a first time, left school, YTS footballer, the first season back in the Championship after that mad final. And then I was there then, they got in the champ, and I think they went again. Joe Royle, the next year they got promoted at Blackburn at the last game of the season. Then they went down and they sacked Joe Royle, and Kevin Keegan took over. He came back up, and then they established themselves as a Premier League club, and I got my debut off Kevin Keegan in the Prem. So I was lucky that, Barry Poyton believed in me at the time, and the coaches he had, seeing
your
talent.
debut though, were you not getting put on and then somebody stole your strip? Is that real? Is that true?
Yeah, so but I made my debut at 20, and at 19 I was in the first team squad, so 6 months before I made my debut, or might have been 5 or 6 months. I'll have to check the dates. I've headed too many balls out at the near post. I remember them vividly. But I got put in the squad. We were playing Middlesbrough away, and now I was the youngest. So Sean Wright-Phillips was the year older than me. He was a year above me all the time at Man City, and it seemed right to get in the first team and do really, really well. And at a similar time, Stephen Gerrard was in Liverpool's first team, who would knew. I'm from St John's Estate. Stevie's from the Bluebell. And as I say, Tom Culshaw, who's Stevie's good mate, had got into Lilleshall. He's my cousin, and they lived in the same road. And I'd seen Stevie get in Liverpool's first team. I thought, fuck me, if he can get in Liverpool's first team, I can get in Man City's, because without being disrespectful to City at the time, Liverpool, Real Madrid, Man United, it's harder to get in them first teams than maybe it is to get in some of the first teams. So I remember thinking, fucking hell, he's just a kid he's a spotty kid off the Johns, like me, off the Bluebell, off the Johns. I knew all his family. I'd known Stevie growing up, never played against him because he's 3 years older than me. But I remember thinking, if he can do it, I can do it. And then I seen Sean Wright-Phillips do it, who was a year above. And I thought, and he was smashing it in the first team. And I thought, fucking hell, if he can do it, I can do it. And then get in the first team, 19, Middlesbrough away. And I've not been on the bench or anything. And he puts me on the bench, Kevin Keegan, and then we're 2-0 down. And he turns around and he says, get warmed up, you're going on. I'm like, fucking hell, Premier League. And my dad had always said to me, you'll get one chance. Premier League level, the margin of error is that, you'll get one chance and you've got to take it. So you've got to be prepared at all times. It might be when you least expect it to take it. So I'm like, fucking wired in. This is my chance. Now, unbeknown to me, a first team player that got injured on the Thursday and put in the squad late. I haven't been in the first team squad before, and the kit man's got to print up a number. I'm fucking 42 or something like that, 41. And he prints up one chair for me, Les Chapman, 41. So I'm on the bench in the game, and I've come out, and I'm watching the first. I'm like, what? I've not been on the benches as in the first team. And they all used to carry the pads in their hand and the shirt and the tie-ups and the tape and that. So I thought, this is what you do in the first team. So I've just copied them. Sat on the bench with me thing, warmed up at half time. Second half, he's gone, right, you're going on. So I've gone out to warm up, come back, got my pads on, gone down for my shirt. I'd left them under my seat on the bench, and my shirt's gone. So I'm thinking, this is the lads on the noise up. As you do, you're thinking, fucking hell. So I'm going, come on, lads. And they're going, don't know what you're on about. I'm like, come on. They're like, And Keegan's now going, "Are you ready?" I'm like, "I haven't got my shirt." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "I haven't got my shirt." So he's gone to Chappie, the kit man, "Fucking go and get him another shirt." So Chappie's ran down into the dressing room. He's gone, "Where's your shirt?" I've gone, I've just left it with my pads there because I thought that's what you do. And I've warmed up at half time and walked up. And unbeknown to me, at half time, one of the Middlesbrough fans has leaned over and fucking Billy, where's my shirt? And now it's that happened to a Scouser. So my shirt's been, so now I'm turning around, pleading to the crowd. Les comes back out the changing room and goes to the manager. "Gaffer, listen, I've only had one shirt for him. He got in the squad late notice. I've only printed one shirt up. There's no shirt for him." So he looks at me and goes, "Sit down, you fucking dickhead. You're not going on." So I'm turning around to the crowd going, "Look, whoever's robbed my shirt, I'll give you my shirt and my boots back at the end of the game. Gives me fucking shirt back. I'll give you them, not even asked you to it." And they're all just sitting there going, I had about 6 chances to sign for Middlesbrough and I never signed for them because I had a dwarf. Because I got told he had one chance, right? So don't get on. We end up losing the game. So he puts Ali Banabi or whatever and I'm like, distraught. I'm like, as low as I felt since I got released, I thought that's my chance. So at the time, Robbie Fowler and Mac Manaman kind of took me under the wing, you know, looking after me as a kind of young scouser. And I used to sit with the lads and that, and I've just sat down in front of the coach on my own. I was just fucking sobbing, just going, that's my chance, that like. And no one, like, he didn't even have a go at me, Keegan. Like, he didn't even fucking say anything. And then he just left me out of a squad. He never put me in another squad for 4 months. He never used to speak to me, right? So I look back at it now and I go,
it's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Mad, but I had him again, didn't I, at Newcastle? So I was lucky that we got a second go. We got a second go of it. So doesn't speak to me, and I'm playing in the reserves now. Now I'm double down. I'm playing even better than what I was when I got the first team chance. Like, because I'm at my best when my chips are down.
Were you centre mid?
Centre mid, yeah. Well, I play anywhere.
Because I know you played
game,
in goal up front when you were
yeah,
younger.
but I just play anywhere, lad. You know what I mean? Just love footy. I play anywhere. Just love a game of footy. So back in the resis and I'm captain of the reserves. Then Asa Arford's our coach, and Asa was brilliant. He's just like, just keep your head down, keep doing what you've done. I got you that opportunity. If you keep doing it, can't ignore you. So he keeps doing it. And I had a big champion in Arthur Cox. Remember Arthur, the old Derby County Newcastle manager, who was Kevin Keegan's assistant at England and Newcastle and City. Arthur really liked me, and he was a bit old school half, and he really championed my cause. And then I go out the team, as I say, with the jersey. 4 months doesn't put me in a squad, but in about the last 6 weeks before I go in a squad, they're not playing that well. And I'd come in on Sunday or a Monday, and I'm with the reserves, and Arthur Cox, I'd be passing him in the corridor, and he'd go, "Why aren't you in the first team?" And I'd say, Fuck knows, ask your mate, he fucking picks the team. I'm ready to go. And he'd just walk off. 5 weeks out, "You should be in the first team." And he'd like grab me and like try and I loved Arthur, do you know what I mean? But like he's an arm fella, and he'd just grab you, pin you up against the wall like by your collar. "You should be in the first team," because they'd been beat. I'd say, "Well, tell the manager I'm good to go here, like I'm ready to go." Anyway, This continues for 4 more weeks, to the point where like I'm now going, "For fuck's sake, Arthur, like you need to fucking go in and have a word, like I'm ready to go." And I'd never swear at Arthur. Anyway, he goes, "All right, make sure you're ready." And then I get put in a squad playing Bolton away in like the April. I always remember it was Grand National Day, Bolton away, and I think Mark Vivian Foe or someone had the flu, and I'd never been on the bench for the first team since the shirt had been robbed. So I hadn't been in a squad. I hadn't been on the bench, and now I'm in a squad. So I'm thinking I might be on the bench again here. We've done the team shape, and like, you know what I mean, I'm not in the team, might be on the bench again here. Get to the stadium, and he names the team, Keegan, in the dressing room, old school. And I'm gone. To myself, I'm fucking sure he just said my name in the start 11 there. But like no one said anything to me, do you know what I mean? I've gone. So Robbie Fowler's sitting next to me, so I've gone, nudged him, I've gone, "Did he say my fucking name there?" He's gone, "Fucking hell, you're starting," and starts laughing. So I'm like, oh, fucking hell. Like, the reality just hit you. Do you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, fuck's sake, like, this is a sink or swim here. Like, I'm starting, I'm not even coming on as a bench, you know, to get it. I'm like in at the deep end here. So I remember my arse is gone. And it was what we were talking about earlier, the famous, you know, got it from Blackie again, the custom auto stuff. Blackie was hugely influenced by like Cuss and the old boxing school, and used to say about the difference between a hero and a coward. It's not how they feel. It's like what we spoke about, your personality. You went towards that negative side. I went towards the positive side. It's what you do with that feeling. Everyone's scared. Everyone's shit scared. Everyone thinks they're not good enough. Everyone thinks everyone's better than them, better looking than them, teeth are straighter, speak better, dress better, cooler. Everyone's got that imposter syndrome. Some's imposter syndrome is giant. Some's is very small. Some's confidence and ego's giant, and some's very small. And it's finding what works for you. So I always remember he says, "Cause the hero and the coward in that moment feel exactly the same. They're both shitting themselves, but it's what they do with that energy that turns the hero into the hero and the coward into the coward." So what I find is people avoid those situations where sink or swim, people want to be over prepared for everything now. You're a testament to that. What's your schedule? Fuck knows. I'll just get on with it, and I know I'm a good cunt, and I know I'm good at what I do, and I know it'll work for me. And it's boss to see you smashing its head in because you're just following your path. People who succeed, they're the same. They just follow it. You might start out wanting to be a footballer, but you'd end up being, a lifestyle guru or something. I've seen a story about it was a Paul McVeigh who's getting like £15,000 to speak to big businesses now, and he starts out as a footballer. I'm like, wow, what a success that is. Like you're not just a one trick pony. You're going to have a short career where you could be a footballer till you're 35, and then after that you've got a big life out in front of you. Like you're a young man. If you dream about being a footballer, which I did, even in your wildest dreams, at 40 years of age, if you've lived like a monk and you've done Pilates and yoga and tofu and fucking done all your breathing and never had the wrong carb in your life and never had a pint of lager, you might get to be 40 before you'd have to knock it on the head. But then you've got a huge life out in front of you. And for me, as I say, some days you will act like a coward. But that doesn't mean you are a coward. You can, the leopard doesn't change its spots. You can change your spots. I've seen, as I say, Peter Kay, great mate of mine, who said, I nearly killed myself through drugs and alcohol abuse, become a drugs and alcohol counsellor and changed thousands of people's lives for the better. People who he'll never ever meet. As I say, a society grows great when men plant trees of which the fruit they'll never get a sample. And I think the world we live in now, we've got to do more of that. We've got to leave the world a better place than what we found it. It's not ours. Like we're just passing through.
Yeah, we're just in these vessels.
We're just passing through.
So see when you've then got your debut, see with that fear and the one, either you push against it or you pull back. Was that in your mind just to give it everything?
So this is how I knew it. People talk about, I just knew I can't explain this to you. I knew I was ready. I could play men's football. I knew the bigger the challenge, every time the challenge got bigger for a young kid, so the bigger crowds I played in, cup finals, and I always got better.
What age were you when you made your debut?
I was 20. I made my debut at 20.
That,
I should have made it at 19, but my shirt got Billy Whiz, lad, Middlesbrough. So, but when I went in, I never came back out. So I never got dipped in. I went in and stayed in, but I was a bit older. So you see people get dipped in at 17, 18, 19, and everyone's different. Everyone, Rooney was playing and banging them in, top bins at 16 against an Invincibles team, David Seaman, you know what I mean? But then, when did he retire, Rooney? 31, with Cristiano still going. So, for me, everybody gets dealt a set of cards. I think if you get a 2-7 off suit and you turn that into a pair of jacks by the end of your knock, I think you've done well. If you get a pair of aces and you end up with fucking a pair of sixes at the end, then you fuck the job up somehow. And you've just got to make the best of the way you see the world. You try and treat people how you'd like to be treated. For me, if I see someone working hard and being a good cunt, I'll try and help them out. If I see someone acting like a cunt, I'll ignore them. Or I might sometimes take them to task because I think, someone needs to re-engineer you. Every now and again, someone comes along in all of our lives who goes, what the fuck are you up to? And hold up a mirror to you. And I think we all need that. I was a bit disappointed with his stance recently on Israel, but Jordan Peterson's really good stuff, some really good stuff in recent years, in terms of, becoming the master of your own destiny. You know, how can you do anything if you don't get up and make your bed in the morning? And I think there's the more people are out there talking about good examples, like when you're saying you're clean and sober and what you're up to and how your life's turned around. And as I say, at some point people were saying, James Leopard can't change his spots, and you fucking proved them wrong, because, you know, every drug and alcoholic gets up and goes, right, that's it, I'm done. You know, for Peter, it was a massive intervention in terms of he nearly lost his life, but he got up and said, I'm not drinking again. I'm going to take it one day at a time. I believe you choose to allow stuff in. So offence, I choose to be offended, because if someone calls me a fat cunt and I go, oh, I'm a bit out of shape at the minute, and I accept that offence. If I'm not, I'd go, should be fucking idiot. I just look down at me like, what the fuck's he on about? But now with social media, people can just offend you. You put a thing up saying, you know, where's my podcast with Joey Barton or whatever, and there'll just be a load of people offending you, a load of people supporting you, and just all gamut in between that, because you know, that is the world we now live in, where everyone's got an opinion, and everyone thinks their opinion's valid.
How long were you with City? 5 years?
I was with City for 9 years, James. 9 years, yeah.
Oh, because you went after Everton?
So I left Everton at 14.
But you played professional 5 years in the Premier League?
Well, yeah, I went, so I left Everton at 14, and I didn't just like make it, I nearly didn't make it about 9 or 10 times. From 14 to 18 and a half, I was touch and go all the way. Every 6 weeks, every 6 months, I was being reevaluated. Is he going to be big enough? And at about 17, 18, I was faced with a kind of life, like a crossroads in your life. There's a representational team from our borough, Knowsley, that goes and plays in the Dallas Cup, and it's kind of really good semi-pro footballers. You know, lads who'll play for kind of teams below the Vauxhall. It's not the Vauxhall Conference, like the National League, so the conference in Scotland, that they probably play in your Premier League, because it's about that standard, isn't it? In the bottom part of the bottom part of the table. Now, don't they already hate me? The Scottish son flop Joey Barton has a go at Scotland, they'll say. But no, like, so our pyramid in terms of you know, your term, you know, full-time professional is kind of Division 2, Division 1, Championship, Premier League. Obviously, the National League, you get some pro teams with big budgets and some semi-pro teams, and then the next tiers below that. My dad kind of played that level, but these lads will go and get a scholarship in America and get a degree, and they'll play collegiate football in America. It's just hit the bar. They're not good enough to make it a professional level in the UK, but are still good, and go and get an education and a different, you know, experience of life by going to the States. And it gets them away from Knowsley, as I say, which has got not fantastic career prospects for further education. And then, you know, the Dallas thing for me, I'm not really fancied at City, and I was training with these lads, and then I was easily good enough to go with them when I was younger, and I got selected for their team. And at the point, City are going to release me. They're saying, well, you touch and go. And I remember saying to my dad, listen, I might as well leave City, because City don't really fancy me. They haven't fancied me for the last couple of years. I'll go to Dallas. There might be scouts there from fucking, who knows, Mexico, because like Ajax would be out there, you know, Guadalajara. And I'm going, I'll do really well there, and I'll get an offer of a scholarship, and I might get a team that really fancy me. So I was like really torn between it. And my dad's like, listen, you can fucking always go to Dallas, like they're semi-pro. Stay at City till they kick you out, till they say you're no longer any good, you're not good enough and you need to leave. And he said, and use the gym, because if you leave there, you're going to have to get a gym membership, and you're going to have to train on your own. You can't just fucking sit in the house. They only train twice a week, you're training every day a week here, so you're going to fall behind the elite level players. So stay at City until you've overstayed your welcome. So I remember him going, you know what, he's right there. So I knocked back going to America and stayed at City. And I had to get I wasn't good enough that they would put me up in digs. So I was on a non-contract. They didn't even give me a YT because they were so unsure about me. So I had to get the bus in from Liverpool every morning. So I'd leave our house in Eighton at 6:30. I'd get to Eighton train station I'd run to the train station 7:15, train from there to Red Gill, jump off at Red Gill, run to the National Express bus station, get on the National Express bus to Manchester City Centre from the Rocket, get off there, get another bus to Moss Side, the 9 bus all the way through Manchester, all the way through Moss Side to Main Road, jump off at Main Road, get me kit from the laundry, and then run across Moss Side through the back alleys to Platt Lane, which was in train, 2 sessions, morning and afternoon, 5 or 6 o'clock. Say I'd have to run across to put me dirty kit back in the laundry, back on the bus in the middle of Moss Side, which was tricky at the time. You'd have to have your wits about you. And then back to city centre, back on the National Express. So I'd leave our house at 7:15 and I'd get in 7 or 8 o'clock from 16 to 19. So I couldn't get in any trouble. So, like, but then I wasn't doing football. I wasn't earning. I was just about
getting by.
Having me exes. If I could bunk on the National Express and not get, you got like a 10 trip fucking pink card, like a Zony, like a save away, and they'd clip off every time. And if you could get through without him clipping one off, that meant you got an extra journey. And there was 4 or 5 of us doing the same journey. And you'd have to, if you had a half-inch paper or a chocolate bar on the way back from a newsagent, that was not coming out of your exes at the end of the week. You know what I mean? You were living hand to mouth for like 3 or 4 years. And as I say, using the gym. And I always remember Jim Cassell, who was the academy director. He pulled me in and he said, everyone's telling me I should release you. Like, I've canvassed everybody about keeping you on. And nobody wants to do it. And he said, but I'm looking in your eyes and I can see there's a fire, and I see you practicing in the dome, and I see you going in the gym, and I see you leaving here at 5:30 when lads are getting off at like 2 o'clock. And he said, I'm going to keep you on for 6 more months. And that happened to me about 3 times. And then I just grew and caught everyone up. And then I'd had this training habit because I was doing extras, and then I filled into my size that I was going to be. And then once I got ahead of everybody, I had the black sheep kind of mindset of out training and being okay with, in football, you're busy cunt. Oh, look at that busy cunt doing his extras, and look at that busy cunt going to the gym. I was cool with that because my dad said to me, listen, you're in a team of 20 lads there. If you're a really talented group, one of your lads will get in the first team. So that you might think they're all your mates and all that now, but it's going to be him or you for the first team jersey. And I came off a rough and ready council estate where I knew it was close margins.
See, when you broke into the first team and you established yourself as a first team player, because you got yourself in a bit of hassle. When was the first time you got in trouble? You're not fighting with a team?
First pre-season, I think I had a ding-dong, didn't I, at Doncaster? Did I not start like a 22-man brawl or something like that? So, that summer I made my debut against Bolton. We lost 2-0, but I must have done well because he's kept me in the starting 11. So the second game I played against Tottenham at White Hart Lane and scored. And my dad's just meant to be this big hard case, was at the game and fainted because he'd seen me score. Big emotional fucking soft shite. Fainted in the crowd. So I always say, can you remember my first goal? And he can't because he was fucking unconscious in the stand at White Hart Lane. And then I think my 6th game was at Anfield. First time I'd ever played at Anfield, and we beat them 2-1. And everyone would told me, it's mythical, you can't win at Anfield. First time we go, Nicholas Anelka scores 2, we beat them 2-1. I seen Peter Schmeichel make the best save I've ever seen live in the same game from Milan Baros, double save. And I thought, fucking hell, it's easy. I'd been to Anfield in the reserves and played them one there, and I played against Liverpool's teams all the way through growing up and always had the number. But I'd never played the first team. The first time I ever played there, we dust them 2-1. They don't make the Champions League. I never fucking won there again. I thought, fucking easy, this, I cracked it. I think the best I ever got there again was a draw. And, I didn't come out the first team, so I played in all of them games. Played 90 minutes in them all, got to the end of the season, and I thought, no one's really spoke to you. It's not like now where people are talking to you at all different levels. Signed a new deal, went from like 600 quid a week playing in the first team to the end of that season. I think they put me on like 6 grand. So that's like life-changing money for me. I'm like the highest earner that's ever lived in our family. I can think about like buying a house and like moving out to my nan's spare bedroom and all that. And then, Keegan signed Claudio Reyna that summer. And funnily enough, he just texted me this afternoon, Paul Bosvelt. So Claudio Reyna, centre midfielder, American captain, and Paul Bosvelt, who'd 2 years before, was a Dutch international and was captain of Feyenoord and lifted the UEFA Cup, as it was known then. I think it's Europa League now. So I thought, this fucker doesn't fancy me. He's fucking bringing in these cunts to replace me. Unbeknown to me, I got Keegan a second time at Newcastle when he came back to Newcastle, and he said, no, you were a young lad, you'd only played 7 games. I didn't know whether I could rely on your body for... I said, well, why didn't you fucking sit me down and tell me? Because I thought you didn't fancy me and I fucking hated you. Because I thought you're bringing in these... But I just seen it as a challenge, and to be fair, I played over all of them that season. And that pre-season, I was fighting for my existence because they'd come in. We played Doncaster in a friendly, and I don't do friendlies. I don't do anything. I play to win in everything. If I play my kids on FIFA, I can't let them win. I go, no, if you beat me, you're better than me. So I have to have competition. And the pre-season friendly, sometimes when you're a Premier League club and you play them kind of League One Championship clubs, a few of the knobs get carried away, don't they? Especially if you're a young player, great respect to them. They try and fucking mark the territory. Certainly they did in them days, and especially in central areas. So I always remember, I think the striker's name, and he was about 6'9", Leo Fortune West. Had gone in for a ball, but it was just a ridiculous tackle for pre-season, do you know what I mean? Really high. So I remember giving it to him, and he was fucking massive. I'm only spotty 20-year-old. And he's 6'9", man, 30. And I'm giving it to him saying, you fucking big shitbag. And the next tackle, he's come in and he's properly tried to do me. But obviously being as cunning as I was, I grew up in a rough and ready part of the world, and certainly playing football, you've got to be tough to survive. Fucking seeing it coming, especially a big dope centre forward like that, and managed to ride his tackle, and where you just land on them. So I've landed on him, and anyway, their captain or something has flew in anyway, separated. 5 minutes after that, there's a centre mid for them who's looks like the Milky Bar kid, as I'm pressurising him, and he's done that one, where they fall on the ball and they put the ball in between the legs, so they're obstructing you, but it's not a foul. And instead of letting him get up or letting the rest stop it, I've just continued to kick through him and the ball while the ball's on the floor. Obviously, it's on now, so all players are having it, and obviously I've started it. And I think their captain's there's a famous picture of him gripping me round the neck, but he's a 36-year-old fella, I'm 20, and he's waited to have a pre-season friendly to grip up a young kid. I'd never think of doing that as a 35-year-old senior to a young player. I'd be like, come on, kid. But obviously, everyone's different. So I get in the dressing room at half-time, pre-season friendly, and Kevin Keegan's the manager, and he absolutely gets right after me, just fucking takes me off, starts having a go, because I've started the 22-man fucking scrap in a pre-season friendly pretty much. And then after that, James, the die was pretty much cast. That was Joey Barton, pantomime villain, and then every story that came after that was the narrative. That was that's the caricature you're going to be. There's good cop and bad cop, Batman and the Joker, and that's where we're going with you. And then obviously, the stuff you get into afterwards becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Did you feel that though? As soon as that happened, you had to play up to that character. Because were you like that before any of that stuff happened?
Yeah. I've always have that fire. Yeah. I've always been rough and ready. Even as a young kid, before I was, that's just my personality. I've always been abrasive in terms of I'll stand up for what I believe in. As I say, I come from Liverpool, come from Huyton, which is a set of very, very principled people. Grew up in a time where we were coming off the back of Thatcher's Tory austerity in our area, coming into I'm 7 years of age when Hillsborough happens, and seeing the aftermath of that. So you grow up very anti-establishment and very anti authority, and you form your own view of the world, and as I say, some of the greatest people I've ever met come from that area. Really principled, fantastic people, and again, you know the difference between right and wrong, and for me, it is a little bit of an area, Liverpool, certainly our area, where if you act like a cunt, there's a ramification of that. You're not allowed to just behave and say what you want. And saying to you on the way in, the world's gone a bit weird because people have forgotten what it's like to get punched in the face. They think they can just say whatever they want to people online and in these different things. And where I grew up, if you had a very, very strong opinion, and you wasn't able to back that up, then you wasn't able to have that opinion.
See, when your brother as well was involved in a murder, how did that affect you? Did the media come after you for that? Because we can't stop or affect what other people do in their lives, but being a professional footballer, known as a hothead, did they use that against you? Was that a moment where they came for you?
Things happen, don't they? Like, you know, I look back at it and you can't chart your course. Like, it's so haphazard. Like, it's so, you know, you try and make plans, and these people, and I'm doing my pro license by the end of this week, and they talk about planning into the future. And I'm like, I'm 41 here, but like, it's so tough to plan it. It's such a random journey, and, you know, highs and lows and everything in between. For me, you know, the area I grew up in, as I say, I can remember, you know, my mum's side of the family, with, you know, my dad's side of the family, not crime orientated, and, you know, quite working collar and always working jobs, and roofers and abattoir, you know, butchers, etc. My nan always worked, and then my mum's side of the family, slightly different. You know, uncles involved in, you know, robbing post offices, robbing banks, led them into, you know, I think becoming heroin addicts. You know, certainly as I've got older, you know, they've had struggles with heroin, and just life of crime. So I've seen the contrast of both
sides.
Know, a family trying to work their way out. Hey, you know, it's a huge life experience. I just put it down to, you know, it's fantastic tools to have available to deal with, you know, the world as it presents itself to me now. So I always remember being in ours in the school holidays, and we used to have a sliding patio door in Boundary Road, and my dad would never let my dad didn't really get on with my mum's family particularly well. I know why now, and it's not for airing in this podcast, but I didn't understand it at the time. But he wouldn't let like my uncles come down the path and all that. They weren't allowed near our house. If they came to see my ma, they'd have to shout from the end of the gate. They'd have to shout, "Rita," my ma's name, and my ma would come out, and she'd sometimes let them in. But if my dad found out they'd been in the house, there used to be fucking murder. He'd be like, "Don't have them fucking," and for whatever reason, he just never got on with them. As I say, I understand why now. And I always remember this afternoon, school holidays, and I was checking the fucking teletext, because that's how I used to find out what was happening before social media. You had to sling the teletext on to see if Everton was signing anyone, and you'd have all the rumours in the paper. So bang, got the teletext on. I just remember this banging on the patio fucking window. So I've opened the patio, it's my Uncle Eddie, and he's flustered and that, so I've let him in. And as I've opened the door, I've heard like the helicopter. I thought, what the fuck? So I've realised he's come running in with all these things. He's only based at, I think, a post office, and has had all this. So he's upstairs now in ours, and I'm having to follow him, because I'm only about 12 at the time, and thinking, fucking Harvard's going to kill me here, because Eddie shouldn't be in ours. So I've gone upstairs and that, and he's obviously got this bag with all notes in, and he's like, "Listen," I was into Sabutio and stickers at the time, and he's gone, "Listen, don't fucking tell your dad I've been here. I've had to take chase from the busies there. I've just robbed a post office. I'm keeping all the notes." He kept all the notes, and he said, "If you don't tell your dad I've been in here, you can keep all the coins." So at the time, you know, 12, it must have only been about fucking 40 quid in coins, but that was like winning the lottery. So I thought, fucking hell, right, I better keep stum here. So I've obviously got the coins, and obviously it allowed me to get a few new Sabutio teams and goals and that for me Sabutio, or get stickers or whatever I was into, Shoot magazine or Match magazine. So I remembered that at a young age, you know what I mean, in terms of like crime was just around us, you know, as I say. There was smackheads were kind of forbidden on the estate. So as kids, we'd had carte blanche to kind of attack any smackheads we seen. So if you seen anybody tooting up or whatever, and there was flats and all that by ours, you know, you could throw bricks at them, or they were like a subspecies of creature on our estate. And like the brown was just forbidden on St. John's. There was other estates where that happened, but heroin was just a no-no. And that was the local art cases who enforced that. You know, the police didn't really come on our estate. If they did, you know, they were made unwelcome relatively quickly. I mean, I remember finding an undercover. We used to climb in the flats above the shops where our school was, and you obviously make dens in there. And we'd knock through wall after wall, you know, just kids playing in the school holidays or whatever. And I remember we broke in through a wall into one of the flats, and there was a full surveillance kit set up and geared, pointing out the windows at one of the houses of someone we knew. So obviously we didn't touch it because, you know, you're wide in at the time. You know the difference between being a grass and not being a grass, you know, from a very young age. And obviously when I made, you know, the fella whose house it was pointed at away, and obviously I remember them coming around and giving us all the dropsy, do you know what I mean? But they went in and obviously, you know, took all the equipment out. You know, I remember seeing a kid getting stabbed at 17. I remember my half-fella's mate Ego getting murdered at 14, 15. I remember my Uncle Joe got murdered in the Bluebell pub, got hit over the head with the pool cue. I must have only been 10, 11. So, but you thought it was normal. You thought, oh, everybody must be seeing this. And don't forget, on TV at the time, we're watching the Iraq War, we're watching Kosovo, we're watching Serbia, watching Sarajevo be bombed. So you're going, hell, it's rough on the Johns, but at least we're not fucking getting bombed. You know, you didn't know that this other world was out there, and I presumed it was. We're thinking kids in Glasgow are the same. They love the footy and it's rough and ready. Kids in every other big town in the city are in the same boat, and you know, for us it was perfectly normal. You know, it's only when you look back at it now you go, fucking hell. Yeah. Like, we must have been traumatised getting through there, like, do you know what I mean? Yeah. But you know no different, James, do you? You just fucking make the best of what you've got. And listen, you know, who knows if the cards had been dealt enough way, you might have turned out to be a fucking right wanker.
Yeah. What happened after Man City? Why did they release you?
City didn't release me.
You signed for Newcastle, 5.8.
Yeah, so I went to City, got in City's first team.
Why did you?
Well, I had a few scrapes, didn't I? So I had.
Were you becoming a problem because of all the shit that you were causing? Because, like I say, it never affected your football, but when you seem to have lost it, you fucking lost it. Nothing could really. You couldn't really rein it back.
See, I don't think it did, you know. That's a scary thing about it, isn't it? That's the perception of it, but I didn't. Yeah. That's not... So
obviously, because you've got to have that clean-cut image to be in the Premier League. You know that yourself. Maybe now, but you look at all
now you do, yeah.
Clean-cut where you rein it in, where they're speaking properly. You never you seem to have stayed Liverpool mindset. You seem to where you grew up where I'm fighting any cunt who says anything or goes against it, because obviously the trouble outside that must affect you as well, because you're getting the jail, getting sent off, and then causing fucking riots. Like, did nobody ever say to you, look, you're just young, fucking screw the head? Or was it just a case of he can...
Listen, if you're playing good football, as long as you're playing well on a Saturday, I mean, a little bit less now because you've got the old cancel culture, you know. I think just seeing that with the kind of, you know, footballers step out of line now. There's a different tolerance level from when we were young. You know, obviously the media introspection into your life's completely different with social media's, you know, put a huge magnifying glass on the lads. You know, for us, it was kind of like they're just young lads being young lads. You know, young boys, young men act like dicks sometimes, especially if you've put in a right few shilling in the pocket and a bit of fame and a bit of notoriety. All of a sudden, you know, they just... You know, you start to believe that you are the reincarnation. You know, you are sent from the gods to, you know, own the world. You know, we all get this megalomaniac kind of, I'm the centre of the universe kind of mindset as a young person. And then obviously your wings get clipped because you make a few mistakes or you get in a few scrapes. And as I say, then you make your way through life. And then, you know, the more and more I live life, the more and more I realise that, oh, I'm not having the same life. I'm not having the same life experiences as other people. Like, most other people don't achieve everything they've dreamt of achieving by the age of 23, 24. Like, you know, most people spend their whole lives chasing something and then changing it, and then changing and changing and changing. But when you do something and you set out on a course and there's all sorts going on around you, all kinds of different things going on around you, and you manage to stay steadfast in that when you're 15, 16, 17, 18, and there's women and there's drugs and there's all them temptations, and you manage to go, no, not for me. I know where I'm going. Or your mates are going to parties and they're telling you all these great stories, and you're in the house and you're watching Match of the Day and you're having tea and toast with your nan, and you're going to bed at 10 o'clock on a Saturday and on a Friday night, and you know, and you're going, is this going to pay me back? Like, I'm no guarantee to make it. You know, is this going to pay me back? And then you do it and you make it, and then, you know, you want to play in the Premier League, and then you play in the Premier League, and then you want to play for England, you play for England, and then you realise, not only do I never have to work again, my kids are never going to have to work again, and even their kids might, you know, keep going here, you know. And then you just think, wow, the cards I was dealt and the tools I was given in my toolbox, And now I've smashed it. I remember signing for Newcastle, signed a 5-year deal.
What was that decision for, to leave City?
City, I'd just outgrown City at the time. I'd got really frustrated. I was trying to, I had Frank Lampard, Steven Gerrard ahead of me in the England national team, and I'd kind of been captain in the February. 5 or 6 teams had tried to buy me in the kind of summer and the window before that. City were kind of fighting to stay up. John Wardle, who's a great guy, was the chairman at the time, and he was keeping the club going. The sale of Sean Wright-Phillips kept the club going. The sale of lads who were coming through the academy were keeping the club's head above the water. Then we started trading in. Everyone was buying foreign players, but you're then getting the shit. The shitty end of the stick. You're not getting the top boys, and they were good lads, but there were some maggots in there as well. And then the culture just started slowly to erode, and I just thought, if I want to further my career, selfishly, I need to leave Man City. I want to get in the England squads. Frank and Stephen are ahead of me. They're playing for Chelsea and Liverpool, respectively, scoring every week. I've got fucking no chance if I'm happy to. I was City's top scorer the season before I left with 9 goals. Like, I wasn't known for scoring goals, James. And we stayed up comfortably in the Premier League, which is bonkers when you think of it now. And I'd had the ding-dong with Ousmane Darboe. I'd had the first, so we had the pre-season friendly with Doncaster. That was the kind of fuse was lit after that.
The cigar in the eye.
So then, what was I, 21, 22? I'm in the first team, we had the Christmas party. So the lad who that happened, Jamie Tandy's the year below me. We played in the same FA Youth Cup team. So I knew him all the way through. He's a Wythenshawe boy. I'm a Liverpool boy. Wythenshawe's, I think, the biggest council estate in Europe. So rough and ready. I'm from the Johns, rough and ready. I'd always got on all right with Tandy, but he was a bit leery. He was like a little bit of a beefcake, a little bit leery, but didn't really have, as I say, I grew up not into boxing, but Peter Culshaw, me second cousin, was strawweight world champion. My granddad was one of the key people in starting a boxing club in the area I'm from, Huyton. My granddad was Navy boxing champion, so I'd kind of been, even though I played football, my Uncle Paul was a good ABA boxer. My next door one neighbour, Frankie Lachan's half fella, was a good England schoolboy boxer. We always, so and you were fighting every day in school. You're fighting in the rival fucking estates. As well drilled as you were for the game of footy, 10,000 hours of purposeful practice. We probably had a good 8,000 of them. Either fighting amongst ourselves or fighting. In that young youth space in the rough and readiness of working class Liverpool at that time. You had to defend the space that you stood up in, because if you got yourself caught in the wrong part of town at the wrong time, you got taxed. Whatever you had on you got took off you, you know what I mean? And we didn't have much, but, it still stung if you got filled in and got taxed, got your gear took off you. So you had to have your wits about you at all times. And, the toolbox you're developing for it is to survive. My dad was teaching me how to survive in the rough and ready world he was surviving in. He didn't ever think I was going to be a footballer and, after behave in a different way. And then obviously you get that exposure. And as I say, the Tandy one, we're in a nightclub in Manchester. I think we were dressed as the Beatles, the old Sgt. Peppers. There was 4 of us, me, Les Chapman, James Black and someone else. Robbie Fowler, McManaman were army men, if I remember. I can't remember what Tandy was dressed as, but like all the players were there, fancy dress. We were on the booze all day, Sunday morning. So all on the booze. And then I think Paul Bosvelt or Fowler started it, but they were all in fancy dress in this bar, and they started setting each other's costume alight. So it was the seniors who started, just burning the edge of it or whatever. And it quickly, in 5 or 10 minutes, it went round the whole group, and then it stopped. And then there was a karaoke and people were singing. And then I'd burnt Tandy's costume. So someone had got me and I'd ended up getting Tandy back. No malice in it. He didn't have the opportunity to get me back. So everything gets calmed down. Lighters are confiscated off everybody, right? By the security. We have a karaoke, carry on drinking. This is like 3 or 4 in the afternoon now. 6 o'clock, we're going for a team meal, and you had to go and change out your fancy dress to get changed into your smart casual. So we go back to the hotel, change out the fancy dress. Meal, still boozing. 7 or 8 o'clock now, we're in a nightclub. Now, Danny Mills, who was our right back at the time, had gone as Jimmy Savile. So I was walking around dressed as Jimmy Savile. Inappropriate now, as you can imagine. You wouldn't do it now. But loads did go as Jimmy fucking Savile in the fancy dress, didn't he? Fucking crazy nonce. So we're in this nightclub at 8 o'clock, all in our civvies, and Danny Mills is still smoking a cigar. So we're just sitting at the table talking and all that. And I always remember he had this like white nylon fucking Prada t-shirt on, like just dead plain t-shirt. I just remember sitting here talking like across like a glass table like this, and had an ashtray in, and I thought the ashtray moved, but it was actually stuck to the table. Millsy's sitting here smoking a cigar, Sean right Phillips, somebody else here, and I'm sitting here, and like everyone just mingling around in this bar, and I just remember thinking, what the fuck's that? And I've looked like that, and there's just a light here, and my t-shirt's on fire. Like, it's like obviously flammable material, it's on fire. Like, so I've had to like rag it off and stump it out, and as I've looked like that, Jamie Tandy's standing here. Now I know I've set fire to his fancy dress costume 4 hours earlier. So he's obviously got me back. But I'm in my normal clobber. So I'm burnt now, got my top off. It's burnt my whole top, so I'm now needing to go home and get changed. And there's an ashtray, so I've gone for the ashtray. And I couldn't get the ashtray off the table, so I've managed to take Millsy's cigar off it. So as I've turned, Tandy's standing right next to me, but he's looking the other way as if, by the way, I haven't done that. So for some bizarre reason unknown to me to this day, I thought it'd be a fantastic idea as a payback to him to stump the cigar out on the back of his head. All right? That was my logic. Makes no sense now, but at the time, a burn for a burn, he's getting this on the back of his head. As I've gone like that to stick it on the back of his head, he's naturally felt me coming and turned towards me, and it's managed to graze his eyelid, all right? He's gone down, as you would if somebody fucking grazes your eyelid. I think how hard it is if someone moves towards your eye with the finger, you're moving. But anyway, grazes his eyelid. Stupid thing to do. Tandy's in this all-players party with his brother. He's brought his brother to the party. So Tandy and his brother scarper off to the toilets. He's had this cigar put out on his head. Danny Mills is going to me, what the fuck have you done? Macher and Fowler now, like, what's going on? We're all bevied. I'm like, listen, he fucking set fire to my shirt, so I've just fucking stumped a cigar out on him. I don't know, I've coughed him in the eye. Because I've just gone like that, and as I've done it, he's turned. So Sylvan Distan's our captain at the time. Big Sylvan's come over, and I got on great with Sylvan. He's gone, fucking hell, what have you done? I'm like, I think I'm in the right here. So I'm half fuming. I'm after filling Tandy in. I'm still after punching his head in for setting fire to me. So he's gone, you better come and sort this out. So I'm like, the red mists now come down, and I'm like, fucking hell, something serious must have happened here. So I walk along with Sylvan to go and make sure Tandy's all right. He's gone in the toilet. So as I'm walking and I get to the toilet, there was like a walkway of about 20 yards from like the toilet walkway to the toilet door. But it was like lit up. It was fucking, when I think back to it now, it's like, it was almost like it was meant to be. So it's like lit, like dead glamorously. And there's just nobody in this 20-yard space. And Tandy's brother comes fucking steaming out the toilet door. Where is he? I'm going to fucking kill him, right? Because he's obviously seen his brother's had a cigar put out on him. So as he says this and opens the door, I'm walking along the passageway with Sylvan Distan. So he sees me, and he's older than Tandy and comes steaming towards me. Obviously, you know, I disarm him relatively quickly. So he's faster kip. And after him, Tandy comes flying out now. So not only have I stuck a cigar out on him, he sees their kid, faster kip on the floor. So loses his head, comes flying at me. So obviously he gets another couple. Distan and the lads jump in between it. And that's the end of the matter. So Tandy and his brother, the rest of the lads get together and throw Tandy and his brother out the do. You've been acting like fucking cunts all night. The lighters got fucking put away 4 hours ago. You've acted the cunt. You shouldn't have been here anyway. You've both been filled in. Get to fuck. So Tandy and his brother are launched out of our players do. Macher and Fowler and that, lad, you're all right. I'm like, fucking hell, they've done what's happened there. But it's kicked off. But they're like, just sit there, have a bevy with sound. John Macher and Trevor Sinclair, everything's sound, calm down. About 2 hours after this, the most violent bar brawl I have ever seen in my life, like the OK Corral, takes off in this bar. Our goalkeeper for the youth team at the time was a Danish kid called Kevin Ellegard. 6'4", 6'5", built like a brick shit house, thought he was hard as nails. Lovely kid. You wouldn't want to mess with him just on pure bulk alone. Ends up in an argument with someone. Next minute, this Ellegard snoozing on the floor. This lad hits him with one dig, and he's fast to kip. There's chairs going, bottles. Nicholas and Elvis is there with all his mates. The most violent bar fight I've ever seen. The whole bar gets smashed up. I'm nothing to do with it. It had absolutely nothing to do with me. I'm sitting in the corner, I've gone, I best get out of here. I've got home. So I'm thinking, next day in the Manchester Evening News is this bar fight. Nicholas Anelka, he's the big star at City, this bar fight. So I'm going, fucking hell, I've got away with that. You know, I've had to fight myself in there with Tandy and his brother, but I've got away with it. So that's the Sunday. Monday, we're back in training. So I've phoned Tandy to say, listen, I'm playing in the first team every week here. You shouldn't have even been out here. I'm not going to fucking... For me, it's the end of it. You've had a crack. You shouldn't have set fire to me. I shouldn't have done that. That's the end of it. And I was prepared to square it off with the kid. I weren't going to go and say to the manager, which I could have done, listen, he's a fucking dickhead. He ain't training with us. I'm first team player. So I was going to be dead sound. I get in, unbeknown to me. He's already sold the stories at the papers on a Sunday. fucking
snitch.
Right at the papers on a Sunday. So it's out now. So
he's
Keegan's pulled me in.
patch and that on, isn't he?
All that, no, that was Darbo. So that came afterwards. So Tandy's gone fully in, and obviously the manager's pulled me in. Keegan, what the fuck's happened? So I've told him what's happened, just as I always am. Dead cards on the table. And so anyway, Tandy ends up getting loaned out. We're fucked off, and he was a bit of a mad kid anyway. He wasn't no angel. So now I've started this 22-man brawl. Now I've put a cigar out into somebody's eye. And obviously the story about that was incredible, you know, the fucking traction it made. And then the next one's Darbo. So at the back end of that City cycle, which accelerated me in terms of leaving, we'd signed a few foreigners who were, you know, as I say, maybe not doing everything right. You know, smoking in the training ground, and he had a fucking smoking room, and not turning up to training in the correct spot, not doing what they needed to do. And then, you know, the manager was not great at the time. Stuart Pearce, Keegan had left. There was a bit of a bad feeling in the club. Pearce had gone in and was acting a bit weird. And then, you know, Darbo and me ended up having a war of words on the training ground. And it kind of got on, as I say, his good mate was Sylvan Diston, who's a good pal of mine. And we were in competition for places. And we weren't overly close because I never ever respected the way he trained or the way he prepared. And he'd had a good career, played for Inter Milan and I think Lazio and France. But he'd just come for a payday, I think, and was acting a bit of a tit. And then it just went off in training one day where, you know, he's left a bit on me. This is 2-3 days before the Manchester derby at Old Trafford. Back end of the season, April. Not, you know, we're safe. We're not going down. Not really to play for other than pride. And he's lamped me in training, or I've lamped him or something. And you know, one's lamped one, you know, I've passed the ball and clipped me a bit late. So next time he does it, obviously I'm leaving one on, tit for tat. And it just escalated in terms of no one's taking the back foot. And then it ends up in a war of words where, you know, I was a young kid. I'm only 23, 24 at the time. And he's 28, 29. And he's obviously start having a bit of a verbal. And before me, I'd seen Nicholas Anelka punch Steve Jordan, who's a year above me, 4 times in the face on the training pitch and scarred in his face, and the manager do nothing. Stevie Jordan just had to take his stitches because Anelka was the top player. And I've seen Paul Bosvelt throw a dig at somebody. So Paul Bosvelt had slapped me, on the training pitch. I'd been arguing with Bosvelt and just out of the blue, he just slapped me across the face. And by the time he had a chance to respond, everyone's in the middle of it. I was fucking fuming. Thought, you cheeky cunt. But he done me on terms of, I never thought anyone had fucking raised their hands on the training pitch, and he fucking caught me, and I thought, you cheeky cunt, yeah. So this Darbo one, 2 years after this, is going on. We're having a war of words. I'm saying to Darbo, you shit, you fucking crap. You can't even get a game, you fucking crap. You know, that's the, and he's in French and all that, and as you know, I'm fluent in French now. But I wears at the time. So he's fucking giving me down the banks in French. So we're walking off, the training session's finished. Do you know what I mean? We're walking off, he's fucking giving it to me in French, and I'm just going, I just keep saying, you shite, you're fucking crap. Which to a footballer, if you're not playing in the first team and someone who is playing saying that's the worst insult you can get. I'm going, like, you know, heavy on your shit of footy, you fucking crap. And he just lost his head. So we're walking off and the verbals are going, and from nowhere, he's flipped over. So he turned round and he sprinted towards me. So I'm thinking, I'm getting a crack here. Because the way he run at me, I knew he weren't coming for a fucking to tickle me. So he's turned and ran 15 yards across the training pitch. Bear in mind, he's ahead of me, so he's turned and ran backwards towards me. He gets about fucking within range, 2 foot away from me, 3 foot away from me. So I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? And his arm comes back. As soon as his arm comes back, I don't know what's happened after that. Your natural instinct kicks in, this fight or flight, and my instinct is to fight. And my natural instinct kicks in there, and I disarm him relatively quickly. But unbeknown to me, I've knocked him out. So he's out on his feet. The first punch, he's gone like that. He says to slap me. But as that's, you don't wait till I'm ground where I'm from. And the first jab I've hit him with right on the money. And it stunned him. The second one I've hit him with put him away. So he's on the floor. Naturally, as a scrap entails, I'm down with him. And I ain't coming off yet until the referee stops the contest. What am I going? Oh, you're all right now. Get up and you fucking kick fuck out of me. Like, you can't take them chances. So within a few seconds, it's over. Bang, bang, bang. And obviously, Usman's had the shock of his life because he's bigger than me, and he thought he was capable of imparting his belief system on me. And obviously, he's had a reality check. And for me, that was the end of the matter. We finished training, we go in after he's been woken up and told what's gone on. I went in and said, look, do you want round two here? I'll end ground. We'll get on the AstroTurf again if you want to sort this out. He didn't want any part of that. I'm sent home then. No problem. Shouldn't be having a fight with your teammates. And then next minute, he's gone to papers the next day with a fucking big piece of sticky tape on his finger, his beard, to take a picture of him. The fucking, and then, you have to defend yourself against that there. But again, I said to him loads of times, like, I was 23 at the time. I'm 41 now. Like, if someone had filmed me in, and he went and said to the police and that I did him from behind and that, which was fucking lies. Absolute lies.
Why were they allowed to go to the coppers? Both of them. And other teams, listen, there's always scraps. We've had scraps and seen loads of them, James, in the pitch, and it's done. Shake hands, sorry, cuddle, that's it. But why was those guys allowed to go to the papers?
I don't know.
Because it was you, maybe?
Someone goes to the papers or the authorities where I'm from, you're
a snitch, you get them off the team as well, yeah.
For me, it says more about him than me. If he'd have filmed me in, I wouldn't have gone to the papers. I wouldn't have gone to the busies. If he'd have filmed me in and I felt it was unjust, I'd have done a bit of training and I'd have come back and gone, come on, you bollocks, round two, me and you for a straightener. That's how it's sorted by us.
Yeah.
If someone says something about you or call, you knock on, come on. No weapons, which is the way it should be.
Yeah.
No weapons. Get yourself in the car park, get yourself in the back garden, get yourself on the bowling green, wherever it is, and sort your differences out. I grew up in that world. My dad taught me. That's how my dad solved his problems. That's how his dad solved his problems. That's how my granddad solved their problems. And then all of a sudden, I'm the first generation. That's like, no. You have to solve your problems in a different way.
Was that the final nail in the coffin, though, at City?
That was for me, though. I'd decided to leave. So City suspended me, and then just the way they supported Darbo, who for me had done nothing for the football team, and I thought I just didn't like the way they behaved in the aftermath of that event, and I thought, no, that's me done. I don't owe you anything. You give me a chance. I think I've paid you back with 4 or 5 years as a senior. You're going to command a decent transfer fee for me. I had a clause in my contract for $5.5 million that I'd negotiated 2 years before, so I knew they were going to get that clause activated. I'd already rejected Everton, West Ham, overtures of other teams, in the 2 or 3 years before that. And I just thought, no, I'm not going to stay on. And, at that point, John Wardle, the chairman, was phoning me, asking me to stay on. I just thought, needed to get away from Liverpool and North West. Just felt it was the time for the change of scenery. And obviously Freddie Shepherd and Newcastle United, as well as Everton, West Ham, who were taken over, I think, by the Icelandic banks at the time, were all in the market for me. And I thought, Newcastle at the time were Michael Owen, trying to get in the Champions League, some big names. And, I just thought, I'm going to try something different and end up signing for Newcastle.
And you played with them for another, 4 or 5 years?
4 years up there, yeah. Done 4 years at Newcastle.
When were you in the jail? At Newcastle?
Yeah, Newcastle, yeah. Had first year up there, I got injured, and then the Christmas, I'd gone out. Just weren't going well, weren't going as planned. Injury, first time in my career I'd had an injury which was caused by experts. Sam Allardyce's experts who'd changed me orthotics in my boot when I'd played for 24 years, virtually unscathed before that first pre-season game. This orthotic definitely contributed to my foot snapping. and then I'd not been injured and living away from home, not got, you know, I'm living in a flat in the city centre of Newcastle rather than with, you know, your family security network around you. You know, at that point, my nan had come to my house and clean my house, and she'd make me tea and make sure, you know, it was like a show house, my house. I didn't have any kids or anything at the time. She'd make, me dinners for me and made sure I ate healthy because I was a professional athlete. That was, you know, I had to live like a fucking Spartan to play against your Patrick Vieiras and Roy Keanes and Stevie Gerrards and Scholes's with the ability I had. You know, I couldn't be eating shit food and not training properly. And again, the great timing I have coming into football, you know, you live through this foreign invasion where they bring some incredible habits, you know, about the way we should eat, the way we should train, the way we should prepare for professional football. And they were, you know, fantastic influences on me as a young player. And as I say, for me to go to Newcastle then, and, you know, it was the first time I knew I never had to work ever again in my life. I just knew I'd signed a 5-year deal. I knew the numbers involved, and I'm like, that hunger. You know, I'd had holes in my trainees as a kid, and, you know, being rough and ready. And that hunger for the first time, it was just that, the injury, and then the ability just to take a breath and go, this is done. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to ever work again. Like, it's a fucking mad feeling, that, especially for the kid off a council estate. And then you're like, okay, right, let's set some new goals. What are the new goals? Right, I want to do this and I want to do that. But playing in the Premier League, playing for England, and becoming a multi, like, I always remember being in Eighton Village as a 16-year-old, when you're a 17-year-old, 18-year-old, and I had to run to the Lloyds Bank to get me wages out the bank before me overdraft kicked in, and they taxed me. You know, they used to tax you like 60 quid, and that was like whether I had a decent week or not, and I'd have to sprint to the bank. And then I always remember thinking, one day I'd fucking love to come to this fucking cash machine and bang it in, and I got £1 million in my account. So I kept the bank account in Eighton Village until I got £1 million in the bank account, printed the Fingio statements off, and was like, right, that's me out of this bank. But like, that was like a 20, but you know what I mean? That was like, you know, little goals to yourself to go, wouldn't it be fucking great? And Eighton Village is, you know, a lot of great memories, you know, ducking and diving as a kid, and where like you're still all in, you know, you're 12 and 13 dreaming about being something, and then, you know, not having any money in the bank when you first, after earning a wage, and then learning how hard it is to just survive. And then, you know, having those goals to just go, wouldn't it be fucking great to be here one day due to your hard work and your sacrifice, and be able to see that number? Because that number for me wasn't for me. It represented, I could buy me nan a house, I could make sure my half fella and my ma and all my brothers and everyone was safe. Because I grew up where I'd seen, you know, heroin grab people and drugs grab people and crime grab people. And as I say, you know, Newcastle for me was a chance as well, because don't forget, the back end of City coincides with my brother being involved in a murder in Liverpool and getting 17 years jail at 17. It was obviously my cousin who'd killed him. And when I talked to you about my belief that brilliance is in everybody, the lad who killed Anthony Walker, Paul Taylor, is probably the best finisher of a footballer I've ever seen in all my time on the planet. Like the most talented finisher. Better than Fowler. Like I always say to Fowler about it, same left foot. Was at Liverpool 11, 12, 13, 14, but just couldn't stay out of trouble. Was just too far gone. And then when you learn about like what happened, his environment, you kind of go, did he have a chance? Do you know what I mean? He had talent. And how many of them kids are out there in all these major cities, mate? And as I say, if we can talk, yourself and myself, different ends of the spectrum, and that helps some kid who's out there now, who's, you know, just maybe second guessing himself.
Yeah.
You know, you can be whatever you want to be in this world. No one can stop you. There's only you can stop yourself. Same way, if you want to drink and drug, you can do it. There's only you can stop. Yeah. No one can diagnose you. And if you want to be a winner and you want to achieve in life, you can do that. Even, you see, how many people do you see go back to school at like 50 and go, right, you know, I'm going to get a degree, and Blackie always taught me, Steve, always taught me, always be a student, always be learning. Never fucking think you know everything or everything about everybody. And it's your job to find out about people, find out what they're good at, sit and talk to people. People don't talk to each other anymore.
Yeah, but that's why we're lost. There's no communication. So a kid then from Everton released, Man City, debut, England, you become a millionaire, you've went through all this shit, you're in the papers, you're known as a hothead, the bad boy. brother and cousin done for murder. You go to Newcastle, get injured, you're a millionaire. Life's going sweet. You've kind of overcome all the obstacles, but then bang, you end up in prison.
But you still got those fears. All them insecurities are still there.
Did you have that? What was your
fires
triggers?
you.
What was your triggers to be so fiery? What was it? Where does that stem from? Do you think now that you're older and understand life a bit more?
I've got a huge trigger for injustice. So when I see an injustice, so like somebody using an advantage to put somebody else down, I've always struggled with that. Even in school, I didn't like to see.
Brilliant.
I didn't like to see people picking on people. I didn't mind a fair fight if someone wanted to have a fair fight or a disagreement. No problem. I have no problem with people resorting to violence as a means of solving conflict. Sometimes it is the only way. Get out in a fucking car park and, I think if, Tony Bellew's doing, I think a good thing in Liverpool now, this knives down, gloves up thing about...
Tony's a legend, shout out with Tony.
Great fella, yeah.
Love Tony.
And, if people went out and had straighteners now, listen, it's not great, James, but, this knife crime that we've got running around where we are at this moment, London, getting a fat lip or a cut nose, you can come back from that. You can, a couple of weeks, your scabs heal and you learn your life lessons. Someone sticking a blade in you, or, as I said, my brother lost 17 years of his life from 17 because his mate, who's his cousin at the time, thought it'd be a fantastic idea when they were having a fucking scrap to pull an ice axe out and swing it into somebody, and it stuck in his head, and he ruined not only his life, but lots of people's lives off the back of that fucking stupid decision. They were charged with racially aggravated, and again, I think if the lad wasn't black, it may not have happened. Anthony Walker, and he was a fantastic kid. I always remember seeing him on our estate because there wasn't many black people about where we lived. And to see the way his family and his mum and all that have conducted themselves in the aftermath of it, I mean, I'd struggle to do that. I'd want an eye for an eye. If someone killed my son, I'd want to see them, how do I say it?
Revenge?
Not
but you say that, but again, it's family.
I've got
family,
kids, you've got kids. Do you know
If
what I
an eye for an eye, the whole world goes blind. But again, if it's your kid, like I say, I've had women on this show who've their sons have been abused. They've got blades, went around and killed the cunts. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't matter who you are. You can be the softest, most gentle person in the world. Everybody's got that trigger when it comes to their kids. And this is the environment we're in where, listen, picking up knives and guns, it's not you. You've been blessed and hard work to then make a life for yourself. Other people's. I played with a kid, Alan Monaghan, unbelievable. One of the best player I've ever. He played for Celtic. I played for Hibs, and we were friends back in the day. Unbelievable. We end up drunk one night, and he kicked a bit of glass through a fucking door and then cut his Achilles, and it ruined his career, and he's kind of went the other way in life. I've not heard from him in years, but unbelievable. But you never know what's planned out for you, and when you're going down that path and revenge, listen, it's easier to try to forgive and forget. We can go through all the arty-farty shit, but it's difficult. But when you're seeing people dying left, right and centre, the drinks, the uncles being robbers, it becomes normalised. But then when you're going through that, great football player, hothead, people use all that against you as if it's all your problem.
The fisticuffs for me is that's not big news where I'm from. It's kind of
fuck all.
That's just
it's
the weekend. That's just people resolving conflict on our estate was the fisticuffs. It's only when you look back at it now and I think about, it's having children. For me, you travel through this world on your own journey and then you have kids and you realise how unimportant you actually are. Up until that point, you think you're the fucking bee's knees.
Selfish.
Of course, you're self-centred and, you have these things that come out and you just love them unconditionally and it just throws your world and your whole belief system that you've formulated before that completely to the wind, and then you piece it back together because you want to give them as great of an opportunity as you can. Now that's not giving them everything because I don't think that necessarily helps you become the best version of yourself. But that's trying to help them not make the mistakes you had. Like my kids know I've been to jail, and they don't know my brother's who's now out has been to jail, and my mate who, again, another story, he's out on a night out and there's a fight and fella falls down and's dead and he's an off-duty police officer. Like, just mad stuff that happens. Like you're saying, your mate there puts his foot through a plane glass window and that's the end of his footy career. What people forget is your one stupid decision, especially now, in the modern world from irreconcilable damage to your life, because it's all recorded. You're one mad tweet away from you lose your head once, you just say something mad online, and all of a sudden you're cancelled, lad. And the world. So we're going to end up with this world of perfect people, which we all know to be bollocks. Nobody's perfect. Everybody's got something that they're not great at, that they could do better at. And we try and create these perfect people, but surely now, I mean, I'm only 41, but the amount of people we've built up in this country or in the British Isles to knock down, the stuff that's going on now in the Middle East, the stuff that I've lived through. The IRA being a terrorist organisation, never bombed Liverpool, but bombed the Arndale and obviously Warrington, Tim Parry, to Sinn Féin being the government in Ireland, and you're seeing what's happening now in the Middle East. Strange old time to be alive. And again, have we not learned that killing each other is just not the answer? Like, if it's not Catholics and Protestants, it's Muslims and Jews. It's Ukrainians and Russians. And we're getting into the realms of 1984, George Orwell. Yeah. There's just always a war. Like, would we not be better than building missiles and aircraft carriers and fighter jets and ammunition and guns and tanks, in spending that money on the schools for the kids that are going to live on this world that we're going to leave very shortly? What if I do great? Bobby Charlton's gone a couple of days ago. You get 3 or 4 days newspaper coverage. They'd speak favourably of you. You'll get a minute's applause, and then in a week's time,
forgot about.
And he's won a European Cup, Ballon d'Or. You know what I mean? So people go through the world and life trying to please all these people and make all these people like them. And that's just, for me, I learned, and it may be being a bit of a pariah, maybe having all those things happen to me, where people think I'm a Neanderthal, and they've got a certain perception of me. And I kind of developed my personality then as a little bit of a black sheep, away from the kind of normal, conventional person in the spotlight. I remember first going and doing articles, and when I'd walk around like an art gallery, and I first started using Twitter, I was just different, and just the furore it caused. And then for me, I just enjoyed poking the box, and then I realised, I was like, this is dead easy to manipulate, this algorithm. It's really easy to manipulate, certainly for someone like me, who's not afraid to be outspoken. And then I just thought, this just ain't for me. For me, I get a lot more out of helping people. And I never, until I had kids, I never ever realised that. I was very, very selfish, very, very low in empathy before I had children, and it just fundamentally changed
the way you see the world.
Yeah, just completely changed it. Because I think of everyone now going, even like people I've hit and who have sparked in the past, who have gone, he fucking deserved it. I go, that could be my lad or my daughter on the end of that, and now with that, it just changes the way you just mature as you get a bit older, and you look back over the stuff you've done, and at the time you felt it was the right way to solve that problem. With the power of hindsight, you wish you'd have done it completely differently. And as I say, I go back over my career, and I think I had a great career. I overachieved from a 13, 14-year-old who's told he weren't good enough to play for England, even if it was for a small period. I overachieved, and for me, I'm now on my second dream. I always wanted to be a footballer, want to play in the Premier League, play for England, want to play for Everton, never managed to do that. And the next thing for me was, I always knew I'd be even better as a coach, working in a team. And I'm now on that next journey. You know what I mean? I've got a lovely wife, lovely family, got some great mates around me who've been my mates since the Johns, who are unafraid to tell me when I'm acting like a prick, which is what we all need. And life's getting easier. It's not easy. It has its trials and tribulations. I always think the secret of life is rented, and you have to pay that rent on it all the time. And the minute you think you've got it, it usually has a way of kicking you square in the bollocks and putting you down a few pegs. So as long as you stay humble, as long as you stay honest, you don't have to always agree with everybody. As long as you're a person who people can trust, I think you'll do all right in life.
Yeah. What was it like being in the jail for a Premier League player?
I don't mean this to sound blasé. Obviously, it's shit, because you're like, I'm playing in the Premier League, and now next minute, all the lads. Bear in mind, I know because I've been on remand and I got out and I'm on bail conditions, I'm playing now in the Prem, come back and I'm playing sound because I'm all right when I can play through chaos. I have this way of operating through chaos. There was part of me that I think induced chaos when I was younger because I actually did well in that space. So me and Peter Kay used to talk a lot about whether I actually had the self-saboteur inside that actually purposefully, you know, there'd be 18 nice things said about me and I'd focus on the one that said I couldn't do it. So it created this me against the world mindset and I felt really comfortable delivering, performance in that space. And then, you know, when Pete passed away, I realised he'd been telling me for years, you don't need that energy. Like, life's even easier when you don't need that chaos. You can do even more good when you haven't got that chaos in your life. And, you know, as I say, it was only a couple of years after he passed that some of his teachings, when you sit and reflect, as you do with great people who are in your life who pass away, you with and think about them more when they've gone. You know, they have more profound, the words and the conversations have a more profound impact on you long after they've passed on into the next life. And, you know, some of the stuff he taught, or things he said rang true. And you just decide, look, there's a different way of doing this. And as I say, I think he used to always say to me, through your vulnerability, you become closer to people. So when everyone thinks they've got the answers to everything and the fucking know-alls, no one wants to listen to them. But when you say, hey, listen, I'm massively flawed here. Like, I haven't got a fucking clue what I'm doing. I do not know. Can you help me? All of a sudden, people want to help you. And I think if you're in a set of circumstances where you can encourage that out of everybody and make everybody feel valued, life's great. Like, you're a billionaire. You know, if your missus loves you and your kids love you and you've got 4 or 5 mates that have been on your journey for over 10 years and someone in your life who you know will fucking turn around and tell you you're acting like a gobshite, you're a billionaire. You know, there's people with loads of money and tokens and coins in the bank who fucking don't know whether the wife loves them because they love them or because they've got a mega yacht. You know, look at Jeff Bezos. I go, is that bad with him because on the growth hormone, or because he's the richest man in the world, or because he's fucking shined his head extra shiny today? You know what I mean? If you're Jeff Bezos there, you've got 78 houses. You're thinking, what the fuck? Imagine the paranoia about the security guards having a drug orgy in me fucking villa in Hawaii. Like, with more money, you know, BIG, weren't it? More money, more problems. Like that. Yeah. You know, there's a simplistic way of really enjoying life. And I think that's attainable in this world we live in this social media, this materialistic world where you've got to have all the mod cons and, you know, the iPhone 14 is not good enough. You need the iPhone 15. If you haven't, you're a fucking weirdo. And that moves on 6 months later to the 16. You know, you're just in a race to the bottom for me. And, you know, for me, you have to find real value in life. And I find that in interacting with other people, trying to help other people. In the midst of that, they help me. But Peter used to always say to me, you'll realise when you're in a role of service, because I used to always say to him, what the fucking hell do you get out of teaching me and helping me? And he'd go, you'll realise one day. And I'd go, what you get? Like, don't make loads of money. And he'd say, listen, you remind me of me when I was younger. So and now in the job I do and the people I interact with, I see that every day. And Blackie's stuff I spoke to you about earlier, watch the world reflect back on you. Next time you're out walking, look for the eye contact. Next time you're out jogging, say good morning, smile at people. It fucking takes them aback. You can see them like, what's going on here? And they smile back at you. Very few people, if you smile and say good morning to somebody, will smile back at you. Don't smile back at you. They don't even want to, and they do it. And you think, do you know what? For whatever reason, even if it's only for 4 seconds there, you've just elevated, because as soon as you smile, serotonin, dopamine, chemicals are released in your brain. People have got to help people more. Like the world we live in now, the government ain't helping you. Social services are being pulled away. Like everything, they're going to take the NHS away from you shortly. They've already forced vaccinations on fucking loads of you that are going to have long-term complications with an experimental technology. I mean, I'm not anti-vax. I've had flu vax. Listen, I'm off the Johns. I fucking used to drink out of puddles when I was about 6 because I wouldn't run home to get a drink. It'd be raining. I'd go, fuck, I'll have a drink out of the puddle because you wanted to carry on your game of footy. So I'm not against putting stuff in my body. You know, I've been to Glastonbury. I'm no saint. But But for me, there wasn't enough information on it. I thought vaccinations usually follow a real clinical period of testing and seeing what the consequences are, usually over a clinical setting and over about a 12-year. And when they started offering you burger and chips for the vaccine, and when they started saying you couldn't go on holiday, and when they started, I thought, oh, fuck this. What the fuck are these up to here? And the Republic of Liverpool, the rebellious, don't trust authority, certainly not a Tory government, question everything mindset, anti-establishment, maybe black sheep mindset kicks in. And that's probably one of the single greatest decisions I've ever made in my life, because my missus was pregnant at the time and we just looked at the information. We were like, what are we going to do here? Because public noise was noise. And for whatever reason, we decided it wasn't for us because we caught COVID quite early. And I can't imagine if she'd have wants to be vaccinated and there'd been consequence with my youngest, Etienne, what that would have done to the family unit. Do you know what I mean? This is what they've done to people. They've fucked people's lives up with
pregnancies. See, when you get out, what happened when you get out the jail?
So when I went into jail, bear in mind I went for 6 days because I got nicked in on New Year's Day or Boxing Day or something. So they put me in because the courts closed. I'd done like 6 days in Walton. When I went into Walton, I think I had 4 or 5 cousins in there. I had like 5 or 6 lads I knew from our estate, 6 or 7 lads I knew from other parts of Liverpool. So, you don't want to be in jail and on a remand wing, but it isn't prison break and people getting bummed and all that fucking nonsense that think people think it is. Have you been in jail? So, and if you're from a rough and ready part of the world and you're a good cunt and you've got your wits about you, you'll be all right. Listen, there'll be a few bits to try it on because it's a hierarchical environment where people are petrified, and when people are scared, they front that up with aggression, don't they? So I'm in there, and I'm a Premier League footballer. I'm fucking training every day of the week. I'm running massive distances over a weekend. I hadn't lost the fisticuffs in the area I'm from, or in any walk of life. I'm not the hardest fella in the world. I'm no fucking Conor McGregor, but I'd always been able to look after my own space. Even if that was strategic, knowing what fights I could win and what fights I couldn't win. So when I get in there, it's like being the first day at senior school, isn't it? When they're trying to work out who's the cock of the school and you've got to have your fucking wits about you. And I get in there and know a few people, so that settles you down. And then obviously people talk to you and they come up and everyone's testing you out, and then they realise, well, he's all right, him. And I was fine. And then I'm out of there after 6 days and then played the Premier League here, and all the lads are going, where are you going on holiday in the summer? And Dubai and Seychelles and Marbella and fucking... I'm like... I think I'm getting fucking 6 months jail, Michael Owen's like, what? I'm like, I fucking told, like, I'm fucking getting a bit of birdie, like, because it's about the 3rd skirmish I've had. And I think they've just had the fucking enough of me and they're going to teach me a lesson. And, bang to rights, I've thrown 14 or 15 punches here. Even if the first 2 or 3 were justified, I'm way outside the threshold of self-defence. So, preparing all that season, playing great footy, end of the season comes and they give me 6 months, so I'm into Walton then, and again I knew a few lads from when I was there on the remand, so I was sound, no problem, and then because I'm a notorious prisoner, they don't want anything to happen to me, so I get put on the drug-free wing, which I think was fucking J wing or something like that at Walton, and then you meet a few characters in there, and it's sound. You got your gym, knew the gym, all the Kinney, good mates of mine now, sound. So I'd get gym every day, kept out the way. Walton was quite easy in terms of you were left alone. It was not easy because you're fucking banged up and you'd have to go and work in a wood. It's like going back to woodworking school. You do need mad jobs, and when you could be playing footy, and you'd have the life I had. It was a kick in the bollocks, but I'd fucked up and there was a price to pay, and that's what the court and the law of the land had decided, and I had to fucking pay me price for being a dickhead. So I'm in there and getting on with it. And then in the midst of that, because Darbo got on the papers, there's another court case coming for the Darbo one, which I was fighting. I was like, no, that was self-defence. You came at me, pulled your hand back, slapped me. And just because my 2 put you away, that's your fault. Like, I was defending myself, so I was adamant. I was fighting that. So that's going to court in Manchester as I'm in jail for 6 months in Liverpool. So I now get moved from Walton, and they're taking me to strange ways because the court appearance is in Manchester and I'm under that jurisdiction. So it's like, pack all your gear, and I've got a cushion, got a fucking PlayStation and everything. Life's good. A couple of my half-fellas mates and that are there. So they'd be saying, do you want a phone? I'm like, no, because my dad said, if they fucking give you the phone, you get an extra 30 days. So I was like, nothing. And obviously, people think jail's this sanitised place. It's fucking...
You get anything.
It's just like being on the council estates, within reason. And then the characters you meet in there, some of the smartest people you've ever met, like some people who've just got incredibly unlucky life stories. But you'd expect to go in and meet the dregs of society, and they are in there and you see them. But then you see people in for like white collar crime and frauds and lawyers and, mad stuff. That was in Walton, which was Cat B. Then I get shipped for this court case in Manchester. So now I'm in strange ways. I'm not going back to Walton, which is double Cat A. So you're carrying, I think Kenny Noy and all that, like proper lifers in there. Like, I'm like, what's going on here? Because, prison's scary place, but Cat B to double Cat A. You're going from a yard where there's nothing on the top to like cage, where you're like, what's that there for? They're like, so no helicopters come down to like help people who are doing life tariffs abscond. People walking around in two-tone boiler suits. You're like, what are they doing? They're like, they're the lifers. They have to be visible. So a huge culture shock. And then when I go in, I got looked after in Walton, really, in terms of they just made sure I was all right. Didn't give me any mad perks, but made sure I didn't go on B wing, which is like the council estate wing where all the bagheads are. They put me on J wing, I think, which is like a drug-free wing. So it was kind of, because they didn't want anything to happen to me either. Otherwise, they'd be in the shite. If I get in a fight or someone slashes me or something mad, there'd have been chaos for them probably. So I'm probably a governor's fucking nightmare. They don't want me in there, but obviously, the law of the land and the judge just give me the sentence. I go to strange ways, and again, I'm on the cat, but they put me on the rough and ready wing. So this is I'm moaning to try and get back to Walton. I'm saying, send me back to Walton. Like, you're not going back to Walton. So I'm like, I need to see the governor. They're like, you're not seeing the governor. So I knew the only way you can see the governor is say, I want to go on protection wing. Because the lads said, if you ever want to speak to the governor, just say you want to go on protection. Because if you want to go on protection, the governor has to come down, speak to you, and you have to sign yourself on protection. So I'm like kicking off like a prima donna trying to get me jail changed. And they're just fucking buzzing off me like, who's this tit? So I end up saying, listen, and the governor comes down, do you want to go on protection? I'm like, no, I don't. But like, put me on the drug-free wing. Like, I don't need to be going in with the bagheads here. What happens if I get in a scrap with one of them? So he's like, no, if you go on protection wing, that's it. And once you sign on the protection wing, that's you for life, innit? You can't come off them. So if you ever go back into jail, you're always with the nonces and you go on the nonce wing, that's it. So I'm like, I'm not doing this. So I've gone, no. So he's fucking sent me then back onto this rough and ready wing, the landing wing. So I've had like a few, like I'm now worried because like I'm now, like I don't know whether the way they've been with me, I'm like, are they going to fucking stitch me up here by putting me in a, my paranoia's kicking in, that they're going to fucking put me in a pad with someone and this is going off and it's part of their plan to keep me in here forever. Charlie Bronson. I'm going, he's got a fucking, Bronson only done a fucking bank robbery, he hasn't got out. Do you know, like the paranoia kicks in. So I walk into this cell in strange ways and there's a lad lying on the bottom bunk, and notoriously you don't want to be on the top bunk, do you? Because you get kicked out of the top bunk. So the bottom bunk's the hierarchical position, and he's about 6'2", black lad. I'm like, fucking hell, it's going, like, just like, what the fuck's going on? So I've gone, all right, mate. It's about 8 o'clock at night. By the time you've been processed, come out the court, and he's just watching the telly. He's just blanked me, doesn't say anything. So I'm like, bear in mind, my brother and cousin have been involved in this racially aggravated murder. So I'm like, this is fucking going off here, like. And I thought, I'm going to get fucking bummed here or whatever, you know what I mean? Just thinking the worst. But I thought, fuck it, I'll just have to go down fighting. So I've tried to talk to him again. He's fucked me off. So I haven't even got changed. I didn't got under the fucking sheet. I've just lied on the top, and you've got your bag of belongings, which had a couple of tins of beans or whatever in, and I've just gripped 2 tins of beans, and I just thought, if this cunt kicks me out the bed here, or fucking kicks off, I'm just going to have to fight for my life. And if I get fucking bummed, then at least I've gone down fighting. I can say, I went down fighting, he was a big cunt. My arsehole's a bit sore, but you know what I mean? You can't just, so like that's what's going through your head. So I'm lying on this bunk, turns the telly off, then he does about 10 o'clock, whatever, and then I'm just lying there. And every time he moved in the bed, I'm ready for action, like I'm ready to go. just sitting with these 2 tins of beans. And I always remember a strange ways, which they didn't have at Walton, was dogs barking, because they have the guard dogs. So as it starts going, like, the dogs start barking. I haven't slept a wink the first night. So cell door opens at, 7 o'clock, 7:30. And this lad gets up and fucks off out, because he's got a job. He's already on the thing. So I'm in there now. I'm second day on the wing. Fella comes along and he's like a Bolton accent, so I get so, and soon it turns out he's a Bolton Wanderers fan. My uncle Tony Kelly played for Bolton, said to you earlier on, and Kev Nolan's a mate of mine, played for Bolton. So I'm fucking right into him then straight away, going, listen mate, I need to get out of this pad here, this is going to kick off. If this fella comes back in, it's nearly gone off last night, if he comes back this afternoon, it's kicking off in here, like, there's just a bad energy. So he's like, I'm like, you need to sort this out. So anyway, he goes, I'll see what I can do. I go, Bolton fan, I'll fucking sort you some tickets and I'll make sure. So it drops you an envelope. I've just lit, you got to game the system. You got to use every fucking tool in your toolbox. So I could see he was receptive to it. So I thought, yeah, I've got one here. And all the screws are fucking bent, as you know. I heard was one on your podcast talking shit, a Manchester one. He's a bad baldy tired him, lad. Full of shit, him. I think he was in strange ways, but he never had that interaction with me. He's a fucking lying cunt. Big dope.
Sam?
Big dope, yeah.
Sam?
Big dope, yeah. Honestly, big ball bag. He said I was like trying to throw my name around or something for some influence, didn't you remember it? And I was like, I didn't even met him, I don't think. And I think he mentioned something to do with my brother. So anyway, worked out the screw pretty quickly. That afternoon, I'm back in the thingy, and the lad comes back from work. So I'm like, fucking hell, this is on this. So he gets back. As he comes back in the thing, he goes to me, all right, lad. So I've gone, just Jekyll and Hyde from the night before. So I've gone, yeah, you're all right, said, talking to him now. Turns out he's from Chapeltown in Leeds, where a mate of mine, Micah Richards, is from, who played at City with us. So he goes, lad, me head was kettle last night when you've come in. I'd fucking been arguing with me bird on the phone, and the phone's gone down as it does in jail, and I couldn't carry on, and I just fucking was going to kill some. My head's gone, and then you've turned up, and I've got a new pad mate, and I'm thinking I'm getting some baghead, and you've turned in, and you're trying to be all chatty, and I've just thought, fuck. And he was sound. I went, fucking hell, mate. I said, didn't I kip last night? I had 2 tins of beans there. I just stove your fringe in if you kick me out that bunk. So we were laughing about it. So we're sound then. 2 days after that, this screw takes the bait on the Bolton tickets, and I've said, listen, you need to get me. I found out there was a lad from Bayars, Longview, who was in for, got caught with a boot of AK-47s, running a load of guns for the Lithuanian crew, and was looking at like a 12-year stretch. So I've ended up getting and there was a lad whose mate was in our road. His kid was mates with me as a kid, this fella, and I think he'd stabbed a copper in the eye. So he's in there doing a heavy tariff, and everybody was petrified of him in strange ways. So I get weird then, he's trying to get in contact with me. So I'm like, he's a boss fella, I won't name him here, but he's a fucking crackpot, you know what I mean? But he's a great fella, heart of gold. But he terrorised everybody when he was out, so I can't imagine what he's doing, you know, obviously locked up. And anyway, everybody in strange ways is fucking wary of him. So the last place I want to be is anywhere where there's a tinderbox like that, because I'm thinking, I've got 6 months jail here. With good behaviour, they'll have me out. I'll be out of this in a couple of months if I just keep my fucking nut down and keep myself to myself. And obviously everyone's wanting to make contact with you and go, oh, I know you're Alpha, and I'm just going, fuck it, here's a phone. I'm like, no, I'm all right, I don't want any, I'm sound. And anyway, Mick gives me a shout, and I go over, he's on this decent wing, and he says, listen, I've got the laundry in that here. He still hasn't been sentenced. And he says, yeah, get padded up with me, it's sound here. So the screw ends up boxing it, and anyway, I was fine then after that. So we had the gym on our wing there, and I became the gym orderly. Got looked after a little bit by a few of the fucking rough and ready fellas. And I was sound. I was away then. I'd done, I think, 74 days. Done a month in Walton, about 40 days in strange ways. And then I was out. They offered me my tag a little bit before that, but I didn't want to take it because I didn't want to fucking sit with the tag on. And as it was, you know, got out. And as I say, James, I met some boss people. Like when I say boss, that's a Scouse word for like brilliant people, like proper people who just fucked up. I met a lad who was a great lad, Man United fan, and when he got to jail, you know, he'd been up to no good, and when he got to jail, his bird had fucked off to Morocco with his fucking kids and set up with a new fella, and he could get no visits. And there's me thinking I'm at ground zero, I've reached rock bottom because I can't play footy on a Saturday, and it gave me a huge eye-opener of, I felt dead sorry for myself when I got to jail, I thought, and then I realised this is your own fucking fault, you dickhead. And your life's still fantastic. You've still got a boss life if you get your finger out when you get out. Be feeling sorry for yourself. there is people in here who've absolutely got a fucking shitty end of the stick, and you know, life could get a lot worse if you don't fucking get your act together. So, you know, jail worked for me. You know, I had something on the outside to work towards, but...
Did it make you appreciate life more?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, you think people in jail, you look down your nose at them, and the people who've ended up going on the ale one night and took a load of Charlie and got in a car and crashed into somebody, and they're doing 7, 8, 9 years jail on a fucking mad weekend where they've had murder with the bird and gone on a bender. You know, they're not career criminals yet. They are in there, and there is, you know, some scroats in there, there is some dregs in there, but there's some fucking solid people who've just, you know, had life come at them a little bit too quick for what they were able to deal with at the time. And then the problem for it is, you know, your car insurance, all the stuff that's tariffed onto you after you leave jail doesn't give you a chance to turn your life in the direction you want it to. It actually is inclined to force you back into the system.
How did the media treat you when you get out of prison? Or were you just used to it?
You know, they followed me around and all, taking pictures of me doing community service, and it just, you know, the cunts, aren't they? Let's be honest. Like, you know, I fortunate enough or unfortunate enough to have a couple $100,000 off 2 of the major publications. One of them, I think, has gone out of business now for hacking my phone and, you know, hacking your voicemails, and, you know, you seen what they were doing. You know, I think it was the Millie Dowler case that highlighted a lot of the business practices for our you know, media in the country. And you know, I wasn't even that famous, you know, so I can't imagine what, you know, the big hitters were getting put through. But, you know, for me, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It never really affected me. I never really, you know, when you grow up reading headlines in newspapers about football fans, you know, 2 people from our road died at Hillsborough, and they said, you know, fellow football fans who I knew, Liverpool Everton fans, you know, Liverpool fans, the Ayton Park always had a famous flag at every European Cup tie for Liverpool, you know, an Ayton flag. They travelled everywhere to watch Liverpool. Loads of them lads were at Hillsborough, and to read in the papers that they'd urinated on their own people and they'd stolen out the pockets of them. And, you know, everyone in Liverpool in our area at the time knew that was absolutely lies, but the rest of the country didn't. So you grow up with, bear in mind, that's happened to me at 7, 8, 9, when I can really remember. You grow up thinking, nah, there's a load of nonsense in the world. You know, you question everything. You know, if you read what you're reading about people that you know, and you know that to be false. And I think, you know, from our city, you know, if you grew up in the area I grew up, you couldn't not be affected by what the media in this country, certainly, you know, a certain media, which was, you know, obviously Murdoch or, you know, state controlled at the time, you know, the narrative that was set there, you know, that the families are still searching for justice. And, you know, as I say, once you experience that at a young age, you know, the illusion of Narnia is shattered.
How hard was it to get back into the first team after prison?
Dead easy, slotted straight back in. I think.
How many weeks did it take?
I managed to get me jail at the end of the season, done the 2 months, so I missed pre-season. But obviously you can only do so much inside, and you know, the body weight stuff and the exercises. But I managed to keep myself ticking over inside. I ended up coming back out, so I just missed the off season, and, you know, missed 2 months, 74 days. So I missed, you know, pre-season's usually 6 or 8 weeks, sometimes 9 weeks if it's a bit long. So I came in and I missed basically all the pre-season and the off season. So it took me a little bit to get up to speed. I think I came back on as a sub in the Emirates about 6 weeks after I, you know, got out of jail, and I never looked back from there. I've got a peculiar personality. Like, I don't dwell in the past. Like, the past.
Yeah, you can't
change it. I'm very future orientated.
So Newcastle, prison, you end up going to QPR, you got promoted to QPR. What was the decision to go to Marseille?
Well, again, you know, I had the sending off, didn't I? The Aguero one, it's quite low profile, that. Only happened to be the fucking most iconic fucking Premier League finishing goal since Sky's inception, I think, with Aguero. And
that was madness, but we had that,
But
elbowed that cunt, kneed that cunt, fight me that cunt.
But
that was
you think
some
I lost
game
my
as
shit
well.
there, didn't you? Like, that's the common conception.
What happened then? So QPR, last game of the season, you used to play with Man City. You get sent off, I think, was that just before half time?
No, after. We were in the second half.
55th minute or something?
Yeah, something like that, yeah, in the second half. So I'd obviously was at Newcastle, had a great spell at Newcastle, and Mike Ashley was doing some mad stuff. So there was a few of us who stood up to him. I think I was the lead instigator in that. There's a few strong personalities, but they didn't want to get as militant as what they did. And I'd come from a Labour city, where I'm from, Huyton and St Helens and all that. They're all ex-mining communities, so we're not miners per se. But one of my best mates growing up, Matthew McElhinney, his dad was a miner who was given his obviously redundancy money. So you grow up in that era of Liverpool was impoverished with the austerity that was put on the city by that kind of Thatcher kind of Tory government. So opportunities in the development of the city, like the city was fucking rough and ready. It's changed a hell of a lot now with some of the grants and the money that's been spent on it for the better. But at the time, it was rough and ready, and you just kind of grow up with that abrasiveness, don't you? You're like, it's kind of anti-establishment, and from our perspective, the opportunities for me, I was like, I'm gonna either have to go in the military, I'm gonna have to be really good at sport, and if I'm not, then obviously them other things are there, your crime or music or stuff that people get into. But for me, there wasn't a whole host of stuff that I was really interested in. I was really interested in football, and if I'd have got an injury or a setback, I think the military might have been something for me, because I was kind of yearning discipline. I knew I needed strong structure, strong discipline. I always benefited from having a strong coach or a strong hand alongside me. All the good managers that got the most out of me had that kind of firmness. So when I'm at Newcastle, I stand up to Ashley, because I didn't think what he was doing was right. And obviously he then broke that power structure that opposed him up in Andy Carroll leaving to Liverpool, Kevin Nolan, Steve Harper, myself, Alan Smith, etc. So then it was the first time we'd thought about having a family. Georgia was pregnant with our first child. Newcastle were trying to renegotiate a contract with me. I was 28, 29, I think. And I was negotiating with Derek Lambias, who was a casino owner or manager who was put in chief exec role, and he was a bit difficult to negotiate with. So it got to a bit of a Mexican standoff, and some home truths were spoken about. The fact that I didn't think he had any credibility to make some of the judgments he was making. Negotiations broke off at that point. And it coincided with Georgia having a miscarriage. Our first child, she had a miscarriage. So she was up the wall thinking, am I ever going to be able to have babies? She was all over the place. I was having a difficult negotiation with the club, and I've ended up just putting a line through it and said, look, I'll speak to you in the summer. When I didn't say this is going on in my private life, because it's not for them, but I needed not to just have this business negotiation in the midst of trying to look after my wife. Do you know what I mean? In terms of, she's all over the gaff here, and, with, as I say, it was a first child. So she's like through it a bit. So the end of that season, Derek Lambias had said to me, if we finish top 10, it's a 2-year deal. If we finish outside the top 10, it's only a 1-year deal. I was like, we're about to start a family here. Me and George are thinking about having another go at having a kid again. And a 1-year deal at 29 is no good to me, because once you turn north of 30 as a footballer, life changes. Up until in your 20s, they can't give you enough. Mm-hmm. They want extra years on your contract. The boot sponsors, everyone's giving you everything. As soon as you turn 30, it's a very ageist sport. It's almost like your best years are behind you, and you only want to do 1-year deals, and the boot and the endorsements are now for the younger kids. It flips over. It must be like being an actress in Hollywood. All of a sudden you're getting all the lead roles, and then all of a sudden you turn 45 and you haven't got the perkiness of youth, and you get shipped for the new model coming through. So the end of that season, we were 3-0 up in the last game of the season against West Brom at half time, and we'd have finished 8th, first season back in the Premier League, and we end up drawing 3-3. Solomon Choi scored a hat-trick for West Brom second half, and we finish 11th. And Jose Enrique, our left-back, and Jonas Gutierrez, the Argentinian left midfielder, had been fucking about in the second half, because we were 3-0 up and they were taking the piss, and we ended up hanging on for a 3-3 draw. So by Derek Lambias' calculations, I'd have been going into that dressing room after punching the pair of their heads in, because them fucking about in the second half would have been, I got a 3-year deal, or a 1 year deal. As it was, the contract got shelved, so I was like, what a fucking idiot. He could have caused a scenario at the club that he didn't need to cause by trying to be a casino manager, thinking rules of the casino, working Premier League footy. So at the end of that season, I kind of thinking this is not going to plan. Mike sold Kevin Nolan to West Ham, who was another agitator in not us. We were the first team in Premier League history not to sign a bonus sheet, because he was trying to ram it down our throat, thinking we were Sports Direct, and we didn't have it. Well, I took umbrage to it, and I knew that everyone had to sign the form. So loads of lads were going, I was going, well, we get paid our wages. What the fuck do we need the bonus for? Just tell him to stick the bonus up his ass. Because it was just another way of Mike bullying and controlling people for money. So I thought, fuck you, I'm standing up to you. And I convinced a few of the bigger hitters in the dressing room, like the bigger influencers. And then it got to the point where the manager was trying to get us to sign it. And the lads, I think, wanted the union, a few wanted to fold, but couldn't say they wanted to fold. So I was saying, lads, look, you do what you want. I'm not fucking signing it. And I knew, I was smart enough to know that they needed every signature. One signature on it, left off it, was not enough for them to get it through. So I was going, look, if you need the money, you need this Mike Ashley's money, and you need to sign the bonus sheet because Mike fucking wants you to, you sign it, but I'm not. So in the midst of that, 5 or 6 lads who were proud lads, who maybe wavering, decided not to sign it. So we go into the first league game. Bear in mind, we've won the championship at Old Trafford for Newcastle United away without signing a bonus sheet, which no team had ever done to that point. So it got out and was news that there was a rebellion on. So Mike's decision is to do away with all the leaders of the rebellion. And he ended up sacking Chris Hughton off the back of it, and then broke up the kind of power that had got us. It turned the club around, that power structure, the lads in the dressing room, and he broke it up because he wanted control. So Pardew comes in, and I've still got a year left, and end up having a little bit of a ding-dong with Pardew, and he shit himself, and he said, look, you can go. So I end up signing a 4-year deal then for QPR. First decision I think I've ever made, based purely on finances, and the most I've ever been paid, most unhappy I've ever been.
Why?
It just wasn't a good environment. Like, it's a great club, QPR, some good people there, and I know they're having a tough time at the minute, but they just put loads of money into it, and there was no, team. Football is a team. It's a culture. It's a working class collective sport where everybody has to chip in together. Yeah, it's a meritocracy, so the best will get paid more than the worst, but there's a sense of belonging for everybody. The superstar in the team can't be a cunt to the lad who maybe does one of the more menial tasks in the team. Like, that just won't wash in our game. Maybe that washes in the tennis world or the golf world, or in them worlds you can treat the people below you like a piece of shit, but in a working class sport like football you can't. And how you treat everybody for me is important, whether you're the cock of the fucking school or whether you're how you behave at all junctions is very important. So if you're the manager or you're in a position of influence, I think it's very, as a socialist working class lad, for me it's very important. So, as I said to you, all my family have worked kind of working class jobs. My nan was waiting on. So if I see someone treating someone like a piece of shit or not saying please, thank you, then that really fucking triggers me.
What was it like getting promoted for you? That was the only season you were there, 1 year, was it not?
Where? QPR? No. So I leave Newcastle at 28, 29, I think, and I sign a 4-year deal at QPR. And they'd just been promoted from the Championship, Neil Warnock, and I knew straight away with the way that the deal was conducted, it was me and the agent who was representing me at the time.
So they went into the Premier League straight away. I thought you joined them Championship and then won the league.
No, I went in. They'd won the Championship with the Delta Rapt and all that, and a good mate of mine and his dad played together, Bradley Orr, he was in the team. So, I knew I had to leave Newcastle because of the falling out with Ashley, and he wanted rid of us all. I had a year left on my deal there, and I got offered a 3-year deal on slightly more money at QPR, and I thought, you know what? I was getting into stuff, art and culture. So if it naturally fit that London, I was like, this is going to be great. And, I got into kind of social media and Twitter at the back end of Newcastle to manage my exit strategy out there, and it worked fucking fantastically well because Mike Ashley tried to create this media war with me in the local papers, but obviously this new technology was there, Twitter, where I could just circumnavigate the fact that he'd print an article in the Chronicle and then they had to wait 24 hours to respond. I could just take it out. Every time they print an article, I'd just tweet, this is a load of shit. and it was using this new technology quite radically to benefit you as a footballer. So West Ham, I think, had bid for me when the first rumblings of the summer were on, and I think they were trying to phase me out, and they offered £3 million for me, West Ham, and I didn't want to go. I can't remember who was the manager at the time, but I didn't want to go. So I've dug in, and then it got progressively worse to the last pre-season friendly against Leeds. I kind of know my time's up. And I had a bit of a ding-dong and a bit of Twitter going on. And Mike Ashley's just turned around and said to the agents, he can fucking leave. I don't even want any money for him. So then straight away, the businessman in me is like, okay, sound. I end up signing James QPR. I go down to meet them. And I always remember Neil Warnock and Phil Beard and the agents. I was... had sorted the deal out, and we were sitting there and just watching negotiation go down, and it was a financially fantastic deal, but the way it was conducted, I remember being like really uneasy with it. But I was like, shut the fuck up, like you're going to earn about 20 odd million here. Do you know what I mean? Just keep your fucking nut down. You're getting pushed out of Newcastle. They don't want you. Ashley doesn't want you. So you got to go somewhere. And there's about 22 million quid on the table here. Forget fucking whether you like people or not. So my gut was not, just wasn't sitting right me anyway. I signed, and it never sat well with me after that. I shouldn't have gone. That intuition I had, that gut instinct I had was correct, and as it unfolded after that, I regretted it. And that's not to say QPR wasn't a great club, but it was just the characters I got involved in, and I regretted it. But it wasn't going to plan. So first year we ended up, the manager who signed me, Neil Warnock, got sacked in the January. Mark Hughes took over. We ended up staying up by the skin of our teeth with that famous Aguero game. I ended up copping a 12-game ban out the back of that. And I come back that pre-season, and Mark Hughes wants me gone. And then I get a phone call saying Olympique Marseille want to take me. So I ended up going out there for the year. I had a phenomenal year there, loved it. And then in the midst of that, QPR got relegated. So I'd finished second in France. And while I was away, QPR had fucked me off, for my bad behaviour or whatever, which is, and I said to them at the time, look, if you make this bet, I've still got 3 years left,
What happened to the final game of the season when you've cracked Tevez, you've cracked Aguero?
Yeah. So if you remember in the game, if we had VAR now, I don't think I'd have been sent off. All right, it sounds perverse to say that, because I blocked Tevez from a throw-in on the sideline, and he punched me across the face. He punched me in the back of the head and punched, because as I cut him off, he's now behind me and frustrated because they had the title on the table. We'd equalised in the game, if you remember. They were 1-0 up. Zabaleta missed it across. It went over Paddy Kenny. And we'd equalised. Djibril Cissé had equalised early in the second half, and their arseholes had gone. They'd fell apart. And as a player, you can just sense it sometimes. So they're the great Man City. We've got a win to stay up, or certainly better Bolton's result at Stoke. And we were 1-0 down, and they thought they had the title. It's party mode, and they had all the bunting and all that in where so that was like a red rag to me. And we'd scored early in the second half, and about 4 of their senior players, arseholes, had dropped out. You've seen them go the colour of boiled shite, and you can just smell it sometimes as a competitor that, these are done, these are toasted. So they've gone, and we're in the ascendancy, and you can feel the nervousness in the stadium. And I checked Tevez off a throw, read him, get in front of him, because he's not thinking clearly. And he fucking punches me twice, once in the back of the head and once round the side of the head. So I've carried on moving. When I say, he jumped on me back and coughed me twice. So we've kept moving. I've kind of looked round. Lino hasn't seen it. Ref hasn't seen it. And I've gone. I'm fuming. I thought, you cheeky cunt. So as I turn around like that, Tevez is now walking back towards me. So I've just looked around like that, and I thought, no one can see me, and I've just gone, fuck off, and elbowed him. Thought, 1-1, you've given me a couple. And I've hit him, and he's just gone down the fucker. The foreigners, aren't they? They're well smarter than us. So as soon as I've coughed for him, I should have gone down. I've got up and tried to be British and macho and level it up. And as soon as I've hit him, he's bit the dust. And he's screaming, and next minute, Aguero's running over, grassing on me to the ref, saying, he's like, and he hasn't seen anything. So now everyone's piling around. Mike Dean's the ref, stopped the game. Mike hasn't seen it. So there's no VAR or anything here. No one's seen it. So then he goes over to the linesman. The linesman says he's seen it. And I always thought to this day the linesman had seen it, but now I know the linesman's a liar, because as some people had sent me about 6 months ago a couple of stills from the game from, they've been watching the game back. And when the still happens and I touch Tevez, there's 6 people in between the linesmen. They've showed me the wide lens. There's 6 people in between the linesmen. There's no way he could have physically seen what happened unless he can see through bodies. So he's just taking a punt, and he was fucking right, to be fair, because he's gone, Barton, he'll have definitely done it. So Mike Dean comes over, and there's like a bit, he's talking to the linesman and all that. Now all the players are on each other, and Bobby Zamora runs over to me, fucking cracker Bob, runs over to me and he goes, Joe, you're getting sent off, fucking take one of theirs with you. So I thought, that's a fucking good idea, that, because I've made a cunt of it. We're down to 10. If I get one of theirs to go, it's 10-10. So I fucked up, but I've kind of leveled the playing field here. So I just remember thinking at the time, bear in mind, we're in the heat of battle. It's 55 minutes in the game, fucking adrenaline's flowing. There's loads at stake, us to stay up, them to win the league. There's a ding-dong. I've had my collar felt. I think I'm getting sent off here. And at that time, Bobby's words of advice were really profound. Now I realise it was a fucking mad call for him. So I thought, yeah, he's right there. So next minute, Aguero's grassing again to the ref. So I've walked over to the ref. Aguero should be a red kicking. So I just thought, fuck off you. So I've kneed him. Thought I'd give him a dead leg because he's grassing. So he bites the dust. Someone else runs in. And I think like Lescott or something. And I'm like, fuck off you fucking tit. So he said it's side to their bottom or whatever. But once I've kneed Aguero, I'm just trying to get any one of theirs to throw a punch at me or get involved, because I know I'm already on my way off. I've either been sent off or I'm on the way off. So if any of theirs throw a dig at me, it's 10 men each. It might even be 10-9 to us. So the best thing I could do in that moment is get one of their players to take the bait. As it was, none of them really did. And I end up with the fucking 12-game suspension. I think I'm third in the all-time list, aren't I? Between Cantona's got number 1 for the Kung Fu kick. And then somebody else on a drugs ban. I think I'm third. They done me for three red cards in that. Said Aguero was a red card. Tevez was a red card, the first one. Then the knee on Aguero. And then they said I've decided to butt Lescott. And the thing that annoyed me about it all was, players being players, they won the league and the famous Aguero moments and the rest is history. But Lescott was the only one who, when they had to go in front of the FA, he was the only player who turned up to give evidence against me in front of the FA to say, no, Joey tried to headbutt me. I'm like, Jolien, I'm fucking getting it. I'm getting a ban. I've been, sent off. You've won the league. Why are you turning up to give evidence against me? And as small as the world is, when I'm at Glasgow Rangers, who turns up to try and sign for Glasgow Rangers with the cap in hand? Fucking Lescott. So I said, I'm not playing in the same team as that grassing cunt. I'm not playing with him. He's a fucking grass. Can't share the trenches with him. And again, for me, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have gone to Marseille, James. So Marseille was a phenomenal experience.
Yeah, they loved you. So you've got 12-game ban. You went to Marseille.
So we've done a season at QPR. We stayed up on that game.
12-game ban, Marseille. You done the interview. We've got to touch on the interview, because when you started speaking French, I'm not going to lie, I thought I could start understanding French at that time. I thought I must have took all that in the fucking classroom.
We all learn that, don't we, when we're speaking to waiters and that when you're on holiday. Do you know what I mean? But so we'll go out there, and obviously I've got a 12-game ban to negate. So, but the fans took to me straight away. Like,
why did they love you so much?
Just because I was a rebel. I think they just see me as a rebel. And I remember the first game I turned up in, and one of the ends had a massive mural of "Welcome, sweet and tender hooligan," because they knew I was into the Smiths, and they'd gone and I just thought, these are fucking crackers, these. I haven't played a game. I'm getting sent out of QPR, who fucking persona non grata in the UK with this 12-game ban, like I'm Hannibal Lecter. And these are just having me, and I haven't even kicked the ball. And these have had a European Cup win, and Jean-Pierre Papin and Cantona and Chrissy Waddle and Abidi Pele and Dejan Stojkovic and Dragan Stojkovic, just incredible players. Basil Bowley, I can remember them beating Milan to win the European Cup. I remember watching it on ITV because Rangers were decent at the time. So I remember Leeds v Rangers on ITV.
Yeah,
and
Marseille Rangers, I think, semis.
When it was only champions who played in it.
16
Not now, where if you finish, top four.
Get a game.
So, and I remember how good Rangers were, and how, don't forget, after Heysel, we didn't have European football in England. All the top players had to go to foreign countries, to Spain, Italy, Germany, and obviously Scotland, to play in the European Cup or the Cup Winners' Cup or the UEFA Cup at the time. And The English game really suffered as a result of that. And, for me, then the Premier League getting its act together was great because that coincided with Italia 90, which led to the Italian Serie A league was massive and got Gazzetta, James Richardson goals on Sunday in the Italian game. So, you grow up with this unadulterated love of football. Like I'm a football historian, like an anorak, like love the game. And then I'm fortunate enough to be good at it. And then after I've hung my boots up, I'm fortunate enough to be able to fucking coach and help people there fulfill their potential in it. So, you look through life and you think, fucking hell, I'm a right jammy bastard. Do you know what I mean? I've been born in...
But you've worked hard as well, mate. I wouldn't say jammy or lucky that you've grinded, man, through all the shit, the pain, the torment, all the fucking hate from the media, and you've still kept going. So see when you signed for Marseille, the fans are fucking loving you. What happened with the interview? How did that happen?
So I turn up there and as I say, I'm banned for the first 12 league games, so I could play in the Europa League, but I couldn't play in the domestic league. The ban was only for domestic football or something. So I could chip away at these games, but I'm playing in the Europa League games, and they kept me out the spotlight for a little bit. And then I'm doing my French lessons and all. I had an American lawyer who worked for the club who used to give me lessons. So I'm doing my French lessons and that. And you just sound like a fucking idiot, don't you? Whenever you're speaking in a foreign language, initially, you just sound like a space cadet to yourself. It's like when you first hear your voice. You don't sound like you sound to yourself. When you hear your voice record or you see an interview on the telly, you're like, why am I talking in that voice for? It's like your ma or your nan used to have the phone voice, didn't they? They'd be screaming and shouting at you, the phone go, oh, hello, how are you? And you'd be like, you don't speak like that during the week. So you'd have your press interviews. And as I say, I'm learning, like, I've got the basic understanding of French, but, I can ask for something in the shop, but I can't have a conversation. So we're playing, I think, Fenerbahce away in the Europa League, and I get put up for the press. So it's a European game. So you get Marseille's a massive club, like it's the biggest club in France. It's like Man United in France. So Liverpool, it's that big, and the European games, because it's the Turkish champions or whatever it is, Fenerbahce. It's all these foreign journalists. So that the interpreter says to me before I go in, he goes, "Can you do me a favour, like with your strong regional dialect? Like, can you just speak a bit slower? Because I've got to translate firstly from Scouse to English, and then from English to French, and then back the other way when we're doing it." So I'm like, yeah, mate, no problem. So I'm in this press conference, and it was like like about five rows of about 5 people. It's almost like a little mini cinema room. And in the back of it was my brother Andrew, my mate Splacky and Tagger, who were over staying with me at the time. So I'm doing this presser and I'm getting asked questions and I'm answering and speaking slow. And before I'd gone out there, I'd seen Steve McLaren's interview. I'd fucking laughed my head off, laughed my bollocks off, going, what about fucking that silly cunt, fucking Steve and all that, so I was fully aware of like how much of an idiot you could look if you spoke in these broken tones. So I was like laughing, going, fucking as if I'd do that, like I'm fucking way too switched on for that, like buzzing off people. 6 weeks later, there I am, fucking bollock chops, thinking I've cracked it in this conference, chatting away, giving it all the va-va-voom and all that, thinking I'm keep looking at this translator, and he's going to me, just keeps doing this, keeps going. So I'm thinking, I am fucking nailing this here, first presser. And every time I turn to this cunt, he's going, as if to say, like, you're on the money there. No one's batting an eyelid. And then after about 15, 20 minutes, like, I think I'm fucking, like, knocking all these questions out the park here. Throwing a bit of French in there, the odd word in that, as if to show, I'm trying to learn the language. And then I just fucking look like that, and I can just see our kid's got fucking big, mad fucking hair, hasn't he? He's like me, hero hair. You can make rope out of our hair. So just see this fucking head going like this in the back. So I'm like, the fucking hell are these up to? So, you try and answer the questions and you remain professional, but like out the corner of your eye, you can... Now, these are serial messes, James. Like, they're always fucking about. It could be anything that they find funny. They're never serious. So I'm like this anyway. After about... Keep cracking like that. And there's fucking tears coming out their eyes. So I'm like, looking at them. And they keep looking at me, but they can't look at me. They keep looking away. And they're laughing their cocks off. So, and I've just had you just have that realisation of, oh, fuck. I'm doing a fucking Steve McLaren here. So I've realised, and I thought, I've just got to go with this. Like, I might as well. I've made a cunt of it. So, for me, you got to laugh at yourself if you make a bollocks of it. So I then start like tapping a bit on, as I say. These are just keep going in the background. But the funniest thing about it was there's only the 4 of us in the room who were on it. There's no English journalists in there. Nobody's aware of it. So when I come out of there, they're going, fucking hell, what was you up to? They sound like fucking a low. So they're giving me I'm getting it tight. But I'm thinking that's contained to the room. I'm never ever thinking that's going anywhere. So I'm thinking that's going to be Marseille TV and then fucking Moroccan TV or Algeria, wherever in Marseille are big. And that'll be the end of that, So come out the room and I'm laughing and they're saying, we're going to get onto your press officer to try and get the video because they want to show all my mates, go, listen what this silly cunt's done, and they're dead. And I'm going to the press officer, do not fucking give them that tape. So I think it's contained in that room. So anyway, playing the game, fucking get out. About 2 days later, my fucking phone just starts going off the hook. I'm like, it's Sky Sports News in England. And then the next is fucking history, lad. And then you just got to laugh, haven't you? Do you know what I mean? You're just like, fucking hell, made the bollocks of that.
It's
but
a fucking peach, mate. I genuinely thought I could understand French.
Honestly.
That's class. So Marseille, you end up, what was he running with Ibrahimovic?
So that was in the game, obviously PSG, and again,
Because what were you doing? Big fucking
I had to
nose
mark him, so Zlatan's about 6'4", and he's about 18 stone. He's a big unit, and he's handy with it. I think he says he's karate and all that.
Expert.
You wouldn't want to dust up with him, like he's a big unit. And I've only seen about 4 centre forwards in my lifetime who actually target the centre half. Usually in my world, the centre half tries to bully the centre forward and kick him out the game. But every now and again, you get like a Luis Suarez or an Alan Shearer or a Duncan Ferguson who actually goes at the start of the game looking for the centre half to bully him. Well, we're second in France, and the Qatar money's just come into PSG the year I turn up. So you've got Thiago Silva, Zlatan, Motta, all of the big hitters.
Was Beckham there?
Beckham came. Yeah, Beckham came. All the big hitters are coming. Mm-hmm. And it's us and them. But like they've got this incredible spend in the last 12 months, and Marseille are the historic club who's trying to keep pace with them, and Lyon, there was 3 of us, Saint Etienne and Lyon were going at it, but we were close to them. So I was banned for the first derby at the Velodrome, and Zlatan scored 2 fucking crackers and we drew 2-2, but I was in the stadium and I couldn't play. I was playing in the Europa League, but I was banned for the game. And then as the season went, they were about 4 or 5 points ahead of us, but we had to play them in the cup quarter-final and in the league in the same week. So we played them in the cup on the Wednesday and the league on the Sunday and the cup on the Wednesday. But that was if they won, they were going, I think, 8 or 9 points clear of us with 7 games to go. And if they beat us in the cup, obviously we were out the cup. So our season pretty much came down to that week. So we played them on the Sunday at their place and played fucking great. And they ended up scoring a spawny goal. And I think they beat us either 2-0 or 2-1. But we were right in the game. Good account of ourselves. But they beat us. And that was the league pretty much. We were then focusing on finishing second rather than winning the title. It was like a 6-pointer. But then we had to play them on the Wednesday in the cup. But we had to play the same starting 11 virtually. And they made about 8 changes. 9 changes. And Beckham was one of them who come in. So in the first game in the league, Zlatan had gone and targeted Nicolas Nkulu, who was a great centre-half, Cameroonian boy. But there was Sully Diawara and Nkulu, and Sully was a bit of a warrior, and Nico was the ball player, and Zlatan just pulled right onto him and just going, fucking, he's getting it, and just started roughing him up. So from every goal kick then, I then get pulled down because he's dusting Nkulu. So I come the front screen then, so I'm like, listen, I'll fucking front screen him and stop him bullying our centre-half. So I'm now front screening him and I'm just standing on his toes, pinching him. And he's massive compared to me. And every time he put his hands on me, I was diving on the floor and going, ah! And the ref kept giving a free kick and it was fucking doing his head in. So in the end, he's lost his shit with me because I've won about 4 free kicks off him now. And he's turned to me and gone, you fucking fanny, you fucking pussy. So I'm like, I know I've got him, so I'm laughing at him going, fuck off, you fucking dickhead. So he's going, I thought you were meant to be a fucking English tough guy, he was saying, you're a fucking pussy, he was saying to me, right? So I've gone, shut up, you fucking big nose cunt. So I've just gone, fuck off, big nose. So we're just ding-donging like this, right? But it's like laughing. But no one's ever called him a big nose cunt, clearly, because he was shocked that anyone had the audacity to say it to him because he was the king of France at the time. He was the king. I was like, fuck off, you fucking big nose cunt. I was going, you might be boss of footy, but your fucking nose is massive. So, and for a big egomaniac like that, his teammates started laughing at him, like a few, and his head went. So you can see his argument. Now, completely unbeknown to me, they ended up beating us in the game. At the end of the game had been on French, like BBC or ITV, and they zoomed in the midst of the game, stopping, they'd zoomed in and captured that. Like, I didn't know that had happened. So when I come off, we'd lost the game. But my status within the Marseille fan base and with the football fan base in France, they just loved me because they didn't like Zlatan, and they just seen someone taking him on who was smaller than him. And it just endeared me to them. Do you know what I mean? I didn't know it. I didn't even know it was happening. I was just like, fuck you. I've never taken a backward step from anyone. Never mind you. You fucking big nose Swedish cunt. So I ain't going to start now. And as I say, it just grew this arms and legs to the point where I go back to Marseille now. I was there 2 weeks ago to see some pals. And people in the street walk past, kids, and going, hey, big no. Like, it's just nuts. They don't even remember the fucking game we've played with them. Do you know what I mean? But they remember I took him on. And it's sad, really, because you want to be remembered for your footy and your playing, but also,
But that's what you're known for as well.
To be remembered, that people fucking remember you is,
So you're Marseille, then the fans love you. You're doing well there. What was the decision to leave?
Well, I was gonna. So I'd signed a 4-year deal at QPR. Done the first year, we'd stayed up. Second year, I get loaned out to Marseille because I fell out with the manager in the 12 games, and he wants me out the club. In the midst of that, he gets sacked because they don't win a game, and then they get relegated. So Harry Redknapp takes over in the January. QPR got relegated in that season, so I'm like, well, fuck yous, because you wanted me out, and look what you've won. I've just finished second in France. Fans love me. Living in the south of France, it's fucking 30 degrees every day. I'm treated like I'm a god here. They want me here. I've not done anything great football wise, but they just love me. I can't do any wrong. Fuck if I'm going back to fucking England. Fuck that. I've got 2 years left on this QPR contract, but they've just been relegated. There's no way they want me back. Because I've been throwing bombs at them from France going, I told you were shit. I told you shouldn't have got rid of me. Knew you were shit. Knew you had all maggots in your dressing room. Vocally on Twitter, which was probably a mistake in hindsight, but it's the impetuance of youth. So I'm thinking there's no way I'm going back to QPR. Firstly, the salary I'm on, there's no way they can afford that in the Championship. The bridge is burnt. The fans don't want me back. The manager, I'm in the Champions League here. But Marseille could only pay half of my salary the next year. So I still had 2 years to go on my QPR deal. And I thought there'd be a natural negotiation to meet in the middle somewhere, and there wasn't. And then Tony Fernandez is going, this story's written for you, Joe. You can come back and save the club from the ashes. This is a redemption story. And I'm like, Tony, look, fuck off. You fucking sided with Mark Hughes and emptied me out the club. You fucking made your bed. I'm playing in the Champions League here. Va va voom. The French love me. You can stick QPR right up your ring piece. I'm away. And he just won't budge. So he's going, well, if you want to leave, you'd have to cancel your contract. I'll let you go, but you have to cancel your contract. So I done the math on it. For me to listen to the Champions League music and play in the Champions League for Marseille, financially, for the money that was at stake, it wasn't worth. It wasn't my future. Decisions that you're making for your kids and their kids. I thought, it's not worth it. Marseille. If Marseille really wanted me, then they were going. And then in the interim, in between that gap, Marseille went and signed a load of players, and I didn't become the priority that I was at the start of the summer. And before I know it, Harry Redknapp had kind of convinced me and Tony Fernandez that getting QPR back to the Premier League would be a fairy tale, a story. And Marseille, kind of younger, more saleable assets had signed, and I think the appetite to do the deal had waned on their side. So financially, they were never going to be at the level I needed them to be at, and then QPR dug the feet in. So I remember going and speaking to Harry and said, look, this Marseille one's dead. They've signed this midfielder now. I'm not going. What, if you're square with me, I fell out with the old manager. If you're square with me, I'll be square with you. I'll do everything I can if you bring me back into the first team. So he brought me back in, and the rest is history. That season finishes with us winning the playoff final, Bobby Zamora at Wembley. And I like to think if I wasn't there, there's no way that would have happened.
What was that feeling?
It was a moment of relief, mainly because of the club was in a toxic position, and myself and Phil Beard had pushed really hard to get Harry to add Steve Black to to the off the field team, and without Steve Black, that wasn't possible. That team was not getting promoted that year. Blackie came in and worked his genius and showed everybody what is capable if you've got a strong mindset and a desire to be better than what you was the day before. And he showed, in football in terms of miracle to turn that group round. And we get promoted at the end of the season. Blackie was without that. 10 men in the final. Gary O'Neill sent off at half an hour to go. Hanging on by a thread, Bobby scores the goal, last kick of the game, end the conversation. And we were getting battered with 11 men, never mind when we had 10 men. But it was Blackie's mantra and where he'd done with the group that without a shadow of a doubt, set the small details in us getting the job done. That summer we go away and come back, and I'm thinking, okay, we can get cracking here. Back in the Prem, it's the last year of my deal at QPR, but we've got a chance to build on what Blackie's given us, a good foundation. And Harry had gone away in the summer, watched the World Cup where Van Gaal had played in Brazil, 2014, 16 was it? When was the Brazil World Cup? 14. Van Gaal had played a 5 and got Holland to semi-final, final. Nigel de Jong Alonso tackle was the final. And Chile under, I think it was it might have been Bielsa or the guy who came after him, might have been Sampoli, had played 3-4-3. So Harry had been away in the summer and come back, and we'd been a 4-2-3-1 solid defence that we just about got up by the skin of our teeth. And Harry's coming back, and we've signed Rio Ferdinand on a free, and we're playing this back free, and we've got Chilean wingers, and we're going into the Prem, which is not a league, if you're newly promoted, that you want to be playing this open, expansive 3 at the back. And stop listening to Blackie. You kind of thought he'd got us promoted, Harry. It was him. Almost whitewashed Blackie out of history of the club, and then the club just got back into a shitty spot. Harry resigned the day after the deadline had closed in the January or February the 1st. So left us up shit creek without a paddle because he didn't get the players he wanted. Chris Ramsey took over, and we got relegated, slow, painful death. And then that was tough to take because I kept my standards sky. I was playing some good footy in a really bad team in a really bad environment. And I thought the phone would ring at the end of the season, and it didn't. West Ham phoned and thought that was done, and then they backed out at the last minute. And then a sign for Burnley, late in the window, and then had a fantastic year there, won the league, won their team of the year, had a great year there. And then came up to your neck of the woods, lad, came across Adrian's Wall into the barbarian heartland that is Glasgow and Scottish football.
Yeah, what was the decision to join Rangers?
Well, I'd spoken to Dicey at the end of the season, and at that point I'd had lots of seasons where I'd been in the Premier League, and it was just about staying in the league and finishing 16th or winning 10 games and drawing. And I just thought, I've got a little bit of a taste at Newcastle, at Marseille and QPR, and now Burnley, of winning and getting promoted. And Rangers made this massive play at me first year back in Scottish Prem. The fella who'd signed me at Burnley, Frank McPartland, had left halfway through the season to go and work with Mark Warburton at Rangers. And I just thought, do you know what? I had Celtic kits as a kid, but I'd love to play for Real Madrid or Barcelona. I'd love to play for Dortmund or Bayern Munich. I'd love to play for Porto, Benfica or Sporting Lisbon. So for me, to play for Rangers or Celtic as an anorak of football, even though as a kid, I'm a Roman Catholic, Joseph Anthony, went to St. Agnes School and St. Thomas of Becket. Every third kit I got was a Celtic kit. I always got Celtic's third kit at Easter. You always ended up with a Celtic kit, and they were always decent kits, Umbro, Peoples, Ford, and, some of my mates ended up on Rangers kits, but we were always Celtic kits. So then I'd always thought I wouldn't mind having a go at Scottish footy playing for either Rangers or Celtic, but I always thought I'd play for Celtic. And then, as life comes at you, win the league at Burnley, thinking I'm going to sign a new deal there. And then I love Dicey, and I think I can speak about this now, but it's like it's Dicey's money that he spends, you know what I mean? And that's a good thing for a manager, but I knew what it cost to replace me. I'd done the math on it at that point. I'm 31. I've just come off probably the most consistent season I've had. Team of the year, we've won the league. I think it was a productive environment for me. I had a good working relationship with the manager. It was just what I needed. I was settled. I was living back in the Northwest. Kids, family's great. And I spoke to him, and he said at the end of the season, we'd had a pint together and a curry. And he said, listen, he started talking money, and I don't like to talk money. I just said, look, just when you speak to my agent, you just sort it out. I don't really want to get involved in the nitty gritty. You pay me what you think's fair, and I'll sign for it. So I go away thinking that's going to get done, and in the midst of the next 2 weeks, there's again another Mexican standoff. They're disagreeing on figures, and then cleverly Frank and Rangers stick the little wedge in there and go, come up and look at this. So I go up to Glasgow. It's June. They fucking take me to Loch Lomond. Andy Black takes me to Loch Lomond. The sun's cracking the flags. Take me to Ibrox, show me the trophy room, the pitch. Take me to the training ground. I'm going, what a fucking club this is. Now, Burnley was a good club at the time, but it wasn't Glasgow Rangers. The impressive, institution of football that is Rangers, and that is Celtic as well. I know your league's different to ours, but still incredible respect from the football fraternity. And then I just thought, you know what? I fucking really fancy this. I love me golf. And I thought, and they were saying, it's like this every day. Take no notice of the weather forecast. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. They're like, it's like this every day. So I know, yeah. But I thought, do you know what? I'm gonna. This is a chance. It's history for Rangers. It's the first season back after the problems they had. Even if you're shit in Scotland and you're Rangers, you're second or third. So you're going to be competing for trophies, chance of playing European football, which it was going to be difficult for me to do in England with Burnley, who were newly promoted back to the league. And Burnley hadn't, in the negotiation, really shown me as much love as I thought it was going to be shown. So there was a crack, and Rangers stepped in it. And then I decided that was my challenge. I weighed it up, and everyone was going, "You're fucking mad, giving up the Prem to go here." And I thought, you know what, this is a ballsy challenge, like to overthrow Celtic and be the first Rangers side back in the top flight and winning a title. It's a historic moment, and I thought it'd be great to be a part of. Like, it's a real underdog story. So I've decided I'm going to do that. In the midst of that, Dicey gets wind of it, and because he's slightly different motivation to me, he's a little bit more money orientated. He's then come over the top of it with a bigger offer from Burnley, thinking that's the end of the Rangers one, and he expected that to be a torpedo into the Rangers transfer. And I'm like, no, I've decided to go to Burnley, to go to Rangers. He's like, what do you mean? We're offering you more money. I'm like, I don't do this for money. Like, I made one decision for money, to go from Newcastle to QPR, and I swore for the rest of my existence that would be the last time I was ever compromised by financial compensation. And he couldn't believe it. But mine and his relationship got stronger since, because he presumed, like everybody or normal people are, that if someone offers you 10 grand a week more or 8 grand a week more, you're fucking in the Premier League, you're going to stay there. But I was like, no, I would have stayed for that offer at the first go. But now you've only offered that because a big club's come, and my eyelids have been turned, and I really fancy this project. And it was a big moment for me, because my little boy Cassius, he's 11 now, but he was starting school, so it was his first school. So he started school in Bearsden in Scotland, and had like a little bit of a Glaswegian accent going on. So it's not just me who can pick up the languages really easy. It's in the genetics.
So same you saying, obviously you cause fucking, everywhere you go you always cause headlines, but you went, Farmers League, Scott Brown shite, you can't lace my boots. What was that then, getting into the Parkhead game?
So I never actually said that when I went up there. Obviously Rangers had been demoted to the bottom rung of professional, was it league? Did he go to the third division?
Third league, man.
So I remember Ali McCoist and all that were there, and they were really down in the doldrums. And as I say, I grew up watching, more Celtic than Rangers. I was, if Celtic played Rangers, I wanted the Celtic to win. I didn't really invest in it because I'm an Evertonian, but I would always, out of the two, AC Milan played Inter Milan. I always liked Inter Milan. Real Madrid, Barcelona. I always liked Barcelona. So I get a chance to go up there. Obviously, Rangers' first season back in the top flight, and they'd lost in the Scottish Cup final to Hibs, but beaten Celtic in the semi-final, if you remember. So Ronnie Dahlia was the manager of Celtic, and obviously Celtic were winning the league and the trophies, but they weren't in a great cycle. So when I go up to Rangers, first year back for Rangers in the top flight, and coincides with Brendan Rodgers taking the job. So in the midst of doing the press, I've just won the league in England in the Championship. I've had the most consistent season I've had in terms of behaviour and process. I had Blackie in my life now, and Dicey was good influence and good group in the dressing room, team of the year. And I'm going up to Scotland. I'm like, I'm going to fucking show these cunts. Like, mainly, I'm going to build Rangers. I'm going And at the time, you can't go into Rangers, who were first year in the thing, was the marquee signing, and go, and Celtic, great, isn't Scott Brown, great. I'm like, in Scotland, Rangers are doing well and Celtic are shit, or Celtic are doing well and Rangers are shit. The two can't cohabituate, and both can't be doing well at the same time. It's just, the country's just not geared on that. One's great and one's shite, and vice versa. In England, there's about 9 teams that shared amongst. But in Scotland, the real focus is on the old firm, Hibs, Hearts, Aberdeen, etc. But Celtic and Rangers caught most of it. So if I turn up and I'm saying, I'm just here to, I just go under the radar, and that's not me as a personality. And I'm also like, with the greatest respect to Scott, and I've managed against him, he took the job, Fleetwood, I'd been there. And, in terms of if you're an elite level player in Scotland, you have to come south.
To prove your worth.
Barry Ferguson, Graham Souness, I could keep going back. No matter what, it's the same way the Welsh, they can't stay and play in the Welsh Premier League. You can't. The Irish can't stay and play for Shamrock Rovers. Northern Irish can't stay and play for Linfield. You've got to come here. The same way in the 80s, our players had to go to Italy or to Spain or to Germany because they weren't seen as the hardest challenge. If you want to be a top fighter now, you've got to go to UFC, Bellator, Cage Warriors, One Championship, etc. But you want to be the fucking top man and remembered forever. The UFC is where you need to be at. And for me, the Premier League in my era of football is where you need to be at. So if you're anyone who's fucking anyone and you think you can mix it with the big boys, and you see Patrick Vieira and Roy Keane and Paul Scholes and Makelele and Lampard, Gerrard and all these, that's just to name but a few, and you sit and look in the window at that, knowing you could be in that room, then for me, you're a shitbag, you're a shitebag. Now, Barry Ferguson, to be fair to him, was the king of Scotland. Barry was the king of Scotland, king of Rangers, that's his club, captain. And to be fair to him, he had the bollocks to come down. He didn't move to Man United or Liverpool or one of those clubs that maybe his ability was befitting of. He had to go and sign for Blackburn Rovers. Then he went to Birmingham City. And I think he won a League Cup. And I think he went back north of the border, maybe not being as good as what he thought he was going to be down here, kind of Graham Souness category. But I think he certainly went back up there and thought, what, I've had the fucking right go. I've captained Rangers, I've won everything I can win at my boyhood club, and I've gone down south of the border and had the right go. And I don't know. I just look at them lads like a Scott, and I've had a pint with Scott, as I say. We've laughed about what went on in Scotland, and he's a good fella, he's not a bad fella, a great servant for Celtic Football Club. And I always said to him, I had no respect for you. If you just fight Bellator and you don't come UFC, I think you're a fanny. Why not come fucking UFC? You know what I mean?
That's fair enough.
Logic,
Yeah.
You know I mean? So that was my mindset. And then when I turn up there, I'm like, I'm not coming here to take part. I'm coming here to win the title. Brendan's gone in and
He smashed it, to be fair.
I think Brendan's a chameleon. So Brendan is brilliant, but there's a sell-by date on him. And, I don't want to talk badly of him.
But he says he's going to be here for another 3 years. But if he gets an offer for fucking Saudi Arabia, he'd be off in a heartbeat.
But again, they went up there and Celtic, and to be fair to them, Brownie, and I think they had some good lads there, and young Callum McGregor, who I think's a good player.
Yeah, he's a good captain.
The boy who went to Arsenal, Tierney, Roger, they had a good little... And Brendan going in, I think, because of what had happened with Ronnie Dahlia, I think Brendan going in had got Celtic standards raised massively. So we were going in Rangers with a championship in Scotland team that thought it was better because it beaten Celtic in the semi-final, but it was probably a bad version of Celtic under Ronnie Dahlia. Brendan had come in and standards had gone north, and to be fair to him, did he win treble or something?
Yeah, 3 trebles.
He absolutely smashed its head in, and I think the likes of Scott and all that, maybe their career and time at Celtic was not as professional as what it could have been under Ronnie Dahlia. And I think me signing for Rangers and coinciding with Brendan coming in, I think it put a few of them lads on notice. And to be fair to Celtic, they got some good players in there and made the players they already had better. And Brendan's coaching quality, they never fucking looked back, did they?
What was the Old Firm game like for you? The atmosphere?
Do you know, it was a strange one in terms of, I'd been moaning at stuff in-house, and, we've had my time
Straight
again.
away?
Yeah, because standards were just poor. Now, I went up and I was a little bit behind in terms of my own fitness, so you're a bit frustrated with yourself when you're looking for your own fitness. And because I'd had such a good season and at Burnley, by the end, everyone listened to me. If I said it was something, they'd go, fucking hell, he's moaning, but he's usually right. And I went up to Rangers and I had no credibility in the dressing room.
Why?
And I just because I'd not done anything at Rangers, and I just start fucking moaning at them.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and you've
yeah.
got your Taverniers and Lee Wallace and lads who've been there, settled for a bit, and I'm just turning up going, "Wait, don't do that shit, don't do that, that's not going to work." But I'm saying that because that's not going to work in the Premier League. That doesn't mean to say it won't work against fucking Dundee or Dundee United. It probably does. And if you're Rangers, you get away with bad habits until you face Celtic or until you face a decent side in European competition. So when I get up there, I'm criticising everything straight away out the gate, going, "That's not good enough, this not good enough." But so instantly, you don't get people's support because you're just criticising everything, whether it's just or not. You're just seen as a fucking moaning cunt. So I actually got off on the wrong foot because I was moaning at people, and I made a huge mistake there. Valuable life lesson. We then get into the nitty gritty of it, and all the stuff that I was moaning about not being at the correct intensity and not being the correct way, you know, the way we defended set plays, the way we trained, etc., didn't really rear their head because you're beating Dundee and you're drawing with some, you know, you're not getting beat. But the 7th or 8th game, we were playing Celtic at Celtic Park. So I've been moaning in the background anyway. We get to Celtic Park and I've been there kind of 2 months now, two and a bit months. And I just was like, what the fuck have I done signing here? These are fucking miles away, like they're just miles away. And I can't change them all. And I'm moaning, I'm getting more and more frustrated, which is making me even more of a moaning cunt. And it's alienating me further and further from the lads who I need to affect. So we're playing the Old Firm and we done the team shape on Friday. I think it's a Sunday 12:30 kick-off. So the Friday we do the team shape. And me and Andy Halliday are playing centre mid, and I think Nico Krankjar's in the 10, and it's 4-5-1, and you know it's a little bit more of a defensive structure. And we've got our plan, and that's the manager's prerogative. And you know, then we get to the hotel. We think we're staying in Mar Hall on the Saturday for the game. And I always remember this, James, because I was sitting with Lee Wallace, Kenny Miller, Andy Halliday, who were all like mad Rangers. They're just boss lads, good lads, love football. So I used to just take it, you know, I find it, like when I was saying to you about the hair and makeup, I find it funny just to wind people up, you know, just say mad things and then not say anything so they don't actually know so I'd say, like, I'd just to noise the lads up, just for the conversation at the table, I'd say, who do you think the best player in the world is? And they'd go, you know, fucking Ronaldo or Messi, and I'd go, and they'd all give the names, and then they'd go, in the end, they'd go, who do you think it is? And I'd go, like, Thomas Muller. And they'd go, what? I'd go, fucking Thomas Muller, most goals in the World Cup. And I'd just so pissed, and they'd all be arguing, well, you thought, I'd go, well, better than Messi. And I didn't believe it, but it was just to fucking noise them up, just so they're all taking the bait on it. So I always remember being in the hotel, and I always remember winding Kenny Miller up that night about saying Thomas Muller's the best player in the world. He scored the most goals at the World Cup, was my logic. He's got he's more than and the other argument was making was Miroslav Klose is better than like somebody else because he scored more World Cup goals. Anyway, the Scottish lads in there, Kenny Miller and that, they're absolutely losing the shit. And then from nowhere, Andy Halliday's been part of it, and he just goes quiet. So we're all sitting at the table, he just goes quiet and then gets off. So I'm like, then he comes back and you can see he's fucking like upset. And he's a proper stoned kid, and he's a good kid. So I'm like, fucking, you're thinking someone in the family, or you know, somebody's had some bad news. So he's like, then it gets out that the manager's changed the team, but he's texted Andy to tell him he's not in the team for the Old Firm Sunday morning. So he's never done this. So I'm like, what? What the fuck's this? We're playing the biggest game of the season. He's done the teamwork and he's fucking shit himself and changed the team Saturday night, and he hasn't had the bollocks to pull the kid one-on-one. He's texted him and he's gone. And he's a mad Rangers fan, mad Rangers family. But that's upset the other lads who were quite close to him. So I'm like, fucking hell. Anyway, sleep it off, get up the next day. Warburton's like the leader, and he's not the leader. Like, I'm like, his ass is gone. So I think he's a jag anyway, based on his training sessions and what's been done. But I've had to sit on it because I'm thinking, I just keep moaning at everything. Everyone thinks I'm a cunt. Like, I'm just literally moaning at everything. So I'm like Victor Meldrew, and I'm thinking, like, just... But I'm thinking a few things need to go wrong here before they finally go, listen, you were right there, can you fix it? And I'd have gone, yeah, happily. You almost have to, it's like watching your kids fuck stuff up before you fix it. You almost have to allow it to unfold. And in football terms, I'm watching this unfold. I'm going, this is just heading for, like, have they not learned the lessons from the Scottish Cup final? I'd identified by the games I'd watched that they had a weakness for conceding goals from set plays. They'd conceded 2 in the Scottish Cup final against Hibs, lost the game on it. And he had, I think, 14 or 16 instances in the games that I'd watch where set plays were a huge problem. So I'm getting in thinking, right, first port of call, set plays are dead easy. It's a set piece. You just get organised from the start. We don't do that here. I'm like, what do you mean? Yeah, we don't do set plays here. We don't practice set plays. And I'm like, well, you fucking shit at them. You lost a Scottish Cup final on them. Why? We don't do that here. It's not what we do. So that's not a good enough answer for me, because I'm going, well, I've worked for boom in the Premier League for the last fucking 12 years. I've been on the continent, and this must be this mad football club where you're the only football club that doesn't have to fucking practice set plays, and lo and behold, you're absolutely useless at defending them. Can you not understand the correlation? Like, sometimes in football they forget that it's a repetition sport. If you keep repeating your action with personal practice, you improve and get better at it. From a team perspective, the more you drill stuff, the better you get at it. But Mark Warburton, who is Rangers manager at the time, managed Brentford. But whilst I was playing in the Premier League and becoming a footballer and experiencing the arena and the challenge of that, he was working as a banker in the city. So, you know, I give everyone the respect that they're due. But for me, I live a life of meritocracy. If you act like a cunt, I treat you bespokely towards that. Now, if you act really competently and you show your worth on a daily basis, then I treat you exactly. Life isn't, you just treat everyone great. It's not possible. You treat people how they treat you, or how they interact with the world. And if I see someone grafting and putting the work in, I'll go above and beyond to help them. If I see someone slacking or fucking not doing the work, I'll either ignore them or give them a kick up the arse. That's the nature.
Yeah. So Rangers, then you've ended up leaving. Then what happened with the gambling? Was that Rangers, wasn't it?
So it's an interesting one, this, and I don't think I've said this publicly. So the Rangers one for me was, as I say, I've been saying stuff that was going to go wrong. Team changes. I'm in the dressing room at Celtic Park, and you know, you walk the gauntlet out the stadium like first Old Firm, and it's hostile. It's, you know, at this time there was still, I think we had 1,500, 2,000 fans in it. Now they've closed the away fans off, which is shite, stupid.
No fans now.
Well, at this point there was still a bit of a crowd in. So we're at Celtic Park, and I remember doing a warm up and that, and I said to you, I knew I was ready. Well, I'll just go back to my debut, and I told you the team's name. I turned to Fowler. Is that my name? I go out for the warm-up, my arse has gone, the hero and the coward, I'm shitting myself. Do the warm-up, I'm all over the gaff in the warm-up. It's not, you know, your touch is not quite right, everything you're doing, you're getting away with it, but like, you know, you're just not in sync. This is at the Reebok for my debut, and I go up the tunnel and my arse is still going, like, I have fucking butterflies and that. Can I swim here? Like, this is sink or swim. This is match of the day tonight. This is goals on Sunday in the morning. This is all the papers. This isn't like the reserves I hide. Like, this is the fucking real deal here. Like, this is everything you've worked for, and you're only going to get the one chance. My half fella ringing round my head. And I remember going up the tunnel after the warm-up, nervous, and I remember sitting in the dressing room, and I just remember thinking, you've worked your cock off to be here. Everyone who's sacrificed for you to be here, you've done the training, you haven't cut a corner, you haven't fucking larged it, you haven't been in the nightclubs. If you're ever going to be prepared for this, you're prepared. So just fucking trust yourself when you get out there. And a calmness just descended on me in the tunnel. This is 5 to 10 to 3. I just remember looking around and going, fucking, there's Robbie Fowler who grew up watching this, Steve McMahon. Like, I just remember this calmness. And I remember going out in the tunnel and just being cold, clinical. And I speak to people about it, and I'm like, that's the moment, you know, whether you're fucking built for the fucking proper stuff or not. Like, when you know, when the chaos is there and you're going cooler, calmer, more calculated, people usually speed up in that. And I just remember the feeling no one could ever pay me for. Like, I'm a 20-year-old boy who doesn't know what's about to come, who's worked for this moment. And just the calmness of knowing I've done the work. I'm as capable of being here as everybody because I've paid my dues, I've paid the rent. And I can't wait to get out here and perform. And as I say, I went into the first team there and I never came out. I never came out. I stayed in there till the Celtic mob grassed me up with the betting account, which was Paddy Power in Scotland. And then obviously got a 1-game ban in Scotland, an 18-month ban in England, reduced to 9. So how that played out was, and I'll come back now, dressing rooms. So I'm crystal clear, calm, making my debut in the Premier League at 20. When I'm in the dressing room at Celtic Park for the Old Firm, looking around me thinking, standards, you know, not where they need to be. watching Mark Warburton. I'm an observer. Like, I speak a lot, but I also watch a lot. I don't miss much of it. I have an illness that I fucking spot everything. Do you know what I mean? When you see someone acting a cunt in school and before you know it, 3 weeks later, he's someone trying his hand. I seen it 3 weeks before and I'm like, I should have nipped that in the bud there. I've always had this incredible ability to predict the future because I'm very observant. So sitting watching, feel frustrated at Rangers, but I think I can change it. I'd almost left just before the deadline when they started to sign Lescott. I put my body in front of Lescott for the football club, mainly because I knew we weren't good enough. He'd grassed on me in the FA thing, and I knew a physio who'd had him at West Brom, and I spoke to the physio and he said his knees are dust, don't sign him. And I'd relayed this up the food chain, and I said to Warburton, I'm not sharing the dressing room with him, so if you sign him, I'm off. Dead straightforward, but let me know because he's a fucking grass and I don't play with grasses and he's a prick. So, and that was it. I'd probably get on with him fine now, but at that moment in time, that's where I was at with Jolien. So Warburton goes, I'm not have a player dictating to me who I'm signing, I'm not signing. I'm not saying sign him, don't sign him. That's up to you. But if you sign him, I'm out. Dead straightforward. Now I've been up to Scotland. I'm going to be the best player in Scotland. I'm the marquee signing. So this was the 30th or 29th of September. The deadline is 31st. In the midst of that, Sean Dyche just phoned me and said, look, come back to Burnley. It's not working. Get yourself back down here. You're right back in. You shouldn't have gone. Like, our relationship's grown stronger for the fact that I walked away. And because I walked away and never took the financial, his respect for me, I think, grew because he thought, fucking hell, he's a man of principle. Him, like, fair enough, I'll have that. He hasn't signed for the money or been thrown by the money. So he's phoning me saying, come back. You know, he'd actually said to me, Warburton's not for you. He said, he's not your type of character. You don't, and he was right. He was right on that. And I thought that was because he selfishly wanted me to stay at Burnley and make his job easier. Do you know what I mean? And then I get up there and, as I say, I'm in the dressing room at Celtic Park. I've watched loads of things and he's walking around doing the team talk. I knew the thing that had gone on with Andy Halliday and he's in his suit, and Rangers, you travel away in suits, shirt and tie. And he's shaking like a shitting dog. His hand's shaking, almost like he's got like Parkinson's or a motor neurons disease or something. Like, he's fucking shaking. And I just remember fucking thinking, how am I going into battle for you, you cunt? You're a fucking fanny. Your ass has gone here. You fucking shit yourself on the team. Your fucking standards are shit. And your ass has gone here. And I just remember thinking, I'm going to have to go out here and I'm getting my ass handed to me. I knew I'd said I'm going to be the best player in Scotland, and now I'm just going to get covered in egg, and if we get beat here, I'm getting it. And for being a bragging English cunt coming north of the border saying you're going to be the fucking main man, I'm getting me licks here, and I'm going to have to take it like a man. So I've decided, as we're going out, I thought it's going to be tough, this game, but I'm not going to get sent off. My standard's going to be sky high, and win, lose or draw, everyone on this pitch is going to know and respect me after the game. Because all he wanted, I think, was for me to do something mad and get sent off. That was the narrative. So it was like this tinderbox, this powder keg was building between me and Brownie. You know, the famous thing with the handshake and that. And I'd looked him in the eyes, but they'd waited until I'd moved past it and looked down. They were going, look, he hasn't even got the bollocks. Look him in the eye. Look, I'll level with you. If Scott wants to fucking walk in, and you can ask Scott himself, we had a bit of a laugh, as I said, in the dressing room. I think he's had a great career and he was a great player. There was no me and Scott Brown. You know, Rangers and Celtic Football Club are bigger than Joey Barton and Scott Brown. This was Rangers and Celtic being back on the table north of the border, which is, for me, the Scottish League for the first time. Because Rangers, I don't know what went on, but you don't want, if you're Scottish football and you demote Rangers to the third division, you ruin your own product. They ruin the game in Scotland by doing that. You know, the football clubs cook the books. Of course they do. All our big clubs do here. Look at all the... Now, you need incredible lawyers to stop you, you know, as some of the big clubs in our country are fine. Now, if you've got the best lawyers, then you don't get any problems. Rangers at the time was a bit of a mess. And it should have been about Rangers and Celtic, but they wanted to make it about the protagonists in the middle of that, which was me and Scott Brown. Game gets played. We're right in the game. He's got the wrong team selection. We're right in the game. We end up losing. I think we're 2-1 down. Phil Sendros, who I don't think he should have played Phil. He wasn't fit enough and he dropped early for Phil. Phil Sendros gets sent off, jumps and mistimes head and balls it. We're down to 10 men and they score 3-1 not long afterwards. I end up playing middle centre-back of a back three with James Tavernier, right side centre-back, and Lee Wallace, left side centre-back. Both can't defend for Toffee. Both fantastic going forward, really good attacking full-backs, but fucking hell, the defensive qualities they severely lack. And I'm definitely not a middle centre-back against Moussa Dembele. So the game ends up finishing and we're right in the game at 2-1, at 3-1. They end up scoring a 4th and 5th quite late, but that's our back three. We're down to 10 and we lose 5-1. And at the end of the game, I walk around. I thought, nah, you fucking come up giving it the big one. You have to fucking take your fucking licks as a man. I fucking clapped all the fans, shook every one of the Celtic players' hands, told them well done, looked every single one of them in the face, especially Scott, went fucking well done. And I thought, right, that's ground zero now. Now the fucking work begins. Now the venture to put Rangers back on the top of Scottish footy begins. You've had your comeuppance there. So the game finishes. That's Sunday night. All my mates are up for the Old Firm. They all want to go out in Glasgow on the Ale. I'm like, I'm not going out anyway. I'm not showing my face in public. We'd be fucking 5-1. Fucking not going out. So they're all out and about. I fucked them all off. Monday, we're off. Monday, we're back in training. So I'm thinking, right, we need to get in Monday because the job starts here. That's the first game I've lost in Scotland. I only lost one game in Scotland. That was it. All the other games, I had won or drawn. I only played 7 or 8. I think that was the 8th game. So come in on the Monday thinking, all right, enough's gone wrong now. Now we can get cracking. Now that we don't do that here, excuses got to wash because we've conceded goals from set plays in this game. So we'll come in Monday morning. Mark and Davey Weir were notorious for every game you played, they'd have an hour and 15 minutes debriefing the game. Played fucking cowed and beef in the cup or Peterhead, an hour and 15 minutes, all the good and bad things that you've done. That was that's their way of coaching. So we'll come in on the Monday morning thinking, right, we're going to get a nitty gritty. First defeat, but it's going to be blood, guts and fucking all the gore. But we need it because if we want to overthrow Celtic, that's the team you've got to beat. And we've just been fucking shellacked by them in the first encounter. That's the first game after the semi-final where they beat them, where they thought they had the number again. Brendan's in town, not Ronnie Dahlia. So we realise at this point, fucking hell, this is a different entity. This Celtic team is under a different steam. Come in on the Monday, no meeting. All right, so there's no meeting. All right, that's weird. That's the first time that's happened. So it's almost like the biggest defeat we've had. They just pretended that it hasn't happened. Get out to train. Andy Halliday's not happy that he's been left out the team. He came on in the game, but he came on with 20 minutes ago or something like that. So he's fuming. So training on the Monday morning, James, at Rangers Football Club was the best training I was ever involved in the morning after that Old Firm because people were fucking angry. Proud footballers were really angry about how their football team had performed and the scorn that comes on in that country if you lose an Old Firm. And training was at the level I was used to in England because you'd have to train at or above match intensity. You can't train below it and expect to turn on a match day. You might get away with that for a fucking 2-3 month period. But at the level we play at, you've got to be on it all the fucking time. So we play that game and get in. The training's right on the edge. It's like you've been involved in them sessions where there's a few tackles flying around, but it's fucking right on the edge where it's a good, hard session. Both teams are going at it. But if the shitbags in the group are on notice going, fucking hell, this is one tackle away from a fisticuffs, do you know what I mean? It was right on that edge where the best teams I'd trained in, best teams I'd played in and been involved in, knew and respected that little space. If it bubbles over it, a few years have to pull that back in and get in the middle of it. If it goes under it, a few years have to moan at each other or fucking kick off to get it back in that zone. But it was right in, it was this Mark Warburton fucking academy fucking nonsense stuff that we've been doing, passing off mannequins, centre arse overlapping and putting crosses in, fucking academy, nonsense. Now was hopefully going to be gone. We're training properly. And the manager, Warburton, didn't like it and stops the session halfway through because me and Andy are having it. Andy's on the opposite team and he's pissed off he hasn't been in the team. And I'm on the other team and we're going at it. And there's a few players on our team who were getting dragged along in it. But me and him are really going hell for leather. And the manager's arse goes because he thinks it's going to kick off. Now, me and Andy had a great working relationship. I really respect him. I think he's a great kid. Cared a lot about the football club, and I spent a bit of time with him away from the football arena because he's into his music and his fashion. He's a good lad. I've met him a few times in Dubai since with his missus. He's a cracker. So we're sound. We know it's getting tasty, but there's no it's not going to boil over. Manager stops the session and goes, right lads, we're going to do shooting on the edge of the box here. So goes down. And I've gone here. I'm like, what the fuck's this nonsense? So now you've got Clint Hill taking a touch on the edge of the box and having a shot. Someone's fizzing it out to him. That's just nonsense. And I've just walked in I walked down to the session, what he was doing, and I just kept walking. I just went, this is a load of shit. This is a waste of my time. And just started walking in. And if you've been to training ground at Rangers,
Yeah.
so the staff thing's on the second floor. So as I'm walking in, Frank McPartland, who's signed me, is looking out the balcony, and I've just gone, this manager is a fucking clown. And I've just walked in, gone into the dressing room, started getting changed, and I'm about to just go home. So I'm getting changed. The lads have stayed out doing this shooting session, and fucking Davey Ware walks in after about 15 minutes and goes to me, manager wants to see you upstairs. So I'm like, why? He's gone, he's not happy the way you've spoken and the way you spoke to other players, and he wants an apology off you. He wants to see you upstairs in his office now. So I'm like, I respect Davey because Davey played for Everton under Moyes, you know, so I respected Davey's career, and he's a good fella, Davey. I went, Davey, listen, I need to go home here. It's not good for me to go upstairs because I think I'm going to fucking say what I feel here. And he's gone, no, he wants to see you. I'm like, no problem. So at this point, like, I've had enough. I'm checking out, like, and it's I can't play for this cunt. Like, I can't play for this manager. He's not for me. So go upstairs. This is, as I say, the Monday or the Tuesday after the thing. Go upstairs and go in. So it's me, Davey, and Warbs in the office. And he goes, yeah, sit down. So I'm sitting across the table. He goes, I think you need to apologise to the players. So I'm like, what for? The way you've spoken to people in recent weeks, the way you think, it's not acceptable. I said, well, look, I'm not going to apologise to the other players. Well, I think you should. Well, Mark, I've just told you I'm not going to do that, so are you going to force me to do it? He's gone, no. I've gone, well, it's not happening then. I don't think I should apologise. I'm trying to raise standards. I want the team to be better. I've come here to win leagues. I'm the only person here who would think could play in the Premier League today. There's no one else in this team, and there's none of you could coach in the Prem, otherwise you'd be there. I've given up playing in the Prem to come and help Rangers get back to the top, and all I've seen is, and that's it then, I've opened up subpar standards, boom, and I said to him, look, Mark, with the greatest respect here, I've been doing this since I've been consciously aware. You went off in your teenage years and your senior years, your 20s and your 30s to work in the banking industry in London. And with the greatest respect here, I've probably forgotten more about football than you're ever likely to know. Like, this is my vocation. This is what I do, professional football. So when I'm telling you to do stuff that I know works in the Premier League environment, and you're turning around saying to me, we don't do that here, that doesn't fucking cut with me. Because I'm out there in the arena, like Sunday, I'm out there getting my arse handed to me in front of 60,000 at Celtic Park, and then getting ridiculed by the whole fucking country. And the reason that's happening is because your training habits and the way you set your teams up are ineffective and inefficient. So if you don't fucking like that, tough shit. But I can't leave because the deadline's passed. I can't register for another club until the 1st of January. So I'm trapped here. Do I want to play for you? Absolutely not, because I don't think you know what you're doing. But I'm here. So how do you want this to play out? I've just joined Loch Lomond, so if you want, you can just fuck me off and I'll just play golf at Loch Lomond every day. But I've come here to be a success, and we're now incompatible. He says a few things back. I end up getting after him a bit more. And in his credit, Davey Ware fucking stepped up and tried to save Warbs. Warbs just put his hands in his head and just stuck his hands on the table because I gave it to him that tight and he had nowhere to go. And to be fair to Davey, and I'll always respect Davey off the back of it, Davey said to me, well, who the fuck have you played for? What fucking career have you had? Because Warbs was getting it tight for not having a career. Now, when you come for someone like me, you better fucking be Wikipedia. Because before I attack you or have an argument with you, I usually download you. So I'll have gone online and I've looked on your Ma's Facebook account. I'll have seen all your cousins. I come armed to, I never go to a fucking brawl unless I've got, some solutions. So Davey pipes up. He says, who the fuck have you played for? What career have you had? I said, shut the fuck up, you. I said, you're a centre half. I said, you didn't even come through the system. I said, you went out to America and collegiate football and then backdoored it, and you didn't get to England till you were 28. I said, and then if you remember where you turned up, Everton, I'm an Evertonian. You played 5-4-4-1. You never fucking moved off the 18-yard line in fucking 4 years at Everton. So don't talk about playing central midfield. Central midfielders, as you know, think we're the best players because we have to have 360-degree view of the football pitch where, for me, goalkeepers are last pick in school. Changed a bit in the modern era. Defenders are limited midfielders who actually aren't good. Defenders are midfielders who aren't good enough to play midfield. So you go fucking right back or left back, you're right or left footed. If you're ugly and you head the ball and you don't mind the rough and tumble, centre half. If you're a shitbag, sweeper, and you'd have a big area to go and do your scrapping. But centre mids have to do everything. Forwards then are the flash Harrys, quick, score loads of goals, get all the money, get all the bids. Wingers are not good enough to score goals and play as forwards, and not brave enough to play centre mid, and a little bit more skillful than the fullback. So football for me is a dead simple game. It's the same as the school playground. So me and Davey are having it. And as I say, we have a bit of a ding-dongy kick, comes over the top. And as I say, I've got enormous respect for Davey. But at that point, what's coming out your mouth, and that's your manager and assistant manager, I know there's no way I can take back that stuff. And what I'm saying is quite personal to him. And I know I can just feel, when you see your bridge just getting burns in front of you. So I'm like, but there's no way I can continue. This relationship is now untenable. So I leave the training ground that day. And I'm thinking, all right, me and the manager have had a full ding-dong. He knows what I'm thinking. I fucking give it to him tight. By the way, they give it to me as well. We've had a war of words. But where I'm from, my culture, that's a cleaning. That's a cleansing. Right, we move on now. We move past this. There's no grudges. Right, men and men. We've had our words and we move forward. And I come out of that. And he suspends me, all right? So he suspends me from the training ground, Warburton, for 4 days while there's a club investigation based on what I've said in this office. So Richard Goff and a few senior people in the club, John Gregg. So I just tell them what I said. I said, this is what I've said. I went, this is exactly what I've said. So you can see them going, fucking hell, he's like half not wrong here. So I've just owned up to it. Then I get a phone call on the Friday or Saturday to say, and it's Warburton phones my agent and says, listen, you're not going to believe this. In the midst of me suspending him from the club and this going on, the Scottish FA have contacted us and we've had allegations. He's got a betting account and they need to investigate it. So Warbs then, in the midst of me being off with the suspension, phones me on this. So I'm thinking, a fucking Rangers throw me under the bus. So as it turns out, we played Celtic, lost 5-1. Celtic, if you remember, played on the Wednesday or Tuesday night in the Camp Nou against Barcelona. And I knew Celtic was shit based on our traction with them. Even though they beat us, the game was quite close. The sending off massively changed it. And we were massively underprepared. And there wasn't much in the game. They were better than us. No, they were ahead of us, but there wasn't loads in it. There wasn't certainly as much as what people felt. Then they were playing Barcelona. So I've gone to all my mates, listen, this Celtic team is bang average. They're not as good as what they are. Because once I've had a scrap with you or played against you, I'm very good at nullifying you the next time round. Because I go, all right, that's what he's good at. Right, don't do that. Quite scheming in that way. And play the game and go, all right, Celtic are ahead of us, but it's not insurmountable. We'll get to them, but there's loads of work to be done anyway. I realised Monday, Tuesday with Warps, it's not happening. Then I get the phone call Friday, I think it was, that the betting thing. Unbeknown to me being me, I've told all my mates, I've said, Celtic are shite. They were playing Barcelona. I said, they'll get pumped. So you had the over 2.5, over 3.5, over 4.5, over 5.5 goals on the Betfair Paddy Power markets. So I've said, lump Celtic to get pumped by Barca. Anyway, I think Celtic Barca beat them 7-0 or 7-1 in the Camp Nou. And obviously I'd had a bet on Barca on all the over goals and told all my mates to. Bear in mind, this was Paddy Power, who I'd had a working relationship with Paddy Power for years, where I'd been paid in betting account tokens and to do stuff for them, speaking for them. Me and Paddy Power was the Rainbow Laces campaign. Me, Stonewall and Paddy Power started that. And obviously it's been picked up by the Premier League now. So I've had these bets on Celtic, Paddy Power. And when I think back to it, I sound like a bit of a conspiracy theorist here, but before I signed for Rangers, or just after I'd signed for Rangers, I played in the BMW at Wentworth, PGA, and I got sat on a table with Dermot Desmond and JP, who I think were major Celtic men, and they were feeling me out in terms of, who's this cocky little cunt who fucking... So I end up sitting with them. And then I go to Rangers, I have this bet, and I've had this betting account for, say, 8 years, and there's a whistleblower in Paddy Power who's Celtic fan. And, I'm like, so for me, I'm like, fucking grass and bastard. Like, who doesn't have a footy coupon? It's not like we were fixing games, we're having a footy coupon. Like, just seeing the lad there, Tenali, like, I grew up in a betting shop, betting on horses, and Rangers will beat Celtic, or Man U will beat Liverpool, or Everton will beat, a coupon for me was what a Saturday afternoon's footy was about. Getting up, your granddad, he'd go fly around a betting shop. Your granddad would come in with the mirror reader, and he'd have a couple of betting slips, and he'd be writing his horses out and his footy coupon. And you'd had like your free aways or your,
the pools it was.
And you're checking in on teletext during the, like that.
Do you ever remember the one used to have
games.
like a stamp and stample it?
The pools, yeah. Well, that's Liverpool, Littlewood's pool.
Missed the ball.
Yeah.
What was the fucking spot the ball or something?
Well,
you used
that was
to have?
more to raise money, weren't they? I'll spot the ball where you peeled it off.
Yeah.
So I grew up in all of that. But as I say, pigeon toss at school. I weren't really into cards. I wasn't really a card player. I never played cards on the coaches and all that. But game of head tennis for a fiver, game of table tennis for a fiver, game of FIFA for if I play anything with you, I have to compete. There has to be a bet on it. So I play golf for a fiver. I play at the same intensity I would in the playoff final. I swear, I'm trying to win as much as I would be trying to win a playoff final if I'm playing for a five or a tenner on a Saturday or a Sunday on a golf course, because I just love competing. And it's not about the money. It's more about the challenge of whatever the discipline is you're doing it in, whether it's snooker, pool, golf, tennis. Fucking love all sports, but specifically football. And I'd owned and had lots of interest in racehorses. And in the racehorse world, I could bet on my horses to win. I couldn't bet on my horses to lose. I could also bet on horses that I had information out of. My mates were jockeys and riding them, or trainers I knew. But I couldn't back my horse to lose in the race, which makes sense. So you don't want... In football, we went from an era where we could bet on everything when I first started. When I first opened my Betfair, Paddy Power accounts, you could bet on anything. And then they went, right, you can't bet on matches in your league. Now you can't bet on matches if you're in the cup, and that's even if you've been knocked out. Then you can't bet on anything. So the regulation was slowly ratcheted up over the course of my career. But I just kept having a coupon in the background. I've got a 5-team accumulator on a Saturday in France, Italy, Germany. What the fuck's that got to do with me? I'm playing in fucking England. And it'd been unchecked. And I knew all the lads in the dressing room. Everyone was at it. So, and then everyone's getting sponsored by gambling things. We're all getting money off gambling. They used to come to us every finger and say, here's £1,000 betting tokens if you open an account with us, or there's £5,000, So it's not like we're taking performance enhancing drugs, all right, they frown upon it, but they're not really going to ban us for having a footy coupon. Fucking lo and behold, due to the draconian rule sets, they fucking, Tonali's going to miss a year's footy here for what? For having a fucking coupon.
What did you get?
I got 18 months. I got one match in Scotland. They banned me. The Scottish FA were great. And the Scottish FA, because I left Rangers after it, never ever thought I was going to go back to Hampden and turn up for the investigation. And I remember turning up with my lawyers, and they were fucking delighted I turned up, mainly because I give them the kudos to go, no, you've given me the charge, and I'm not going to disrespect you by going, fuck Scotland, I'm never going back there. I turned up and went, fair cop, I have had the betting account. I explained it to them, and they gave me one match. I went to England, and I'm Jesse James, aren't I, in the FA's eyes? Even though I'm a proud Englishman who wants England to do well, the FA, for whatever reason, want me out the game. They want me out, sigh and died. If they could, they'd get rid of me because I say things that they don't necessarily like hearing. So when they banned me for the gambling, I wrote an article with a good pal of mine, Alistair Campbell, and took a bit of advice off a few people who are creative. And I wrote an article which forced the FA to relinquish as they were banning me for 18 months, they had a £12 million a season sponsorship for the England team with Ladbrokes. So I'm like, you're fucking joking. Like, how can you be so draconian in one hand and yet you're in bed with betting companies and you've got all... I'm like, it makes no sense. If gambling's no good for everybody and we're not allowed to bet, otherwise you're banning us for that long, well, stop everybody. Stop the kiosk being at a football stadium. Stop the advertisement. But... fair enough if I'm taking performance enhancing drugs, I failed a nandrolone or an anabolic steroid test, get him out the game, he's at it. For having a fucking football coupon, fuck's sake,
What was it like retiring?
Well, I didn't really retire, did I? So I got banned for that 18 months, so in the midst of...
What was it like?
So I got a year in Scotland, signed for Burnley, went back to Burnley, trained with Burnley, November, December, played again for Burnley, first game back I scored against Southampton.
Was this after the ban?
No, I got banned in Scotland for a game, but that only lands in Scotland.
Oh,
the
so
English
you can
FA is still
play?
investigating.
Oh, right,
I come back to England, play. Mm-hmm. As I'm playing, I have to face it and it's getting protracted, it's dragging on. In about the April I've got to go down to the FA, I go down, do a full day there. I think that's my last game. The game before, as it was, the FA have put off the hearing, so I can manage to play on the Sunday against Man United. So I play against Man United. I think we lose 2-1. I should have took Anthony Martial out. He broke on a corner, and I thought I'll get to him. I could have whipped him up and took a yellow card, but I thought I'll catch him. And didn't realise how fast the fucker was. He fucking accelerated away. So my last memory, my last regret is I should have fucking tripped him up. He ends up breaking, passes to Rooney, and Rooney scores. We end up losing the game 2-0. And in the midst of that, the FA come back. I thought I was going to get 6 months, 3 months. You know, if I had a footy coupon, they're like 5s and 10s. It's nonsense. They knew they weren't match fixing or fucking throwing games. They knew we weren't fucking spot betting or any of that. They knew it was a lad who had the footy coupon. Me 10,000 footy bets or whatever were mixed in with 10,000 tennis bets, Formula One, because I'm an avid sports fan. I'm a footballer with a disposable income. I finish work at 2:30. I'm coming in. I love me horse racing. I love me tennis. I love me golf. I love me sport. I'm single. I'm sitting on the couch and I go, I'm going to have 50 quid on that horse, I fucking New Toxeter. I'm going to have 50 quid on Leeds to beat Castleford in the rugby league tonight. Not for any other reason, and I'm watching sports anyway, and I'd rather have a bit of vested interest on it. They had all my accounts. I gave them every account he had, pros, tallies, pros and cons. I think I'd lost about, over me 12-year, 14-year cycle or whatever, I think I was down 15 grand. You know, I'd put, say, 400 grand's worth of bets on, and I was 15 grand down. So I hadn't even, like, it's just a lad having a punt, you know, casual better. And they fucking absolutely threw the kitchen sink at me. Like, they gave me an 18-month ban. And at 33, that was like a death blow for me. They knew what they were doing. On appeal, it was reduced to 9 because no ban. They were outside the precedent. Since I've been a manager, they tried to get with the Stendhal incident, they've helped the police in investigations, which the FA should never be doing. They've hacked our computers when we were at Fleetwood, tried to accuse us of being racist on a couple of occasions. So there's this thing in the FA that wants me out the game, which is fine, and I may well be out the game. What they don't understand is I'm way more dangerous to them out the game than I am in it. In it, they can control what I say. Out of it, if I go onto YouTube or in the podcast space, and bear in mind, I've done the podcast, I've done one series, 8 podcasts, and it was number 1 on iTunes. I decided it wasn't for me, that, because I need to build stuff. Like, I'd love to do what you do. I'm naturally inquisitive. I can sit and talk all day. But football's my real passion, James. You know what I mean? Like, I can do loads of other things, but nothing turns me on and gets me at it than being in a football team.
What's it like being a manager?
It's, for me, if you can't play, you know, playing's the best. There's nothing better than playing. You know, you only have to look after yourself. You're the master of your own destiny in many, many regards. And, you know, as a manager, you're reliant upon everybody else. You've got to get, you know, it's not about you. It doesn't matter how good you are. It's what you can get people to do for you. You know, you've got to inspire or motivate or find, you know, the keys to unlock human beings to get them to do the best for themselves. You know, get them out their own way lots of the time. But again, I think my skill set, as mad as my life journey's been, it's probably prepared me more to excel in this space than it did as a player. Now, it'll take me a period of time, and I still don't know whether management... I sometimes think, am I going to be a manager? Because when I look at a great indicator of future performance for me is always past performance. So I'm an avid historian. Like, I really enjoy geography and history, and certainly history to figure out what's going to happen in the future. I think you need to understand what's happened in the past. And even at school, they were my 2 favourite topics outside of PE. Like, I was always fascinated with them. And then the next one was English language and English literature. I always excelled in, just naturally, without even revising. I had 2 Bs in GCSEs and, you know, got 10 GCSEs without even fucking thinking, really. And I was, most of the time, half of them lessons, I was building my World 11 football team or South American footy team or Italian best of Serie A. You know, that's all we did, and drawing footy kits and planning what kits they'd wear and whether it was Nike or Adidas who'd be the sponsor and what stadium we'd play in, and then going home and playing Championship Manager, and then EA Sports brought FIFA out and playing that, and then in the street playing with your mates, and then going to footy coaching and football, and then Sky Sports, it's the telly, and Match of the Day, and all, like, just football everywhere. And then you realise, fuck me, you can get paid a few million quid to do this. When I started playing, I had to play for nothing. I remember sitting in a science lesson thinking, reading in the paper that someone was getting paid 10 grand a week and going, fucking hell, how do you even spend that? Not knowing anything about tax, national insurance, cost of living. I was just like, how? And then thinking with your mates going, imagine you're making, you get paid 10 grand a week. What would you spend yours on? And then you'd get the Argos catalogue out and you were going, right, I'd have that. You know, just going, that was the dream. You could just open the Argos and just get whatever you wanted if you made it as a player.
What's your greatest moment as a football player?
I think playing for England, you know, to pull on your national team's jersey and know that for that moment, you're in the best 11 in the country. Even if it's because the lad who was the best is fucking tired now and he's coming off after 70 minutes. At that moment, you're the best in the country at what you set out to do.
What's your biggest regret?
Biggest regret? I don't really have one, you know, if I'm honest with you. I move through life just like, I don't really stay too long in achievement or mistake. I just think like even if you've been excellent here, this challenge in front of you, the next day, the next challenge, you know. So that's why when I went into the AA and went into anger management and I went into the AA meetings, the powerless, something where you're powerless over something was big for me because I was a big megalomaniac in terms of this world rotated around me when I was younger, and you're on that hero's journey of being a player and getting off a council estate and all the pitfalls of that, and you create this me against the world mindset, and then you have kids, and then you do a bit of your kind of psychological work on yourself with, you know, Sport and Chance, Peter Kay, and it opens up a different, you know, chain of thought in your mind. And for me, you know, there's loads of things you regret, and I could be here going back to being 8 and punching someone in the face on the playground, and I think I fucking shouldn't have done that. You know, I was a bit quick to go to guns there, and or you know, a million different things I can think of. You know, kicking someone in a fucking fishing pond, you know, with the fishing gear, or just being a bully as a kid. You know, a 10-year-old, and you know, maybe a tackle where we're losing in the game, and I've done a tackle, and someone's ended up rolling their ankle or breaking their ankle, who's a good lad, and you know, I've not really meant to do it, but so there's a million different things I would go back and change, but also all of those ups, downs, and everything in between makes you who you are.
Yeah.
And I do believe you have to make a number of mistakes. Some people have to make more mistakes than others before they get the shit together. Some people don't have to make many mistakes, and everyone's different.
What's your biggest life lesson you've learned being on this planet for 40 odd years?
I think for me, James, it's the more you know, the more you realise you don't know. So the more intelligent you get, you know, you get this thing where you think you know everything, and then when you truly meet people and you truly let go of that ego, you realise you don't know fucking much. And, you know,
I'm still at that fucking
you're
stage.
You're just learning all the time. So for me, like life fascinates me. Like there's so much I don't know, and so much to know, and people intrigue me. Like that's when I was talking to you in the car. I'm desperate to talk to you and say, what the fuck? I had loads of questions for you. Do you know what I mean? I was going to ask you loads of questions, but I thought
You need to switch the seats round, mate.
so for me, that like other people fascinate me, and I think it's because I believe, and this is just my life experience. As I say, the best footballer I ever seen, the most talented finisher of a football I have ever saw on this planet. That includes Nicholas Anelka, Robbie Fowler, Andy Cole, Michael Owen, like everyone I've seen up close and personal who I've played with. Andre Pierre Gignac in Marseille, Laura like was Paul Taylor, and Paul Taylor stuck the ice axe in Anthony Walker's head and killed him because at 13, 14 and 15 he got into robbing cars and smoking and taking drugs and being up to no good, and he didn't have people around him to keep him on a straight and narrow. Steve Highway was the Liverpool Academy director, and he used to bring this kid in when he was 12, 13 and 14 in the school holidays to be at Liverpool's training ground when the first team were there, to keep him out of trouble because he knew he was that talented, but he knew he was from a mad family background. And he emptied the boot room. So when all the first team were out training, he went in the boot room. After about the 4th day, he told his mates, off the estate, listen, there's this lamppost, and he went in and he just fucking threw all the boots over the first team players' boots over the thing. They've come in like, where's all the boots gone? He's like, I don't know. And he's the best thief I've ever seen as well. Just seen him walk in shops, just pick stuff up and walk out. Like, incredible thief. Like, have you ever seen a proper shoplifter?
I used to do
like,
shoplifting myself.
A proper one.
Yeah, see.
Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, it's
like,
fast,
it's like a ghost.
Yeah, I
They're
done
like
it back in the day, mate.
So this kid was like that. He was big for his age. As I say, he was 2 or 3 years younger than us and used to join in with us. And we were at clubs and he was way better than us. Like, he used to join in with us and not miss a beat. 12, 13, 14. And then just fucking fell in with the wrong crowd. And then started, like, doing stupid shit to act cool. And he was a game cunt, like. And he could fight like fuck. Do you know what I mean? He's a good size. And just that nonsense, that bollocks became cooler than the footy, and he didn't have anyone round him just to pull him. Like, I had me nan just was there to keep me on the straight and narrow. My arm fell in a mile a little bit, but more so me nan. And, you know, he'll never get out of jail. He got a 23 rec, 25 rec for killing. He's not done any of the stuff you need to. He might never get out. He's ruined other people's lives. He could have been the best striker we've ever seen in this country. He was that good, James. Like, you know talent when you see it. Like, he was that good. Like, everything that you need. And then I watched, like, everyone told me Robbie Fowler strikes the best ball everyone's ever seen with the left foot, purest finisher. And Rob was incredible. But he never hit them as clean as this fella. He had an unerring accuracy. Whatever he hit. No, they used to just stick in the stanchion. No, like, remember the old net? They used to just stick. And he did, like, Exocet missiles. And the amount of times I've seen him jam it in the stanchion where the ball's stuck. Almost like Beppe Signori. Do you remember Giuseppe Signori? Or like Zola was right-footed, but he reminded me of Signori, the way, like his left foot. And usually people with a great left peg, they have a shite right peg, but the left foot can be like a wand. This was beyond that. And as I say, I look at that, and this is why I always believe everyone's capable of brilliance. You've got to get to people at a young age sometimes. For some people, when the darkness descends, there's no coming back. You know, and I think prison and society's littered with that. But I do think lots of people do have the ability to change. They either meet a fucking good mate who stands on them, or they meet a wife who takes them, or they meet somebody along the journey, a boss at work, someone a little bit older than them. And I think males massively benefit from having a fucking male mentor that they can look up to go, do you know what, I respect you, you're a cool bastard, and I'll fucking listen to you because you've lived a good life. I can tell by your face and your conversation. And you can stop me making some of the mistakes and give me a few shortcuts in life. And I've been lucky. I met Peter Kay when I was 23, 24. Changed my life incredibly. Incredible man. He passed away when I was 28, 29. And 6 weeks later, I met Steve Black. And if I'd have met Blackie at 19, I think I'd have captained England. Like, I don't think anything would have stopped me, because the mindset and the behavioural patterns and the way he was, like, he just couldn't have helped being an incredible exponent of whatever potential you had. He made you believe you could be the best in the world. Not just like bullshit, not like nanny pammy. He'd explain it to you, and then because he'd give you it in common sense, you were like, oh, actually, yeah, I actually should be able to do that. Like, not like, that's not for me. And I say to you, I travel through the world now, even when I see homeless people, and wrote a column for The Big Issue, etc., I always stop and talk to them and buy one off them because I'd written for them. And how's your day been? And you know, they might take that money and go and have a fucking toot or whatever, but that's not my bag, it's not my problem. That still doesn't mean I can't have a civil conversation with them, smile up and say, how are you? And just be civil for 15 seconds. It's not hard to do.
Yeah.
And in the world we live in, that's lost, because people are more interested in whether you click for a like or...
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know,
it's backwards. Where do you go forward for the future, Joey? What have you got planned?
I don't know. I'm like you. I don't really chart the course. I'm just like, you know, life's good. Life's, you know, you've got your head on you, got good people around you. I've got a good family, good friends. I work in an industry I want to work in. It annoys me from time to time, because, you know, I'm one of the few people who is a master at his craft in terms of time spent. And, you know, people turn up and tell me how to do my job better. Like, it's, you know, I don't turn up to an electrician and say, you fucking plug, you could have done that better. But my industry, everyone knows a better team selection or a better passer should have played, or you know. So, but on the flip side of that, we get compensated there fantastically well financially to do a hobby, because that's what football is. You know, if you'd have said to me as a kid on the council estate in St John's at 12, listen, you're going to be a footballer, and you're going to be doing a podcast with James English at 41, and we're going to give you £100,000 for those 20 odd years. I'd have gone, fucking sign me up. Wow, 100, yeah, I'll have that. Now, obviously, it's paid me back in a completely different space to that. And, you know, my true calling, I think, now is to help people not make the mistakes I've made. So that, I think we've got to, you're the same, you've got to help put good cunts in the world. Now, if they're your kids, that's easy because you love them and they're there and that's your job. But also, wouldn't it be great, like, if you could do that for other people as well? Like Steve Black done for me, and Peter Kay done for me, and countless others, and great youth workers I had in the community centres on St John's Estate. Dave Cuddy, when I was a kid, who'd get all the kids in the minibus and go, come on, I'm fucking taking you to White Man Dam canoeing, because he knew if we stayed on the estate, we'd be fucking robbing cars or getting in mischief. And he'd give up his Thursday or his Tuesday evenings to take us for a game of table tennis or a game of five-a-side or to a footy tournament just to keep us out of trouble. Was he getting any fucking dough for it? No. But he knew these kids are fucking good kids, and if I showed them a different way, hopefully a few of them will turn out all right. Some turned out doing, you know, half of that group is killing and murdered or been killed, selling drugs, and half of that group, some of the lads have got out and had a go. And if it isn't for these great examples or good examples, people think everyone's got where they've got on a shortcut or that they're mega talented. Nobody's fucking mega talented. Everybody's a prime total of the work that they put in on a daily basis. You want to be the best stamp collector in the world, you fucking can be. It's easier now in the modern world to be a world-class person because you got these smartphones, you go on YouTube, now you got a global audience. When I was a kid, you only had the morning papers and the local fucking paper that came round. There was no fucking social media or YouTube, or you want to be the best. If I get into gardening, I'll go through phases where I'm into Ray Mears for like 6 months and I'll buy fucking all gardening, all hunting stuff and be in the back garden trying to make a fucking fire out of a fucking splint and all that, do you know what I mean? I'm just like dead inquisitive. I need to understand stuff, do you know what I mean? Or how to like catch rabbits in snares. And I went through a space, and my missus is like, oh, there's another phase you're going through where I'm thinking about breeding like peregrine falcons and getting an aviary in the back garden. She's like, oh, don't, this is another 6 month fad or a year fad that you're going through where you get into something, you know, jiu-jitsu, whatever it is I get into. Because my mind's very active and I need it to be working all the time. Otherwise it gets into stuff that is not productive. You know, I can very easily, with my addictive personality, get into stuff that's bad for you. So I have to constantly focus it on stuff that I know is beneficial for me as a person or people close to me. So we'll get into these different spaces where, and I got it from George Harrison, like my granddad's Beatle, favourite Beatle, you know, everyone's Paul or John. My granddad's favourite Beatle was George Harrison. And he, you know, my granddad, I was lucky, got me into kind of Bob Dylan. All used to have Bob Dylan on tapes, you know, Desire and all the old albums. Like, so I, you know, grew up and, you know, you forget how influential pop stars and sports people are. You know, Muhammad Ali and, I said to you before, Custom Art. Like, there's such an eclectic version of these influential people all around us. And, you know, my granddad, George Harrison, and he said, people are always telling you not to change. And, you know, the Beatles are arguably going to be the biggest thing that's ever come out of Liverpool ever. No matter who comes afterwards, no one's going to be the Beatles. And George's approach was, when people say you fucking changed, that's a badge of honour. You should try to change as much as you possibly can to be a completely different version of the person that you was. You know, add all these different tools to your toolkit. If you can speak a foreign language, fucking speak it, as you've seen with me. Parlez-vous français. But you know what I mean? Like, people say, don't try and play the piano. Don't do that. Don't, like, they're always telling you, like my careers advisor, you fucking can't. I'm like, fuck off, who are you? Fucking working a fucking council estate.
For anybody watching, Joey, who's maybe want to be something in life, footballer, artist, tennis player, what advice would you have for them?
Work at it all the time. Work at it absolutely all the time. Like, make it the pure reason that you exist. You know, you can't half-arse elite performance. If you want to be a footballer because you're going to get a Lamborghini and you're going to get a load of page Freebirds and a load of money stuffed in your pocket, you won't get there. You when the tough moments come and the injuries and the loss of form and the setbacks and the shit nights and you've got to get your ass off the couch or your mates are going out because there's a 17, 18, 19-year-old bird babysitting and there's a party and there's a bit of Charlie knocking about. And if you don't love the game and you aren't there for its purest reasons, that bad wolf, that voice that'll be loud enough to capture your attention. If you truly want to be something and you set your goal to it, like the world is, for me, it's never been simpler to be an elite level performer in the world. If you want to be a podcaster, you can become the best in the world. You know, whether you're from Glasgow or fucking Los Angeles, you know, if you want to be a stamp collector, if you want to collect fucking action figures or Comic-Con, like it's just there for you now. There's no excuse. If I want to learn, as I said to you, getting into gardening, or I go, right, I need to plant this tree. YouTube, bam, bam, bum. Right, now within 15 minutes, after watching a tutorial, a video, I can find Monty done. And before you know it, I know how to plant a tree like an expert. I couldn't do that when I was a kid. I had to go to the library, check in, get a book, read the book, come back home, try and apply that. Now, you've got an encyclopedia, a library at your fingertips. Don't listen to anyone. All these people who tell you what to do and who to be and how to behave, fucking, who are they? Like, you've got to be yourself. You know the difference, right and wrong. You know when you've done something that's wrong. You know when you've cheated yourself, which is the worst thing. And if you're prepared to cheat yourself, well, you're going to cheat every other cunt around you, because if you fucking let yourself down, you have to... I always say, and I remember there's two things that happened to me, James, where my mindset just flipped over. Like, COVID was huge for me in terms of I studied, as I say, history. I always thought, how did the Nazis end up doing what they've done? And COVID made me realise very easily, like, just to see how people behaved and what they got up to, I was like, fucking hell, I didn't think we could do this, but we are crackpots. And then, as I say, you grow up with, you know, the things that happen to you, and you end up just being a pariah by, you know, behavioural patterns, or yeah, he's a bad guy, he's a bad, you know, he's a bad actor in the showbiz nonsense of football, and then what happens is, from a distance, naturally, I wanted to fit in. I wanted the papers to like me. I wanted people to like me, because we all do. I want to be in with the in crowd, but I'm not allowed in, so I'm over here. And in the end, you observe them and you think, they're fucking nuts. Who wants to be well thought of or well liked by these? They're all fucking nonsense, pretty much. You know, they've all been Harry, well, you know, up to no good, or, you know, the veil of their nice guy exterior has been lifted. And I'm sitting over here just laughing my bollocks off, going, fucking hell, who wants any part of that? And again, all these people are these people who are exonerating that they've never made a mistake and that they're this perfect person and that they're family people. And I'm like, my experience of life is everybody's flawed. Everybody's talented, brilliant in the same thing. And it's your job, not their job to tell you. It's your job to find out. It's like a treasure hunt with every person. Now, if that's your mindset, think of how many good treasures you're going to find on your journey. If your mindset is you're the man and you're better than everyone and everyone's a silly cunt and you're just jockeying to have them off at some point, or fucking, you know, get in a position of power and be their boss, then life's tough. Life's really hard. And there were two things that happened to me. There'd been an episode and I'm getting the fucking down the banks from everybody, and, you know, they're fucking calling for me to be lynched in the Tower of London because I fucking told someone to fuck off or give someone a fucking crack or something, you know, the hysteria that goes with being a footballer. And I was walking my dog through a graveyard. So I remember walking through this graveyard and I'm reading the headstones, and it was like, Brian Smith, died age 62, loving father, loving husband, but boom, goes to the next grave, fucking Rita fucking Johnson or whatever. No, it's loving mother, loving left by. So after about the 74th gravestone I read, I just remember thinking, where do all the cunts get buried? Because everyone in here is fucking sound, loving father, loving husband, and the world as I know it, there's loads of pricks. Most people are fucking pricks rather than sound. So is there a separate graveyard for them? Where did they get buried? Where did they go? And then it had the thing of, people only remember you how they want to remember you, either favourably or, you know, and then within 2 generations, no country remembers you. No one puts fucking flowers on your grave. You know, their kids look at you on a photograph, and you know, you as a thing, you're all your medals and all, it's gone. No one gives a fuck. No one cares. Now, if you've done a great job and you've done the right thing, you'll still be having an impact on them people. Them children will be getting an education or have principles or have behavioural patterns in their life that you instilled through force of nature in your life, that your kids wanted to be like you and their kids want to be like them, which is in essence the key. You live forever. Great people live forever. Steve Black will live on forever through me. Peter Kay will live on forever through me. And I will impart my wisdom on everyone I meet to say, these were great men, this is what they taught me. So they, in essence, by being a good cunt, not the billions, by being a good cunt, you live on forever. You can probably remember the people who had a huge influence on you as a kid. You can't remember what they've said, but you can remember how they made you feel. That might be someone just having your back, a teacher, maybe not fucking coming down on you like a ton of bricks that he could. And you know, I had Mr. Mitchell in our school. He just let me off a little bit. He understood I was a bit of a toe rag, but I had a good heart, and he'd give me a bit of a joggy. And I can't ever remember anything that I'd done, but I remember thinking, he's fucking all right, him. And in his lessons, I give him way more than I give any of the other teachers because I thought he was all right. And Blackie used to always say to me, people can't remember anything other than how you made them feel. Like, I think back now to games I've played in, managers, coaches, I can't remember them, but I can remember certain things that happened and how it made me feel. And the reason that is adrenaline and that nervousness tattoos stuff in your mind.
Yeah, definitely.
So you can't forget it.
Yeah, Joy Boy, listen, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on today, brother. I think that's one of my longest podcasts, about fucking 4 hours. Would you like to finish up on anything?
No, mate, I've really enjoyed it. As I say, I think I'd love to sit and ask you a few questions.
Yeah, anytime, man. Anytime, yeah, listen. Yeah, unbelievable career. Like I say, you've been fucking hounded by the press. And listen, rightly so with some of the shit you've done, but you're still doing it, mate. You've changed your life. You're trying to see the world differently. You're trying to educate people as well. It's a beautiful thing, but would you like to finish up on anything?
No, mate, I really appreciate it. As I say, you've been smashing its head in. I've been watching you growing from a distance. Honestly, like, I felt like I've known you for a long time in terms of I'm going, go on, lad, and then I see your guests, I go, fucking go on. Yeah. And again, you know, for me, I'll always listen to a podcast about 20, 30 minutes. I'll put on a timer, especially when I'm in Bristol and I'm not with my wife. I'll bang a podcast on and I'll fall asleep to it. I used to do that as a kid with the telly, but I do it with a podcast now. And honestly, the amount of guests you have, I go through it, I go, how the fuck's he ended up with fucking this fella, David Icke? I'm like, how's he ended up there? And then Gaza, and like, keep smashing its head in, lad. It's boss to see.
All the best for the future, mate, and I look forward to seeing what you do.